All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Team JYCT podcast. I am your host, Raymond McNeil, the Celtic Phoenix. Joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
And the yet-to-be-informed Kaiser Shonen. Because you have not really read this book. You're...
Like, I am, I guess I'm just fresh metal, for lack of a better term.
Yes.
Not fresh meat, but you know.
Sorry. Is that?
Or fresh steel, I guess.
And joining us as guest is Zero to Hero.
Hello, everyone.
And I Know Nothing will also be joining us sometime soon. He is just running a bit late due to work. I presume we are to blame West Virginia yet again.
Yes.
As always.
So we'll just be waiting on him. He will probably jump in as a voice until he gets home, so he can still hang on. But he'll be here. He'll be here. But yes,
his friend will always be with us.
Yes, always.
If you guys hear barking or squeak toys in the background, that is because I am babysitting my mother's dog still.
Yeah.
And I might yell at them at some point if they're doing something.
Also,
so if you hear Ruby or Charlie, those are the dogs.
I do apologize for the formatting, by the way, because we're kind of squeezed for space because text is really hard to read on screen here. So I'm trying to squeeze everyone in as much as possible so that we can get a clean look at the prose for you guys. When
I was about to say, we gotta make up for the low reading comprehension, that we have here going on.
And also, I Know Nothing is here now. He's just...
Yes, he just joined. He is muted.
Yes.
He's just a disembodied voice.
I am no one.
See? Sometimes we can still hear his voice.
Perfectly understandable.
All right, but I kept interrupting Zero. I apologize. Please say your piece.
I was just gonna say, if you guys hear a very sharp gasp followed by unintelligible words, I bit into a pizza roll. It was very hot.
Yeah, he finally got his mail order from Plinkett.
No, the pizza roll is clearly the power of Dalus the Conqueror trying to stop you from slandering his good name.
No.
Oh God! Oh, we don't need to do much to do that.
No, I was about to say, are you sure? If it was sent by Dalen, Zero would be unconscious by now.
It's true.
But apparently we got a little bit of a shout out by Roaming Trend. I actually didn't they recently did a podcast with a friend about Shadow the Conqueror, and the Bad Fanfiction Nights I think got a shout out. So yeah,
I send out like a community note on his channel.
No, he basically just shouted out during the stream.
Gotcha.
But
awesome.
I haven't gotten to that. I've only know that by reputation from a friend. Otherwise, like I would report more thoroughly on that, but I didn't want to watch the stream before this one because I didn't want to poison myself with his thoughts when I have plenty of my own.
Shadow the Conqueror therapy session. Oh my God, 3 days ago.
What is it going to do? Raise your opinion of the book?
No.
That's very true.
Oh God, the blessing about it is I only caught a little bit of it when I was like briefly searching. I'm like, I don't want to like repeat his thoughts. I want to have mine, but I've already forgotten it. So that's good. It's good. I'm already on. My Swiss cheese memory saves the day for once.
Let's shout out Roaming Trend back because he does good work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, great guy, great channel, love his stuff. Go check him out if you haven't.
Yeah. I just look past the fact that he's a robot furry. I mean, that's just that
he's
everyone's got something,
but
Oh God! Speaking of everyone getting something, Shadow of the Conqueror. Mm-hmm.
Oh boy!
Christ. Yes. Okay, so I want to preface this as we go into this major conversation because I don't know whether or not Shad will watch this at any point. I don't mind if anyone tags him in this, but like I'm not going to encourage it either. I'm just gonna throw it out there. Sure. If he gets the attention of this one way or the other, I don't mind. Shad, if you're listening, we are about to eviscerate your book with pretty harsh language, pretty irreverent commentary towards both you and your writing. However, speaking as a fan of yours, or at least a former fan of yours, I am willing to offer an olive branch. And if you ever want to reach out and discuss this book on stream, we can discuss times, places, that sort of thing. And I'd be more than happy to open that invitation to host you. So do not think at all through all this that we are not open to having a conversation. I just don't know if you're going to be willing to, since we are going to be very, very harsh and potentially really start to dig into the nature of perhaps your character as well. And I don't imagine you're going to like that. But I thought all the same, I'll make the offer and let all this start with a relatively calm and nice note. Now, with that said, I think we can start digging into the heart of this, and I'm not actually sure where to begin because there is so much to cover.
The very beginning.
Yeah, the
Oh my
very
God.
beginning. Let's go over the fact that he has stuff at the very beginning of each chapter where Dalen fills us in about his life as the Conqueror. all the
And
shit he's
to give context to everybody to have the story, these individual parts in front of every single chapter is Dalen's own writings of effectively his own autobiography of just saying, hey, this is what happened. I was Dalen the Conqueror. I did X, Y, Z. This is the context of everything. And each one of those bits, I speaking as an author myself, self-published it might be, but all these quotes are supposed to give context to the chapters starting them. And I think the first thing that we can really talk about is that a good chunk of the time, the quotes in the particular beginning of said chapter are kind of superfluous to the chapter itself.
Yes.
Oh God, yes.
Whereas you typically, like what a lot of authors do, Stephen King comes to mind, I think, with is it The Long Walk? Or where every single
He's done it.
He's done it a couple of times, but like I know The Long Walk is the one that I read that had it, where every chapter began with like a phrase from a popular game show around the time that he wrote the book, in order to emphasize the fact of how we, like, it's furthering his criticism of like monetizing people's struggles and suffering, that sort of thing. Which, you know, a lot of that kind of stuff you kind of want thematic relevance between the openings of the chapter, like if you're doing this kind of thing. This does not have that.
Well, and someone in,
the obvious.
I think, Baya in chat also said here that Mistborn has quotes. I know Dune, one of the Dune books, also starts with different quotes at the beginning of their chapters.
It's the first books of Dune. The context for that is that it's made from Princess Irulan, and Princess Irulan becomes Paul's wife. She doesn't have much political power, so she basically becomes the historian of his rule and sort of pseudo says like XYZ happened. Like one of my favorite ones is that when you figure out that his father is dead, Duke Leto, they say that like on the sky of their home world of Caliban, there was a shining star that flew through the sky the day that Duke Leto died. And the obvious parallel to everything is like it's the flash of like, hey, everything's changed, the Duke is dead, everything's going to shit. And but someone mentioned Mistborn, and the obvious bit is because of Shad's own fascination with Sanderson, he was trying to ape the sort of stuff that probably came from Way of Kings more than Mistborn.
Well, it's more like a fascination because I know for a fact that he has in the past at least advised Anderson.
They collaborated on there.
I don't think that's still ongoing though.
As far as I'm aware, because I've read the most recent books of Sanderson, and well, Shad's not in the acknowledgments, so.
So first of all, like, thank you, Titan Executor, for this wonderful art of Dalen's Sticky Shop. For those, we should probably take a step back and describe the premise of the book in a moment here, just because, like, just in case people are joining here that don't know what we're talking about. But Robert Blending, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Congratulations to everyone that got caught in that blast, except Dederex. Enjoy all of your new emotes that you have access to, as well as your access to the Team Frostbite Discord server, the Tundra, where most of us are regularly active, and we'll talk with you guys. So,
And
you.
well, I was gonna say one thing before we get there. I think it's fair to say that for how Shad went about it, the best read is that he's not aping off of these books. He's inspired by them. The way he implemented them leaves a lot to be desired on that because it comes
Yes.
off.
Oh,
as
yeah.
aping.
Also, hello, Billy
Yeah.
Donuts.
Yeah, I think from the very few things that I have seen of the book, from some of the streams I participated in Bad Fan Fiction Night, which you can participate in if you join the the Team Frostbite Tundra by donating to Raymond or Twilight here, their Patreons. I never got the feeling that he was aping off of somebody. Now, granted, I'm not as much of a book reader, nowhere near as the rest of you, but I never really got the feeling that like, oh my god, this sounds like X show or X, story or whatever.
To be
Well,
honest,
give it-
the feeling of
first
aping probably would come more from, man, this is aping a really bad 11-year-old fanfic.
Yeah.
like, is Sanderson aping Herbert when they both have quotes from like history texts? No,
Yeah,
not at all.
no.
Yeah. So, dialing it back just a bit to give you guys the premise of the book, we follow a man by the name of Dalen Namaran, Namaran, who
Phenomena.
Anomina. Ba-ba-ba-da-da. Manamaran. But no, he used to be known as Dalus the Conqueror, who was the former dictator of the world of Telos, which is this map here that's being squished because of how I have this set up, and I'm sorry about that. But it's this entire world that is set on a flying island in the sky, a sky that constantly loops from the bottom to the top. So, like, if you fall off, you will then go to the bottom, hit the bottom, and then fly down from the top, basically through like a cloud layer.
It's like you're playing an old school video game.
Yeah. And
Also, Twy, is it Telos or Talos that's the automaton that's a living?
Oh, Talos is the living one.
yeah, Talos.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And the other like fixture of this world is that the sun is a constant. Shadiversity or Lily Orchard, who's the worst writer?
Okay,
Huh.
let's not.
We'll get
That's
to
a
that
question that could
discussion
take up-
later. That's like we'll get to that discussion later, maybe.
Yeah, we'll power scale that later.
But
Oh
the
my
setup
God.
here is really it is an interesting world from the setup. The idea is like you have this looping world and you have a sun that never sets. It's always off in the distance, like spatially locked where it is. So it never like the way that they gauge the amount of time in the day is by this giant rock that falls basically in effectively daytime increments, so 24-hour increments. And that's how they gauge how much time is in a day. They call it falls instead of days. Not that Shad remembers that all the time. Especially in the last chapter. That was hilarious to see. He was
Ugh.
getting that.
Of course not. But
So effectively, if night ever sets in this world, it is a catastrophic nightmarish event because anyone caught in the darkness for a prolonged period of time becomes a shade. They become a
I
heartless.
thought they were called Heartless.
I was gonna say they
No.
become a heartless, hollow, grim
No,
creature.
no, just it's Heartless. They're
Unversed
heartless, it feels
as
like.
well.
Ooh.
Ooh, yeah, it might be more unversed. But at the same time, it's like it's all just shitty implementation of the idea of dark, spooky monster that used to be a person.
Also, I believe the world as it is, it's not shown on this map, but the islands are also apart at different levels as well.
Yeah, there are like different island levels, different interconnected
Different
things.
altitudes and all
Yeah.
that. That's why you get the Shadowlands basically down at the bottom, I think.
He would never describe the Shadowlands beyond like I think a mention, so I don't know.
That's what I assumed from this map, but
But so to that point, basically it was the fourth night. Is that right? Is it the third
Yes.
or fourth
Correct.
night? Basically, the fourth night happens, and it's like this huge, long period of years where the entire world is covered in darkness, and they have to basically fight against all these shades, and Dalen leads an entire contingent of an army down into the shadows, into the undergrounds, to fight the shadows at their heart. I don't know ultimately how he defeats them. Like, it actually makes no sense when you start thinking about how the shade work, but he ultimately defeats them, pushes them back, returns with barely anyone alive, becomes a war hero, but then sees that the world as it's being ruled by like the guilds and stuff is horribly corrupt. And they end up, I think they kill his family. Is that right? Is that what starts it all?
Yes.
They kill his family.
The aristocracy.
Yeah, the aristocracy kills his family.
The aristocrats.
So they basically go, he goes on a rampage. He basically leads rebellion and ends up becoming the dictator of this world. And he starts out benevolent and kind. He hasn't, not the world, of his country. But like as time goes on, he gets more power hungry. He gets more power. He expands. He almost conquers like the entirety of the world effectively. He commits several horrible atrocities, not the least of which like obliterating 80 million people or something crazy like that.
28 million was
28
his total,
million. Okay.
actually.
And like he also does, we'll talk about it later, but some unspeakable things to some young women.
Oh yeah.
Stuff that would get us demonetized.
But we might risk it anyway. We'll see, because this is going to be hard to talk about anyway. So he does all this. He gets usurped and is thought dead, but really he just flees into exile for about 20 years. At some point along that time, he has a come to God moment where he realizes how much of an evil dickhead he is, and he starts writing his memoirs, which is what starts every single chapter in this book. And at the very end, he decides, okay, I finished my memoirs, everything's written down, I'm going to go die. And that's basically where the book starts, is that Dalen has decided to end his life in Minecraft.
Yes.
Hikaru, Wish / Timu sounding Discworld world. Probably.
Maybe, yeah.
Did you know the world in Golden Sun is flat?
Really?
I mean,
yeah.
So is Middle Earth, kind of.
Well, it was flat, but then God got kind of pissed at the Numenorians, and he had people fold it.
Right.
Justified.
Yeah. No, justifiable crash out.
The world's largest origami challenge.
Ooh.
Remember, this isn't an isekai, but absolutely totally is. That is right. If you can if you can think of a problem that plagues isekai, it plagues this book to an even more extraordinary degree.
No, it's like literally, it's not even just that. It's like the totally not isekai. It's like the fantasy anime that kind of look like isekai, feels like one, and have like similar systems going on, but they're not isekai. They're just fantasy stories just set in the world. They're just like really bad.
I feel you guys are hateful towards the book. Why? This entire stream, Orange Man, is to get into that, and let me tell you, we have very good reason why.
Why don't you just sit down and listen to us, because we're going to explain why we don't like this book.
Readus,
we all got no work going on. We can
oh boy,
do this.
Here we go. Happy 7 months. Yeah, happy 7 months. Thank you for joining us for so long, Readus. It's so good to have you.
Hell yeah.
Put a pin in that. We'll be. It's the biggest.
I was going to say one of the first pins that I think I put down. I might be misremembering the first one, but Dalen wants to die, guys. Remember that?
Yes.
Yes.
This entire book is framed around the fact that he attempts to die, magically fails. We'll get to that. That's a huge talking point in itself. And then the rest of the book is him being like, oh, I want to die, but I can't die. I need to do what I'm told. But I want to die, but I need to serve my purpose. But I want to die. It is the most obnoxious back and forth of some character not knowing what they fucking want. It is so painful.
Have you guys ever seen that clip from like was it like Bee and Puppy Cat or something like that? I've never watched that show. I've only watched that clip of the bug cat thing like doing a dramatic scene with its toys, and acting as though it's like this big soap opera drama where it's like, oh, I love you, but we can't be together. Why? Because I am the prince of this kingdom that you're fighting against. Oh, it's like that, but unironically.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I want to
Well,
see this now. Actually,
Random
that sounds
Fandom
great.
says
I was going to
it
say,
is-
I've never heard of this.
drama.
Oh, Being Puppy, I've seen the pilot for it. It was okay. I thought it was like fun, lighthearted thing. It was around that time that like the adult adult animation, as in like the children's cartoons that are for adults, like started to really crop up like just after Gravity Falls ended, that sort of era.
Wait a second.
Random Fandom says, is INK the whiteboard? Okay, well, first of all, it's IKN. But also he's the book in the background here on the standee.
Yeah.
He'll be physically present soon. Don't worry.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait.
He'll
I've
be
seen
opened
an
in a
episode-
moment.
I've seen an episode of this show. Right, yeah.
It's relatively wholesome.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that to like disparage the show, just saying that like I haven't personally watched it, but I have seen that scene, and like with how Raymond was describing and how we felt going through and having to read all of Dalen's whiny melodrama felt like that, but
Yes.
unironically.
Absolutely.
Right, gotcha.
Two things.
No, that's totally
My version of that was, if you know it, the one cutscene before that one boss fight in Devil May Cry 4.
Oh,
you know,
yeah,
you
I know
know.
what you're talking about.
Well, I'm thinking
Well,
back to
yeah,
that one
what-
cutscene from Devil May Cry 1. Why couldn't I be
Oh,
the
yes.
one to fill your heart with light?
I mean, that
Dude,
was
so,
completely
like-
unironic. The one in
glorious.
4 was definitely like ironic on purpose, kind of, where it's
Oh,
like,
it was.
what was it? Is this the price for power? And he's just
Unironically,
Dante
by the way, I have a friend that did that entire scene with another friend to get into a prestigious acting school, and they got in.
Nice.
Oh,
Amazing. Well, and
awesome.
to that point too,
Yeah.
for the first game, that is how all of these characters act in this
Yes.
book.
Yeah.
It
Well,
is.
I need to
but in a
clarify
bad
that,
way.
like, yeah, it's weird that you could probably, I haven't played the first game. I only know that legendary scene in the story. But like,
it's so good.
you could probably compare Devil May Cry 1 with Shadow the Conqueror and come away saying, wow, both of these stories are incredibly earnest. One of them is incredibly shit, and the other one is insanely fun. And it's
Well,
That is
the
true.
thing about
That's-
the thing about the dark soul, fill your dark soul with light thing, with like, yes, that's beamed to hell, but in context, it's Dante mourning someone that he thought he could save. Like, there's story to that scene. I can't.
I was gonna say
I can't
he's
get everything.
Leon S. Kennedy. Got it.
Yeah, he is.
well,
Yeah.
yeah, a little bit.
Bial 338.
Well,
Bial 388 says this book tested me. Trend and I had a great laugh at it. What a horrid book. Dalen is pathetic and annoying. What was Shad thinking? What were you thinking?
What were you thinking?
That
He
is
was-
he,
He was thinking he had a great fucking idea, which,
Yeah. Yep.
like, to an extent, yes, the concept of this book and some of the elements in it are really cool and a good idea to go forward, which is why it hurts so much when it sucks.
There are tiny kernels and like one decent sized kernel that you could pick up on and do something with, but they are so horribly mishandled that it feels like they've become radioactive. It's
Thank you for giving me an image of Shad taking a whopping shit and turning it into a book. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
oh. Shark
You're
Jumping
welcome,
Walrus,
sir.
thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Congratulations to everyone that got caught in that blast except Dedarex. Also, how's that redo of Healer review coming in Batwoman? The redo of Healer, I still need to sit down and watch. I've been very busy. Batwoman, I need to check in with Zelcomet. He had some obligations. He might be free now. But yes, I've been very busy. I've actually sat down a couple of times and tried to start it in terms of like I loaded it up and then something else came up and I had to address that. So I apologize. Correction, is IKN holding the whiteboard? No, he is not. It's a projection. It is a projection.
I want to say, when it comes to Shad's writing, he gives off this impression that he wanted to write a book for the prestige of writing a book, not because he felt in his heart that he really wanted to write a book and that he
There
was
was a
very
story he
passionate
wanted
about
to
it.
tell.
He, yeah, he felt that he wanted it to be a book because there is a sense of
Prestige.
yeah, prestige for lack of a better term again, that comes with being a published author that you wouldn't get from being a comic book or
Yeah.
something of that sort. And having a TV show or a movie would be way too expensive, although he did try and failed
But we'll
at
get to
that.
that. We'll get to
Yeah,
that. I've got
we'll get to that.
Well, and it's
But
funny too because he has the comic.
yes,
Yeah, he
yes.
does the graphic novel of this.
But like he comes off as somebody who has no respect for the art form of writing, and that he wanted to do this just in order to gain more points for his closet or more medals to put on his coat, which could end up being a factor of, like, because we know that he is very jealous of a certain somebody. But like he didn't seem to do anything in terms of like the editing or to really dig into his prose, go beyond one single redraft or one single edit of his book, and then that was done. But it's because it really does still come off as a first draft
Yeah.
for better.
add on
I want to actually kind of counter that, because I think my alternate theory, not saying that yours is wrong, I'm saying like my alternate theory on this is more so, I think he has a terrible case of first time writer disease, where he
Yes.
thinks he is absolute hot shit and that he can churn out an incredible piece of art with no effort whatsoever. And so he basically
So he's got Kanye syndrome. I'm a genius.
Yeah.
I
That
do think it's
doesn't-
both of those.
I suppose
Like,
it's
doesn't-
not contradictory. I don't
Yeah,
think
it doesn't contradict.
I don't think it's
what I was saying.
as cynical as he just wanted a book for the prestige. I think he saw that as like, oh, I can do this. I'm so great at it. I can whip out a book, and I don't need to involve anyone else. I can just do it on my own, and I can make it amazing. It's more less cynically that he's using it for prestige, and more that it's a flagrant misunderstanding and disregard. So it's like,
Yes.
yeah, that's more so like I picked up on that you said, and I think that's much more accurate.
Yeah.
Well,
Like I'm saying
add on.
that like there is a prestige to be
Yes.
had by saying that you are a published author, that you have a book out there in the world, and that can really boost up your confidence. But Shad already has an overinflated sense of confidence in himself, and he, like you said, does have that idea that everything he does is going to be great and amazing. He says that about his artwork, and he says that about his AI stuff that he does. So of course he would say that about his book, and he says that about his channels as well. Yes, channels plural.
Yeah.
There's multiple.
He has 3 active
4 or
ones,
5?
well, he has 5, but only 3 are currently active. I actually looked them up the other day, and the 2 of them have basically
neat.
gone defunct.
Right.
I didn't know that he had more than 2.
He has
thought
I only-
Shadiversity, Night's Watch. He has the
Yeah.
Mormon one that he just started up.
Latter-day Night.
Latter-day Night, and then there's an
Oh my
AI
God.
one, and then
AI.
there's one more that I can't remember that's also defunct.
Yeah.
Um,
I find it really funny that the AI one is defunct.
Oh yeah. Oh god.
Well,
Yeah.
he didn't have AI
Very
contact to
good.
talk about, I guess.
yeah.
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 But
Also-
to add to your
Shadlands, is
Sorry.
that what it's called? Shadlands?
okay.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Sorry, I know. What were you gonna say?
I was going to say, to add to your point about the prestige and that kind of muddying the waters a bit, the way that I felt when I read the book, I guess the first time, was there wasn't, because this to give an example, and this might strike a chord with several people here and several people in the audience. When you have an idea for a story, you get like one really cool scene that you want to write out, like an emotional core of an emotional scene that you really want to put onto paper, and you sort of like build everything around that. And it's a big meme of like this perfectly drawn horse of the head, and then like the one scene that you imagine, and there's like the hastily scribbled is like
he died.
sort of thing.
Oh,
And I died.
You
I'm back.
died for a
Briefly.
second. Back
Oh,
to the horse.
Unfortunate. But back to the horse. Yes, one horse is one part of the horse is good drawn. The other part of the horse is not very good drawn. Wow, that
Right.
was a bad sentence. Much like a lot of the Shadow Conquerors, but now to think about it, but
It's
moving
rubbing
off
off
that,
on you.
Yeah.
I know, right?
God,
It is, but
Hikaru
there
says,
isn't what I was getting to.
oh, we go.
Sorry.
You finish your part, then I'll go to the super chat.
Okay, I'll finish it. Well, my apologies, but what I was getting to is that there wasn't a scene in this book that really felt like it had the passion around it.
The slash.
yeah, no.
Ooh,
If that makes sense, like the
I actually, I think there is one scene in that, and I think that actually was there, and it, at least that's what he intended for it, and it's the Arik and Dalen fight. Is I think
Yeah.
that was his scene
Yeah.
that he really thought was
Okay.
good, but I think it's the execution of it and everything else that led up to it's impossible to tell because he gets so wrapped up in random bullshit explanations that his passion truly
to
lies in.
fight that zero. To fight that zero, is that before or after he unironically wrote, "Oh, we're not so different, you and I"?
Yes, that is the entire scene. He thought he
Yes.
was cooking with that shit.
I guarantee you his thought there was, I've made that line work. I
100%.
guarantee you that's what he was thinking. Hikaru
I
says,
mean, that's what anyone would think in his position.
I
kind
want to
of,
say
you know.
this. Don't let Shad's writing or our Mickey taking of said book discourage you from writing that thing. Write that thing.
No.
It'll have mistakes and errors, and that's fine. That's always like, I have made mistakes. I always talk about this on
yes,
stream.
100%.
I can
Hey,
talk about
we're
my
agreeing.
mistakes. You can't.
We're
talk
boosting
about
your
my
point.
I know. I'm joking. But no, yeah. So I've made mistakes. My first book, collection of short stories, were a bunch of fanfics that I adapted to be original because I thought they were really good, and I didn't realize it was in a fan fiction community, so it was already limited, and only people that liked it were really commenting. So it's like you get a big head about yourself, and you think you're hot shit. And while I still like the stories, I cringe when I think back on them. I love that book as my first published book, but I've taken it down from sale for a reason. I don't think it's anywhere near my current quality standards. Even The Artificer, my own fantasy novel, which is an actual isekai, it was something that I wrote for simplicity. It's not something that I'm trying to I want to go back to it now because I've read this and I'm like, holy shit, I can do so much better. I want to actually revisit it and actually fix up some of the things that even I have a problem with looking back, because I realized, I could have done better. I was, as much as I wanted to keep it simple and straightforward, there were ways that I could have still added nuance and made it more engaging. As opposed to, this story, man. Oof.
Yeah.
Not
I
gonna-
will
Humble is what I'm
say
saying.
He-
Be humble.
he-
Yeah,
I will
Yes.
say
Very much
that if you are taking a look at us ripping apart this book and getting discouraged, that is kind of the wrong mentality to have when it comes to writing. Because as an author, you need to get your book ripped to shreds in order for it to be the best version of your book possible. Shad, I don't think did that. But that is
More
what
than that,
needs to be
uh,
that is what needs to be done for your book to be good. Like if you
Right.
get discouraged and you think that your book is going to be no good, then you are the one that's killing the book, not the people who are critiquing it. The people who are critiquing it, even if they are being a little bit mean about it, are still giving advice for you to take to heart and to make your book better.
like,
you
right-
you can
go on.
take the advice that we have going through this series and look at your own work and see if you're doing the same mistakes that Shad does, and then you fix that in your book, and already you're better than Shad.
Yeah, and like fact of the
There's a
matter
reason
is,
why.
Like Kaiser,
Nope.
Kaiser
3 at a
was-
time.
yeah,
Oh,
so
please, Kaiser. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I'll be quick. Like, fact of the matter is, let's not pretend that the same kinds of mistakes or the level of mistakes that Shad had committed in this book is anywhere near the kind of shit that you would see in like an average person's like first draft story or something like that. I feel like if we were to like cover most people in our chats like first drafts or whoever is trying to make their story, I don't think they'll be anywhere near as bad as this.
Well, it's because Shad did one of the cardinal sins of being a first-time writer. He went for the fucking throat of complicated moral quandaries.
No, and that's my
That is the
thing.
first major mistake, and he fumbled it hard.
Yeah, really, really hard. But but what I'm trying to say is that like Shad, to me at least, I don't know about the rest of you, he's already like a very, very extreme case. A lot of the fundamental problems, yes, can exist in other books or other works of fiction, and we talked about them a few times on this channel. But I don't think anyone who does feel kind of discouraged, I don't think has anything to really worry about, because that's already like,
Yeah.
we're talking super crazy time here.
First-time writers
Like-
should not attempt to write Blaze Blue. I don't think anyone should attempt to write Blaze Blue. I think that's just a cool idea. Sky Slasher says, I can't believe I sat through so much of that book during bad fanfiction night and didn't catch the ending. The shame is real. Well, don't worry. The VOD is up. You can find
It's
all
true.
the VODs on the channel.
Yep.
Alpha Pin's there.
I will also say, like, for if you're looking for those reviews to like, get yourself better or any feedback, I get very mad when I give things to people to read for feedback and I get nothing but positivity back, or I don't get anything pointing out what I might have done better, because I don't believe you. I want to know what I did wrong so I can get better. It's that
Yeah.
thing. You just need to have someone chop you down a bit.
Yeah,
These are
and
the
like
core of
like I said,
everything.
either
Oh,
way, we're already talking
gosh,
about
keep
someone
going.
who's like a crazy case anyway. So like you're already on the right track. I'm betting. I bet all of you are already better than Shad anyways. I
Yeah,
don't think it's that
so-
hard.
Here's one of the things that I have found very frustrating being in the art community for as long as I have, especially in the last like 15 or so years, is that younger people in general, and not to say that all younger people, but like enough of them don't get into the mindset of I need to be broken down in order to get better.
Oh
And
yeah.
that it's not a personal attack on them, but it is a critique on their work with the intention of helping them. So they never want to get that critique. And so they build up these communities on like AO3, for instance, where you're not
Hugbox.
allowed to give criticism to somebody's work unless if they explicitly give allowance to that. And so they'll never hear critique, they'll never get better, and the only thing that they hear is praise, so they'll get a big head about it, and then they'll start publishing their work out in the real world. And that's where you get series like The Mortal Instruments,
Yep.
which is very successful, but also I've heard that it is very bad in terms of its prose and its writing, and all this other stuff, because authors who usually come from fan fiction, who don't allow themselves to take critique, don't get better as writers. And
The thought should never be, don't hurt me. It should be, give me tougher battles.
Oh my
exactly,
God.
exactly.
You should at the minimum have your difficulty set to hurt me plenty, and at maximum give me doom. Okay, that's like, or you know, like Ethan must die, something like that. Ed Savinsky says, "Hi Team JYCT, sees topic of the day. Bye Team JYCT. You get back here, you son of a bitch." You get back here. You were there during all the different bad fan fiction streams. You can stomach this. This is catharsis. This is therapy.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was gonna
And
say
to finalize everything.
I was gonna just
Oh,
add on to the
I
point
was
is
gonna
I
say,
hate
my gosh.
getting negative criticism, but like it guts me on the inside. But I know I need it. It's like swallowing the fucking medicine. You need to do it.
Yeah.
No.
Now I know nothing. I apologize. Please go.
Go ahead. Ion.
Oh no, I'm the one feeling like an asshole. I keep interrupting people because the connection gets crazy. But
No, legitimately,
finalize
like
everything-
it's just everything at the same time happens. It's okay, man.
Okay. Oh, but to finalize the thought of anyone having issues they're kind of fearing for their own work, everyone can profit from a bad example. If you don't have stuff like this, like you don't know what quality is. Like if you can't
Yeah.
recognize like badness, you can't recognize quality. So it's actually something I agree with fucking Alan Moore with. You need to read good and bad books.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that Devon
And-
Montoy?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Aw.
I did not have time to make a new Digimon for my head, so I just chose one that I had used before.
Hey, you know what? It's fitting.
Yes.
Yeah.
So to actually start digging back into the premise of the book instead of just yelling at the void about Shad's
Oh yeah, we were
temperament.
talking about the plot.
So Dalen decides
Good job,
he is
Goodbye.
going to end himself in Minecraft, and that is the very start of the book. The very first chapter is that he's going to a cliffside in order to throw himself from it. And you might be like, okay, well, if the world loops, if like the sky loops, how is he going to die? Is he going to land on the land and just like get crushed? Well, you'd think that'd be the most straightforward way. But apparently, in this world, there are two types of material that are unique to it. There is dark stone and there is light stone, and they have unique properties. Now, apparently, if you jump into like the crisp, the clouds that separate the bottom and the top of the world, holy shit, Redis, thank you so much. I have talked about this, and I'll say it again. I always appreciate my art teacher in college because he helped me improve so much by being harsh but fair. I'll always take it to heart, and there is still stuff I need to work on and improve. That is the healthiest mindset to have, and
Yeah,
so many
100%.
kudos to your teacher.
Based.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So just to continue on, the fabric that separates the top and the bottom that you slide through, it's like actually like kind of like molasses a little bit when you get there. If you were to hit it while holding a light stone or a dark stone, it would instantly kill you. Now, there are several questions already raised about how does anyone know this? So there's that. But then Dalen does the idea of like, well, what if I'm holding both of them at the same time? I'm gonna do that just for the shiggles, even though I'm trying to actively kill myself. He's like, it must
Super
double
good.
kill me, I guess.
Which, not to belabor a point, $20 of whiskey or a razor blade could have solved your issue really easily.
Dude, he could
I-
have just walked to a random guy in his village with a swordmaster pin and challenged them to a duel and just let that guy kill him.
What?
Yes.
There's no way that Dalen is a swords master.
Well, and
What?
then we
He's
get
a
to an even
conqueror.
bigger thing. Like,
Well,
all right,
I want to say, for this point in specific, I actually do have that highlighted in the half of the first chapter that I did a critique on. Which,
Oh.
for those who are interested in not just us shitting on this book, but actually picking it apart from a writing perspective, or from an editing perspective, you can wait until the end of the stream, and I will do that. But one of
Mhm.
the things that I commented on for one of the highlights that I have is if you're going to shoot yourself in the head, you might as well also take a cyanide pill just in case.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
what taking the dark stone and the light stone at the same time does is basically.
but like,
Yeah.
like here's the other thing that like always occurred to me almost immediately is like no one had ever tried this before, and I'm like, okay, so wait, someone tried jumping, and we learned that they die when they have either the dark stone or the light stone. This world has existed for hundreds of years. No one has tried to jump with both before? Really? Not
It's
ever
it's
in the history
the
of this
me-
world.
it's the meme of like a caveman eats a poisonous mushroom and dies. The other cavemen right next to him write that down.
Must not eat.
Like, throughout all of history, there haven't been 3 people to test the different combinations of rocks you can hold while falling to your death. My question
Very
then is,
plentiful and very special rocks.
If people are willing to try freaking chocolate on their hot dogs, they would be willing to try this shit, man. I don't know what to tell
Do
you.
that?
Yeah,
chocolate does on hot dogs
Damn.
doesn't. Well, it probably should kill you, but it doesn't kill you.
I mean, it doesn't
Yeah.
kill you, but I mean, it
Oh, I'm just
should.
thinking about how that. Oh God. Oh.
Now you're dying, right?
That's just
Pineapple on pizza.
nasty.
Oh my, that's nasty.
But yeah, no. So he does this, and of course, on the way down, we get so much like flowery language about how my life is finally coming to an end. I can put it to rest. Oh, woe is me. I've been such a horrible person, but now I can put my guilt away and I can embrace the sweet death that's coming to me. Because, I mean, admittedly, this is true to life. If you have a location where a gigantic rock is constantly falling and it takes 24 hours for it to, go from top to bottom, I guess it's going to take a little while for you to actually crash into the bottom. I don't fault that necessarily. But it is really obnoxious. It just won't stop. So
Can't stop, won't stop.
then Dalen hits the bottom. And he doesn't die. Instead, the Lightstone and the Darkstone, I believe, get integrated into his body. Is that right?
They disappear,
They
is
disappear.
what
Yeah,
he
they-
says. But
They're gone.
Yugok says, Shad, what's us to believe that one attempted the most basic experiment? Dalen established that he had people dedicated to do research, but never this. True.
Yeah, I was about to say- yeah, especially given how cruel he was. You mean to tell me he didn't think, hey, let's just throw some poor schmuck out with both of the stones together?
Hot dogs sound
Especially-
worse than sticky bread. Yes, of course it does. Sticky bread sounds like just like a typical cinnamon roll.
Especially because he's this super ingenious inventor that created so many things, except for the stuff that might kill the people he works with. He would never.
there's a I don't like the series, but there's like a BBC Dracula where he's like they find evidence of him torturing other vampires, and he says to John, the person he's feeding from, "Did you ever break your toys to figure out how they worked?"
Yeah.
Like just that kind of mentality. He'd have that.
Sticky
Yeah.
bread sounds like something dirty. Oh, don't worry. That's exactly. There's a reason we make it sound dirty. It's because we use it as a euphemism all the time, and it fits very well.
There's a
Don't
lot
watch
of
that
fan
Dracula
art.
show, by the way. It sucks.
Oh, there's a lot of fan art. What?
Yeah, I've seen a couple.
Oh no, I'm talking about
No,
of the sticky bread.
Oh, okay. All right.
No, there is
Yeah,
not a
the
lot of
sticky
fan
bread.
art
We have
of Shadow of the Conqueror. The majority of it comes from our streams.
I was gonna say
Yes.
you want to know. I actually haven't checked.
Flood the market.
You want to know what the ultimate mark of fandom is? How many fanfics there are on AO3 and fanfiction.net? I'm gonna pull that up right now and see if there are any.
Oh my god, anyone make a
Yes.
fanfic and shout
Because I know that was the thing about
I'd be
Raid
surprised.
Shadow Legends.
Well,
Someone was like, "Do you want to know how much of a not real thing Raid Shadow Legends is?" It has like 3 fanfictions on AO3.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I thought it
Yeah.
was no porn of the characters.
Oh, there's that too.
there's that. That's one of those are the 2 main factors.
I mean, most of the characters are original to the game anyway, so like at that point it'd just be D&D porn, right?
I
And
have
they-
to ask.
well, there's no way to differentiate it from like any other fantasy thing.
I have to ask. Does my rewrite of Chapter 1 count as fanfic?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But I did it with hate in my heart.
Hate
Can it
fics
be a hate
exist.
fic?
Hate fics exist. I'm sorry.
No. Fuck.
No.
Let me see.
I'm sorry to say.
Am I the only one?
And also, I'm sorry, Shad. There is not a single fanfic for Shadow the Conqueror on AO3.
Fuck.
Damn.
So yeah. That's not a good sign, my friend.
I'm the only one.
Wait a second.
Fuck!
Watch Shad hear that and be like, okay, Chat GPT, right?
Oh my god.
Yo, Grok, make a fix that for me.
Ikaru says, I'll see your chocolate hot dog and raise you a deep fried Mars bar and hot chocolate with melted cheese singles mixed in it, Kaiser. Okay,
Yep,
the
that sounds
deep
about
fried
right.
Mars bar might work. Because
my
deep fried anything can work pretty well. Hot chocolate with melted cheese craft singles in it. No, because that
Ew.
stuff doesn't really melt. Like it melts for like a grilled cheese, but like everything else, just no.
Testing. Is my connection back now? Am I better?
Yes,
Ah.
it is.
I am alive.
All right, let me go to the scuff cover. Just
I actually have to leave myself briefly. Just school related things I gotta check up on, gotta talk to my instructor about something. So I'll be back and I will leave you chat if you can make an image of that whole Jarvis meme and replace it with Shad saying Grok make a fanfic out of my work. That'd be great.
Make a Shadow with the Conqueror fanfic.
Yeah, that'd be great. All right, I'll be back in a bit.
Okay, well, I was wondering if he was going to close that. I think everyone except I know nothing is in the relative position. Who's just joined again?
Actually, I just
Kaiser.
realized I can just use my other laptop for that meeting. I'm gonna just stay here, and I'll bring up my VTuber thing.
Okay, thank you. Makes my life a little bit easier. Just wait on that. But yes, so yeah, Shad does the sorry, Shad. Dalen does
They're
this.
interchangeable.
Yeah, I unfortunately Shad flew too close to the sun with his depiction. We'll get to that. That's a whole worm.
Okay, guys, I will give you a bit of a second teaser from my section of doing the editing. One of the highlights that I have, because I have highlights in different colors. One of them is green, and we've called that Shad Touch. That is explicitly Shad preaching to us through his book.
Yes.
I always thought that was going to be the cheese touch.
We could add that too. If I was to go and highlight through this entire book, I have only gone through half of one chapter.
If you guys
It
could
took me 40 minutes.
just keep everyone entertained while I do this. You guys can continue talking about the book, by the way.
Sure.
Man. Well, and like, there's other things on this to critique about because I'm just scrolling through. I have the PDF of the book up on my computer right now, and I am scrolling through, and there is pages of this book that is just straight dialogue with like maybe one or two tags.
Yeah.
And so reading through that becomes like you're walking through a maze. You have no idea what you're going to find around each corner because you can't keep track of the characters. None of them have a distinct voice.
Well, then you
when they're
also
going.
add that there are a couple of times where Shad makes the critical error of actually keeping either switching speakers during a paragraph or not switching them between paragraphs without any
Yes.
tags, which completely disorients anyone that's remember, guys, when you have multiple speakers, you change paragraphs per the speaker. Like that's a rule. That's a very strong rule. But then on top of that, you always want to at least clarify who is. It's why you explain it better than I do. My brain's being split right now.
So, whenever a new person that was not speaking previously is speaking, that is a new paragraph. And also, you have to specify who is talking at the end of that. You don't have to do that all the time. So, like, I know that Zero just explained that it was very hard for you to go through it and not have a lot of dialogue tags, but that is still to some degree a valid way of writing, and that is encouraged because it's very annoying to read he said, she said, he said, she said, she said all the time. Like, oh, hi, he said, hi back, she said. That is very annoying. So when it comes to long conversations between only two people, you can have that. And then if a third person shows up, you can add that person in and say that they have a new dialogue tag to show that they've arrived. But sometimes you also want to break up that long string of nothing but dialogue with,
Mhm.
you know, character reactions, character thoughts and opinions, giving them personality, but also it it does help if you have distinct personalities for each of your characters that will show through the dialogue. So, if one character speaks very formally because maybe they're an older person and there's a younger person there, like maybe this is a grandfather and a grandchild, the younger person speaks with a lot of slang. You can tell us who is speaking just by how you have the dialogue spoken.
Yeah. Where on the characterization
Ye-
where on the characterization did Shad touch you?
Oh.
But to do a sorry, to coin a phrase that my editor used for me, you can't have talking head syndrome is the way that he described it. Of just like,
Yeah.
here's basically two heads, two sock puppets just going "Meh, meh, 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 meh," at each other.
And like this doesn't
Yeah.
get any better in the prose, because while that's
Oh.
with the dialogue going on, which by the way, all the characters basically sound the same. Like if you ever heard Shad like pose theoretical questions, that's kind of how all the other characters sound. But then in the prose, it's overly verbose at the absolute worst of times. Like he goes into exorbitant detail on things that really could have been like maybe one or two sentences. We get instead like a whole paragraph, sometimes a page, talking about them. Especially things
That was another one of my highlights.
Yeah, especially things that like there are several points in the book where he knows what to do and what's going on and how things are functioning. He's been exiled for 20 years in a rural village. There are several things he should not be privy to or aware of, and yet seems cognizant of. It's really strange, and it just comes off that he knows everything the author does.
I actually will combat that slightly. I hate that it's making me defend this, but everyone also seems to know the media in this world that they inhabit just seems to get the word out there to everyone. No matter what amount of time needs to pass or what it is, it just gets out there, which is another part of this world that
Does he get
really
shipments
work.
of future mechanics?
Yes, apparently.
Like, I guess you're right, but like when you start digging into that starts getting crazy.
Yeah.
Because
One of the problems with the world
building.
building. Yeah, one of the problems with the world building is we have no knowledge of what kind of world this is supposed to be taking place in. Like, yes, it's a fantasy world or a sci-fi world, and yes, they live on a floating island, but like, what relative date does this take place? Does this take place in the medieval period? Does this take place before the Industrial Revolution, during the Industrial Revolution, post-Industrial Revolution, during the 1920s, the 40s, the 50s? We don't know.
Guys, the
He
world
kind of puts
building
it everywhere.
the world building of Legend of Korra looks fucking pristine in comparison to this. I am not kidding. And that has a lot of very bad like world building implications in how it's set up. But like, my God, at least there was some level of thought in it. It felt like the world was cohesive. How it got there is basically largely the problem. But like, once you're there, it does maintain itself. This one is like constantly, oh, we got skyscrapers. We've got like public transportation, we've got mass communication, which all speak of like 1920s, maybe even up to like 1960s type technology. We've got airships that can cross vast swaths of locations at incredible speeds. So we've got basically a fusion between like ships, like sail ships, and airplanes, like basically dirigibles. We've got that going on, but then we even have handguns. We have shot spikes. We have handguns in this universe, and yet everyone still walks around wielding swords and knives.
Not to toot my own horn, but for Caliburn, I started it out by, I guess the best way to describe it, easing people in, because it starts off in the equivalent of a guy going to his university classes in the equivalent of New York City, and then shit hits the fan. Like everyone can recognize the foundation of just simply walking down the street, seeing buses. It's sort of pseudo modern times. Then later there's some fantasy shit, and there might be, I don't know, a giant city on the back of like god machines or something like that. Nothing else.
Yeah. And I want to say very quickly, it's not that you can't do a world that has different
Oh yeah.
technology and different history of technology progression to us. But you have to do the legwork in order to explain that to us, the reader, because our default is our regular world.
Yes.
So if there is any deviation from the real world, you have to explain that to us in some small way in the prose.
And also like giving us particularly comparison to other parts of the world. This is a problem that I have with some fantasy worlds. Like Dayton's, this one especially comes off as like a monolith. When you look at the real world, technology is not universal. Like you have like, you know, we still have tribes in Africa that exist, and not ones that are like, you know, the few that are still hidden away and like no one's really contacted. We're like actual tribes that have contact with the outside world, but that's just their way of life.
Not just in Africa, you also have tribes like that in Brazil and in Mexico.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was gonna raise that as well. Like, Africa's the one that just comes straight to mind. Maybe I'm racist. Who knows? But then you also then by comparison you also have like technological hotspots. I mean, Izanagi can't shut up about Singapore, right?
Yeah.
Like you get like Vancouver has an incredibly strong mass transit system compared to most of them in the States, but the States also have a much more thriving automotive industry. We have different technologies, different purposes, different cultures around them, and it doesn't feel like that exists. That doesn't feel like it exists in Telos. It just feels like everywhere is kind of the same, but then as medieval as Shad wants it to be to justify the medieval trappings he wants to use.
And like there's ways to make this, like we've said, with the culture. Like I remember when I was reading through the first time and the swords at the hips, that was something I was expecting to be not a very like not a very present thing, but more a cultural thing that hasn't been fully phased out yet because people cling to this kind of tradition.
Yeah.
And it's not really presented as such. It's still presented as this is just the common way, even though we have a whole bunch of other stuff that is better. Like swords go out of fashion in history because we came up with firearms or better ranged weapons.
Well, I want to also raise on this, that's part of the problem, is one of the most fascinating images I've ever seen was a comparison sometime in the 1920s where the automotive industry just really started up. And so you saw in the first image, it was 1 year where you saw mostly horse-drawn carriages in New York. Like it just packed brim to brim, building to building, horse-drawn carriages are down the road. The next year, it was almost all cars because like one of the things at the time that they were struggling with was how to transport all of the horse shit out of the city. Like that was a massive actual problem at the time. And then innovation came in. We invented cars. Cars became popular and efficient for the purpose. and they became wildly popular to the point that they quickly outpaced horses and basically made that industry defunct. It's like that. So swords and guns, I don't know if you guys realize this, but once we started getting like firearms that could fire more than one shot in a round conveniently, bladed weaponry kind of went out the window as like common tools.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
think there was like actually one like 5 to 10 year period of history where there could realistically be a cowboy and a samurai in the middle of like a car.
A cowboy,
automobile
a
city.
samurai, a British debutante, and a pirate captain from the Caribbean.
There we go,
An
yeah.
old pirate captain from the Caribbean.
Yeah, like there was a point in history when all 4 of those existed, but it is a short window of time.
Yes.
And like
Yeah.
you can expand that out in your story. There's nothing wrong with doing that.
Honestly, periods of massive change like that are just ripe for storytelling because the new and old coming to clash is just it's such a great way to fuel conflict.
Which is
sure
what
June-
you expect. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's like no, Izanagi. Pretty sure Dune had to justify melee combat through how the shields work.
Yes.
Yeah, they did. And
Dune does a lot of work for that.
Which
for my own work. Just throwing it out there, I have guns and swords in Caliburn, but swords are effectively the wands the wizards use, so that's where they're kept around.
Well, and I think for Dune as well, it was another choice of it just makes things more interesting because it is a intelligently put together contrast.
Yeah.
Ed Savinsky says Disney's Strange World is better than Shadow the Conqueror. I don't know Strange World.
I do, and they're correct.
I believe you.
Another thing that like does frustrate, and this applies to a lot of fantasy worlds. I really hate when fantasy worlds are just like too small. It like I don't actually. It's 1,000 kilometers here. How large is the Earth in kilometers?
Ooh.
That's outside my American
Alexa,
math.
how large is the Earth in kilometers?
A lot. That's the best I got.
Thank you, Alexa. So it's at about 12,000 kilometers. So with 12,000, let me see if I just roughly, it's like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. It's a little less than half the size of Earth. Now, admittedly, that was like, I guess diameter and circumference or whatever. Anyway, so yes, it's a little bit less. No, it'd be way smaller than Earth because diameter, it's pi r squared. 1 minute, I gotta do some math. You guys entertain chat.
Anyway, the size of a world to go off of that, fantasy worlds can feel extremely small, even if you give big numbers. If you move through them in a pace that really, really bogs down the story, or like you're just teleporting all over the place. Like distance and pacing goes hand in hand with that. And if you're moving too fast, everything in your story will feel small or insignificant.
And like just as an example for my novel, which I'm starting to get back into writing so that I can finish the first draft finally after like 8 years. But with that book, I do have the characters going on a bit of a journey from one destination to the other. That took roughly 14 days for them to travel. One character was heavily injured, so they couldn't move very fast. But the equivalent that I had them go to was maybe a 1 or 2 hour car ride in distance.
So
at best.
So
well, and to go off of that too,
I have my math.
Oh boy.
The
Sure.
Earth is approximately, like the Earth's surface is approximately like the circumference, that's it, sorry, is approximately 355 million kilometers around. So if I'm doing my math right, I could be wrong. I could be just like, but that's pi r squared of 6,000 kilometers. So Shad's book here is divided by 5,000. 71,000 times smaller than the Earth.
All right.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, you're right. You're right that like no matter the size, if you go through it, if you present it wrong, it can still feel small. I'm always a big fan of like, okay, well, we're mostly in this country or going to a different country, and like when you swap countries, you make a big point of like the culture here is the culture here, and the culture there is the culture there, and like you kind of spread it out either slowly or quickly depending on what kind of book you are. It's all about how you present it, and Shad does not present Telos as if there's really much going on.
I mean,
No. Well,
the
and
easy example. How fucking long does Frodo and gang walk across Middle Earth?
yeah, for real.
Isn't that
Yeah.
months?
That's a year
Oh,
and
it
a
takes
half,
years,
isn't
dude.
it?
Oh yeah, that's
Is
right.
it-
Takes- yeah, it's years.
Does this mean it's
Well-
smaller than the moon? Oh fuck. Alexa, what's the
no.
radius
He's
of the
gonna do
moon?
that. While he's doing that, I was going to say, like, to Twi's point with her chapter that she brought up, it's not a very long distance. And I remember when I was reading it, it's only in one chapter that
thank
these
you,
characters
Alexa.
are moving, and it takes the longest amount of time because, and it feels right for that because of the way she explained what they were doing during that trip and the slow progression of the character's health as he gets there. And like they start off moving decently fast, and it slowly gets longer and longer, and there's different points where even he goes to sleep earlier. He kind of wavers in and out of conversations as well. You feel the weight of this journey pushing on him, and that makes it feel like it's a very astronomical distance for what is basically a 1-day drive or 1 hour drive, right?
For the record, it is approximately. Wait, what did I? No, not freaking hell. It is. It is much smaller than the moon.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Let me see.
Is it larger than Europe?
Oh god.
For the record, it is 5.6 times smaller than the moon.
Mm.
Do not make me ask what the square kilometer measurement of Europe is.
To get back to Shad's pacing problem.
Oh,
I really think
sorry, you
that
got.
he
I
has
did miss
that
your super chat,
problem.
but that's because I'm doing math.
I sorry. I really do think that he has that problem of, well, Australia is like really big, so that must mean that I should make this world like Australia. Something like that.
Mm.
And like I've had that with my novel as well, because like I have some big empires in my novel that take up a lot of space, and people are like, yeah, but they countries and stuff, especially in the medieval period, they would be a lot smaller than that. It's like, yeah, and then I would have to break it up a lot more, but the empires are kind of staying there because one of the driving forces between these a lot of background elements are these two competing empires.
Well, that's empires
resources.
aren't strange in terms of like when you think about what Alexander the Great, Roman Empire, like all those things exist. The was it the Connaughts? Like all those, like they existed. You
Yeah.
can have gigantic. What's important, I think, is more so within those empires. You can't think of the empires as a monolith and more like an overarching blanket.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas all
Yeah.
the smaller nations still have their unique cultures and such, but like they're just subservient to a higher power.
Oh yeah, I mean, just going from if I go from my hometown right now to the next town over, it is still a different culture from what we do over here versus what they do, and we're all still part of the same state and county. Like it changes,
Yeah.
and
You
that's
put three
the
guys from Cincinnati, Columbus, and Cleveland in a room, and you're gonna wind up with at least 2 dead people.
that's true. But like for Shad's pacing issues that he has here with his book and the world feeling so small, we don't really get a sense of what any of these cultures are unless a Terusian walks in and we get a very clunkily delivered exposition dump of what they are, or another person from another city is just present around Dalen and we discover what they are for some fucking reason.
It's Dalen telling us what the place is like because it's Shad telling us what it's Dalen's inner prose is treated in two ways, as objective fact, but also his personal opinions, which you might think, well, yeah, people can talk about objective facts in their brain, but it's not. When you think about objective things, you have a unique way of delivering it, and sometimes your perception of things are wrong, and you're not quite aware of them. Shad conveys information to us through Dalen in such a way that it feels like he's just like flat out telling us something. It's this book is not third person omniscient, it's third person limited, but he treats it like it's third person omniscient whenever it pleases him. It's very obnoxious.
A way around this for the aspiring authors in the chat, as well as whoever might be listening to this, an easy way around this, other than saying, is actually to show the places in question, describe the different architecture, the different styles of dress, the different styles of fighting. I have a lot of problems with the series, but like, say, Dorne is very different from the North in Game of Thrones. It's very different from like Essos and the Easterlings, what have you. Just having something as simple as like this place uses like knights in shining armor, and over here we've got people in effectively samurai outfits.
Ugok says, still mad that those 20 years are not in the book.
I have returned.
Sorry.
Oh shit.
Welcome back.
He's back.
Sorry for not getting you, Ugok. That's just like running gag, it seems. Grand Dark Fang, thanks for these streams and making me realize how stupid Shad is. One, on a more insightful subject, I'm working on a Ruby fanfiction and wanted to know if you all think a sentient Grim hybrid is possible. There's been plenty of fanfics to that effect, especially after the Hound. So like it is possible. It depends how you portray it.
How you rationalize it in lore. Just know that listen, Ruby barely sticks to its own rules as is. So as long as you come up with plausible reason and you just stick with it, you're fine.
I was going to add to the point about conveying this information. Have characters ask questions, and Shad does do this occasionally, but I don't know. I think it's only like once or twice that he has Dalen ask a question of somebody else that doesn't immediately benefit him in terms of like more so he has other people asking a question into the ether and Dalen just knows the answer.
Okay, so they do what they do in Freerun, but bad.
Yes, because Freerun, she's what, 500 years old? Is that right?
She's 1,000 years old.
Yeah,
she's 1,000.
Sorry. I was thinking back to the Aura scene because Aura's 500 years old. And like that was okay. Anyway, but Celtic Dalen knows everything. Dalen made everything, but we will get to that because now we got to pick up what happens after he jumps down. So we've been hanging on this point. He jumps down. He goes through the thing. The stones disappear.
Damn, we're still on this shit.
Well, yeah, we had a lot.
So much.
There's a lot to break.
We have a lot to talk about, man.
I wonder if we're even get it through on this stream. We'll have to see. Dalen invented knowing. Yes. So he comes out the other side. He's not dead. He's surprised, and magically, he has been restored to his youth, as described directly by him. He figures, I have my body as a 17-year-old. But I have the physicality that I had when I was 30. And yet I've retained my memories from when I was 80. And so, this is only one part of this, mind you, but we already need to hard stop. Shad, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm trying to...
He's the best of all worlds.
The point of this. Oh, hold on, gang, a call.
I'm trying to find it, actually. Where is the prose description, just to read it out for everyone?
Yeah, let me know if there's I don't actually know if I can do a specific page number in this. I can't. But yeah, no.
Here. Okay.
What chapter?
I have one part of it here. If I can read it quickly.
Was Dalen
Yep,
80
go
or
ahead.
did it say he was 60? He was 60 when he was overthrown.
Okay, so I have, he knelt to gaze at his reflection. A familiar youthful face, one he had not seen in decades, stared back at him. It was his face, his real face, not the one that had been marked and soiled by age, but the one he had grown most familiar with over the length of his own life, if a little bit more youthful. He looked to be in his late teens. That's where he sees his face, is just, he looks to be there. I'm trying to find the physical body if he can
Also,
see too.
it's like really strange that he doesn't consider his current face, his 80-year-old face, to be his face. Like it has been described in the first chapter as like almost as if he is in somebody else's body.
I am back again.
It's
Welcome back.
very much Shad put the cart before the horse. Now, there
Yeah.
are psychological things where people remember their face differently. Like if you saw your face on someone else, first of all, what the fuck is happening in your life? But second of all, it would be very unnerving. In terms of like
Very.
you wouldn't quite recognize yourself. There would be details that like when you look in a mirror, your eyes kind of like start to glaze over in time. But even still, by this point, he's 80 years old. You're looking in the mirror and you're seeing an old man. Like it doesn't matter how much time has passed. When you look back at yourself when you're 17, you're gonna be like, damn, I look at my childhood self when I was like 6, and I'm like, God damn, you're a baby. I looked at I am a coach at my alma mater, and I look at my high school students that I'm coaching, and they are all goddamn babies. Like
Yeah.
18-year-olds who are going off to college, they look like they came right out of the fucking crib. It's really like unnerving. It's like, oh damn, did I look that? Like I thought I looked mature when I was in my senior year. What the fuck is this?
No, I was about to say it's a similar case with me because I have to work with high schoolers as well. And like even just seeing the ones, I mean, granted, it's a little bit hard to tell with like some of the guys than it is with the girls, but even still, they're all like, "Oh my god, bro, you look like you just got in the 8th grade, man." I don't know.
Yeah. So it's one of those like just the way that Dalen talks about himself is full of different contradictions, and this is just like the surface layer of it. But okay, so he gets his youthful body, he gets his adult strength, and he has his aged ancient mind. So he now has literally everything anyone could ask for, and he's also a drop dead gorgeous heartthrob. We will get to that.
Because of course he is.
But
yes.
wait, there's more.
He then also gets magical powers. On
Bonds
top of
of
all of
light.
that, he is given, we'll learn later, the powers equivalent of an archknight. And of a light body, like, we'll get into that. But basically, the mages of this world, the clerics and the paladins, he gets their power sets. And he can do incredible feats by bonding the light within his body, because everything in this world revolves around light and darkness. The light within his body, he can bind it to different attributes, and those attributes change in like basically response to how he binds them.
Yeah, and define attributes for me real quick, Celtic.
No, because Shad doesn't either, and that becomes a massive fucking problem. So what we mean is that like he binds he binds it to strength at one point to increase his strength. That's kind of straightforward. But then he also binds it to endurance, which is a little more nebulous. Because is that not related to strength? How do strength and endurance interact? What about dexterity or speed? What is like when you affect your speed? Is it your entire body speeds up? Do your legs get faster? How does that work? Do you get more tired quickly?
Look, Raymond, he thinks of binding attributes like their stats in a video game, okay? Strength means
Exactly.
attack up.
That is like literally the passage here. He could channel light into 4 different attributes simultaneously. It made sense that this magic was called light binding, for binding was the most natural way he could describe what he was doing. Focusing on one of those paths or bonds, he channeled light into his speed, and having caught his breath, he ran.
Yeah. And then
Not
He what?
and it's not just his speed, as we'll soon find out.
Oh, in the same paragraph, like in the same chapter. I am in chapter, I think, 4 here for it. Yeah. In the same chapter, he runs off and falls into. He just falls to the ground and falls like a brick and just explodes everything. And then he goes, "Wait, I'm hurt. Let me see if I can make my healing faster."
And so he basically becomes
but what-
magical regenerator.
Yeah, he just
Yeah.
can.
Yeah, he just gives himself a healing
Oh,
factor.
no, we need to understand this healing factor is so fucking powerful that at one point in the story, about 2/3 of the way through, he binds all of his bonds to memory, right? It was memory, not intelligence.
Yes.
It was memory specifically to try and
Well, of
recall
course
as
it
much,
did.
like basically get, fucking psychic, photographic memory going on. And it works, but then he blows up his own brain as a result of over channeling, and his healing power automatically kicks in. Like his light just automatically binds into it to keep him alive. This man
Damn,
blows
curse
up,
technique.
blows up his own brain and survives. It's one of the weirdest fucking choices I could have ever seen. You just have an aneurysm and don't die immediately.
Good God.
I remember all of
know.
us sitting there
know
like with
what
bated
exactly
breath.
what I'm thinking.
We
I
were
know
all sitting there with
exactly.
bated breath like this would stick somehow, even though we knew that the book had to keep going.
Die, please die.
Silverhaired Freak, the first sign he wrote as a video game / TT RPG first before converting it into a novel. Potentially, I don't know if he tried to write an
Yeah.
RPG before.
Dude, imagine this shit in RPG Maker, dog.
Well,
Oh my god. That'd be
Oh my god,
terrifying.
that actually, if you made that, that might be hilarious if you just like know where to take the piss out.
Yeah. Wait,
Um, This all is Shad stroking his dick and fantasy life so hard. I mean, to be fair, he didn't try binding his light to his dick to see what happened, but we certainly thought about it. That's why when we had him falling, we had his dick glowing in a lot of the thumbnails.
Oh my god.
Well, and I do have another paragraph of it for him with his bonds if we want to read how that works.
One-handed
So
writing.
everyone
Oh.
can get it.
Sure, where is that?
Oh, go for it.
It's page 68, 69.
Nice.
For chapter 4. Yeah. It turned out that the first bond seemed to enhance different abilities to different levels. One bond to his strength seemed to double it, yet one bond to his eyes enhanced them far more than just double. Each consecutive bond stacked after that, regardless of the attribute, doubled whatever previous enhancement was already achieved. Thus, all 4 bonds enhanced his strength 16 times as much. Using all 4 bonds on his sight was different due to the first bond having a greater effect than the single bond on the strength had. It was very surreal. With his sight fully enhanced, Dalen could see the individual cell structure of living things within 5 meters of him, and then there was the weird shimmer around everything. It made him dizzy.
I want to remind everyone, he has had these powers for a grand total of like 20 minutes.
No, I want to remind everybody that he figured out how his powers worked well enough to stop himself from splatting onto the ground.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, we should probably establish that because he does hurtle towards the ground. Because remember, he dropped to the bottom, survived, went through the cloud layer at the top, and then continued falling towards the ground. That would inevitably meet up with him. Somehow during this time, he figured out he had magic powers. I cannot remember how he figured out he had magic powers in the first place.
I think he felt the
It's-
energy or something like that.
Yeah, well, and the thing is, when you're doing something like this, I would say that the best way to do it is to make it something instinctual.
Yes.
And that you
Yeah.
reach out, because if you're falling towards the ground from whatever height, and you don't want to be falling towards the ground, your instinct is to reach out with your hands or some sort of appendage to stop yourself from doing that. And
Yeah.
his powers could have just been an extension of that in this moment.
Yugok
And there would
says
be no problem.
he used the isekai cheat code. MC is in a video game, except he's not, but he might as well be in one. But it's just fantasy. Don't worry about it. I get really miffed by the isekai trend of everything has like hard mechanics and such. When I'm sitting here like, guys, the hard mechanical nature of TTRPGs that you're aping off of in video games is simply to try and quantify and gamify things that are supposed to be explainable as phenomena in their universe, not actually quantified necessarily. It's very, very frustrating to me that like they don't realize that not everything is in these clean-cut boxes.
It's quantified in games so that you can build craft as a player. It's not
so you can
quantified
play
for
the
any
game.
story reason.
Yeah.
Like there is no story reason to number crunching in any of these RPGs.
In D&D, they don't say, "Oh, this person is a level 12 wizard." No, they say this person's an archmage.
Yeah.
Like
Sometimes I'm looking over at Pathfinder right now and how like the classes are real in-game descriptions of people, and it frustrates the fuck out of me.
That's
Well, you get what I was
Pathfinder.
going
They
for, at
got
least.
issues.
I mean, hey, D&D has issues too.
Correct.
That's
Yeah,
Raymond's home tabletop thing.
Yeah. But no, so he figured this out while falling, and his solution to falling to his death was to change his mass. I want to emphasize there, when did we learn the concept of like mass versus weight? When was that in like discovered or understood? Like, was it Greek? Was it like in Greece that we discovered it? Was it before then? I don't know.
Well,
It felt strangely advanced for him to be like, I decreased my mass and then I increased my mass in order to achieve certain effects. And like when he increases his mass, he freezes in time because his mass has no inertia. Like it basically he figured out a fucking glitch in the universe in order to learn how to fly.
Yeah. Well, to answer your question, by the way, the formal description, from what I remember and what a quick lookup has given to me, Newton actually was the first to sort of quantify it overall.
Ah, yes, and then he went on to terrorize the fantasy world. This all adding up. It's all adding up.
Yeah.
Indeed.
100%. He
Fuck
made
Newton.
giant robots in order
No.
to make a wish granting device.
The Isaac Newton, it just continues to be the bane of isekai worlds.
Yes.
Motherfucker invented calculus and just kept making evil.
Yeah.
If
to
you
be
were
fair,
if you were to change his mass, wouldn't he be smaller or larger? You'd think that. Also, what the fuck
Well-
does that do to the human body? Because like the idea I got in my mind is that somehow he is reducing the amount of material while maintaining the same shape. Like it's
I had no idea.
I don't know, man. We're thinking about this way more than Chad did.
Yeah, because like one thing that a
That's
lot
true.
of fantasy worlds and a lot of science fiction worlds have to deal with that is a very unpleasant reality is conservation of mass. Looking over at you, Resident Evil. Hi! Can we stop with the giant fucking monsters that don't have the mass to begin with, please? Sorry, I've been on a Resident Evil kick, and I've just gotten more pissed off at the current some of the trajectory the games have taken. I don't know, this makes as much sense as a Roadrunner cartoon. Don't insult the Roadrunner like
How
that. That's
dare
rude.
Yeah, I
you?
was about to say, what
Who the
fuck?
fuck?
Keep his name
Out
out
your fucking mouth. But yeah, so Dalen, from this point forward, becomes basically an unstoppable god because he is in his youth he was already a sword fighting master, so he is an expert sword fighter. He has a super special magic awesome sword, by the way, that he recovers from his house, called Imperious, which is like the most specialist awesome sword to ever exist because he magically forged it. Was that while in Exile, or that was before Exile? That was like him in his prime.
It was
Yeah, it has to
before
be,
Exile
like, before
because
that.
the sword is heavily tied to the identity of Dalen.
Right. Shad, where'd you learn physics? Mass stays the same, so his not self-insert would have tremendous effect on the world with sudden change of mass. Yeah, there's also that thing.
Nah.
Spontaneous
that'll come up
creation
a
of
lot.
mass would like completely disrupt the entire balance between energy and mass and matter.
Hey
Fuck you,
guys, did
entropy.
you know that Dalen is an engineer and that Shad is also an engineer?
Yes?
Did you guys know that?
He
What?
is?
Yeah.
I didn't
I
know
did not know
that.
that.
I didn't know he's an engineer by trade. Okay.
Mhm.
That explains some of his writing now.
I think. I
Well,
feel like
I'd actually say no. That doesn't explain some of his writing. 'cause
That actually
I'm
makes some of his
a-
writing worse.
I know. I was
I'm
talking about
surprised
some of
that
his
things come up
vociferous
before
over
this in
explanation.
any of our streams talking about him.
It is a
No,
wonder.
we've actually discussed him being an engineer before. It's just there is so much shit going on that details like that just kind
Yeah,
of
it
get
kinda
lost.
got
Robbie is
vaporized
saying
from our
he was an architect, which
Ah.
I mean, to be fair, is adjacent to engineering.
It is.
It
but
is
that does
different
make
though.
the-
It is one of those like distinctions. Very important.
I'm
Very
pretty
good
sure he has
question,
called himself an engineer in one of his videos.
Oh,
before, though.
was it like that one guy that did he call himself an engineer? That one guy. And
Oh,
then,
is it Mudahar? He pulled a Mudahar.
Mudahar called
Yeah.
himself like an engineer.
Ah.
And like people have like needled down and it's like, oh, so you're like not an engineer at all. You're just some
Yeah.
but yeah, no, so we'll get to that because like okay, so Dalen is an expert swordsman now in the prime of his youth, but also with the prime of his adulthood, physicality wise. So he's incredibly strong baseline, he's incredibly youthful, so he's got a lot of years ahead of him. He's got magical powers that he can use to buff himself exponentially, for the record.
Yeah.
That's the term that he didn't use, which baffles me. I don't actually, does he ever use the word exponential? I don't think he does. It's a
No, I don't think so. And he has forgotten that brevity is the soul of wit, but also Shad doesn't have wit, so that explains that.
silver-haired freak. Shad, hey, look, buddy, I'm an engineer. That means I cause problems. Trust me, I'm an engineer. But the so then like he has that going on, and then on top of that, as we go through his journey, and we'll get to the purpose of his journey because that's a whole can of worms. As we go along his journey, we get insights to his opinions and thoughts on the world and his history with it. Every time, I want to say 9 times out of 10, we encounter some level of technology. From the airships to the automatic carriages, which are basically just cars, to the shot spikes, to the fucking shield around one of the cities, to some of the skyscrapers. Every single time, 9 times out of 10, he is somehow fundamentally responsible for that technological innovation. He is some absolute genius, brilliant mechanic that he invented all of these incredible pieces of technology that improved the world immensely. Like, on the most fundamental, this man dragged the Middle Ages, at best the Renaissance, kicking and screaming up to the 1920s. We are talking about 400 fucking years of technological innovation in the matter of like 20.
Look, he's just built like that, you know?
Yeah, by an artificial hand reaching down and playing with his Legos.
Don't you know that he created that artificial hand?
Oh. My God, can you imagine? Oh my God, I'm just imagining the worst thing. The very end of the series is ultimately Dalen sacrificing himself somehow. But like what it turns out is that in his sacrifice, he ascends, and this entire time he has actually been the light.
Yo, I was about to
I
say,
can
yo,
believe
this is like you have truly ascended, my child. You shall become. You will take my place as God on some like.
No, he has always
freaking-
been God. Like that's the
Yeah,
implication.
he's
that
always
Dalen
been
Yeah.
God the whole time.
Izanagi
have been
says,
the ultimate.
and then there is the matrology conversation that felt really like an unneeded.
We'll get there.
That's what happens after this.
Yeah. Well, to be
Yeah.
We'll
fair,
get
I'm
there.
kind of being loosey-goosey with a little bit of this, because we can start heading towards that. So Dalen, in his brilliance, absolute brilliance here. Well, first he has to make it back home. Like that's part of it. And we can walk to the matriology, but I want to get to his plan because he starts forming a plan almost immediately. What happens if you're suddenly a tyrannical dictator that has done the most horrible things ever on the planet, and you're hated by just about 99% of the population, but you've now been given a completely new lease on life with magical powers? Well, he decides, well, I've been divinely ordained by God himself, the light, to go right the wrongs of my past and do good in this world. And you're like, okay, still got problems here, but you can make this work. We can make this concept work. We can work with this. So his first goal is, well, I need to fabricate my identity, which, okay. It's like, no one's going to believe that I was Daedalus the Conqueror, which, true, he's suddenly a 17-year-old. That actually becomes a problem later on. But then he says, so I must be a son, but there's a problem. I set up this amazing bureaucratic system that logs every single birth in the entire world across the board. And so I have no record of my birth. So my first goal, once I've reclaimed my possessions from my little hovel, is to travel to the capital of my country, which is somehow keeping all of these records, and forge my birth certificate. His first goal is to commit identity fraud.
Identity theft is
the first
bro, he pulled a Mike Ross.
The first thing that is a problem with this is the new government that's in place. They're still using the thing that the weirdo sex pest Conqueror put in place to keep track of everybody.
They kept
this is a registry.
They've kept almost everything of his, except for the points where when he comes across them, it says, "Oh, they made it worse here." That's a complete thing throughout the novels.
Yeah.
Oh, I invented that, and they're not using it quite right. I invented that and it benefited everyone. I invented that and it benefited everyone. I invented that and it benefited everyone. But the people in charge aren't using it quite right anymore. So that's the first level of this. They're still using that shit. There's no taboo against it. And they're apparently doing it poorly by Dalen's measurements. So that's the first problem. Second problem, how the fuck did this thing work in the first place?
Yeah, 100%. How would you be able to log every single bastard child that you had?
There's no mention of magic in relation to it. What? They're not logged? What?
The bastard children aren't logged because Dalen never had any bastards. Remember?
Right.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay.
So, oh God. Fuck, you're right. Oh God. Oh God. That ending now makes even less sense. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Okay, so his goal for the majority of the book, mind you, we're talking 3/4 of it, is to get to this city, somehow break into a federal building. So we're adding criminal trespass onto there, tampering with evidence, fabricating documents. We're talking multiple counts of federal level crimes for his first step of atonement. So we got that going.
Combo breaker.
Hikaru, so none of his kids were born out of no kids were born out of wedlock. The idea of kids,
no kids were born in wedlock.
Yeah. That was died.
So we have that level of, oh, so you're not going to be upfront and honest about anything. You're still deceptive and fuck. Okay, I guess we can still work with this. But then we go back to the root of the issue is this filing system does not, how does it even exist? It's impossible. Yeah. Do they have people out in the fucking boonies? Someone who is running away from their family because they had an affair with a rival family's son? Is she giving birth in the woods and just a fucking auditor is already out there with a birth certificate? How does this work?
Videos.
Wait, is this why the Joker won't fight the IRS? They're this powerful.
Yes,
exactly.
And it's magically she gives birth, and stepping out from behind the tree is just fucking the auditor from Star Trek DS9, and he's just like, ah, yes, I see you've given birth. You already owe this much in back taxes for being alive. Here's your birth
Sign here,
certificate.
please.
Sign here,
It-
please. Here's the birth certificate. Have a nice day. And he just like slips behind a tree and vanishes.
Dude, what the fuck?
It's like those
Oh.
meme videos of the "Hi, I'd like to speak to you of your car extended warranties," guys, just like popping out of the ocean to come talk to random people.
Fucking like there's a phone ringing inside the tree that she's leaning against while giving birth, and like it opens a hatch and there's a phone in there that's calling her.
Write that
wait.
down. Write that
You
down.
So,
know,
like-
we're missing the obvious explanation. The light did it, guys.
Yeah. So basically, he creates a problem like this recognize this problem is created exclusively to give two things. One, a goal for Dalen to go, a journey for Dalen to go on. It's a reason for him to get to this capital city. And two, to facilitate a massive reveal down the line that is undermined on several fucking levels, which hopefully we will get to.
Well, also, I'm looking at it right now. The reason he needs to forge his identity is because he decides I might go join the Arc Knights that could use some help. So his goal is to go join the do-gooder Knights. He has to forge his identity first.
Is it the Lightbinders or can the
The
Archknights
Archknights.
lie?
The Arc Knights, the Lightbinders, are the priests.
No, I was gonna say
Lightbinders can't lie. Arc Knights can.
Okay. So we already have
No. Because Lyra couldn't lie, and that's why she had to like bend the truth.
Well, then that's just shit now, isn't it?
right. So
But that's such a non-part of what they do. I don't remember it at all.
Yeah, I only remember Auric and his ability to lie and saying I didn't kill him, gravity did, motherfucker.
oh god,
I
we'll get to Auric.
specifically remember that there was a plot point that they said that was eventually proven to be false. That Arc-Knights could not lie or they would lose their light powers.
Tortoise, why? She gives birth and the guy recording births comes out of the womb with the baby.
I'm sure that it's not Dan Schneider.
You guys need to understand, I'm writing my work up for Silent Hill F. I just got done with the enemies, and the last enemy I covered were the Hatchers, the creatures that give birth to other enemies, the one that's all about.
those
And so, like, I have that fresh image in my head, and it's just not mixing well. Oh, Tortoise, why?
That's your own fault, man.
Oh,
Of course we saw that. We're looking at the chat. We like talking with you guys.
yeah, you guys aren't here for fucking wall decoration.
You guys are funny.
It's a stream, man.
I understand Garden of Banban lore better than this. Okay. While that is true, I do recommend seeking help for that.
Medical or psychological?
Yes.
Mm.
And maybe
A fool
mechanical
no more,
too.
by the
That
way.
one.
A
We're not
Fool
here
No
for the
More
bird.
says
I'm here for the talking book. Oh, no one likes
appreciate it,
me.
Titan.
Oh,
I appreciate you, Titan. Put her there, my man.
"Damn."
Damn,
I was
guess
gonna say-
it's here for decoration. All right.
I was gonna say, a Fool
I
No
mean,
More
Titan
says.
has already tried to replace me, so.
True.
sorry, Zero kept trying to say something.
No, I was reading the chat. I was just trying to say, a
I'm-
Fool No More says that knights can lie, but the normies don't know that.
Ah.
Oh.
Which I think that's what it is, because I remember it being a very sticking point for Auric, but not really for Lyra.
But yeah.
Fair
So
enough.
now Dalen, who has landed, is this around the time that he explodes himself? Because he does that.
Yeah, it's when
Which
he's
time?
visiting him.
He's
Yeah,
like,
I was gonna say.
oh, you.
You just said which time. That's a perfectly reasonable question.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know
no,
what
no.
else
Which
to
time,
say.
like the first
Yeah.
time that he's
Yeah,
like
right,
really
yeah, well, that
experimenting
narrows
with
it
like
down.
mass and stuff, like he blows himself up. I like you, but you seem to hate me. It's not that I hate you. No, I don't. Like legitimately, I don't know why, but you managed to send super chats at like the exact wrong time in order for us to catch it. Like either we're deep into a conversation that's just going to keep on going for a while, or we're focusing on something else so intently that you just go by. I have the super chat fan funding up in a different tab. It's really hard that I'm keeping track of so much right now. I'm so sorry.
You're
man.
like Forget-Me-Not from Marvel, man.
Yeah, we love you, man. We love you. We do. But yeah, so this is around the time he experiments with his powers and he ends up like blowing himself up a couple of times. It's really silly and stupid. Robert Glendini, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Congratulations to everyone that got caught in that blast except Deaderex. Enjoy all of your emoticons that you can now use in chat, as well as access to the Team Frostbite Discord server, the Tundra, when you link your Discord to your YouTube. So yes, he explodes himself several times. He's kind of an idiot. He gets his super cool powers. And then he winds up, he has to walk all the way home. He's like several, I don't know how far he is ultimately. He's a long distance.
He's
A
in
while.
Frey.
He's in Frey, which is another neighboring country. And he has to spend the night at a Freyish family's house. Does anyone here want to get into that while I go get a drink? Because my throat is now
Hey,
dry.
why, if you want to be, well, I guess the best way
Yeah.
to describe it is the resident female.
Yeah, 'cause as I put
you're
it
the
in my
token.
notes,
Go do your thing.
as I put it in my notes, I ain't touching this with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, let the token
And I'll be
handle
back to give the Catholic perspective, because apparently this is Catholic somehow.
Oh,
What?
yeah.
Excuse you?
Okay, so I think I know why it's Catholic, because like the Catholics have the whole thing with the Virgin Mary and stuff like that. But the whole thing with matriology is that unlike the patriarchy, it's the women who are the more important gender. So they have a whole thing about how like men and women are separate but equal, kind of in the same way that patriarchy is, but women are revered for their ability to give birth. And so their whole religion revolves around how women are not allowed to destroy or kill anything. Only men are allowed to do that. Women can only create things. Only men can destroy things. Men are not allowed to invent or create things in their culture. But also women are revered and worshipped within the household, and there are different versions of sects of matriology where some are more conservative, some are more liberal, in which case he just means sluttier. And this family, I think, is the more conservative version. So like the women are all fat. They're all demure, but they also have a level of authority over the husband, which is sacrilegious to Shad, because men have to be the head of the household.
I was about to
And
say, isn't
they
this the same chapter where like it's always pointed out how
Oh,
the
stacked?
freaking mom is?
Oh,
Yes.
as you
Not
were
just the
asking,
mom,
I
but
have
the
the
daughters,
description
too.
right here.
Oh no.
Ooh, go
Nice.
read it.
The daughters are adults.
Tygo's-
Well, that just record there, but
Tygo's
still.
wife.
He's fat.
Tygo's wife, a very large woman with breasts the size of melons, sat at the head of the table like all proper Frisian households. That's pretty much it as for her description.
But
There's,
did
like,
she
something
breast
about her hair,
boobly down
but-
the stairs?
But on top
Yeah.
of that, during the entire conversation, as he's sitting down with them for dinner or is it breakfast, it doesn't matter.
It's a meal.
It's a meal, generic insert meal here. No sticky bread, unfortunately.
Aw.
Yeah.
But every time he keeps making comments how these girls were like batting their eyelashes at him because he's so goddamn handsome and so goddamn sexy. But Dalen, oh no, they were but children. Ew, no. Like these girls as with their breasting boobily. No. And that's that's where we started with the gay jokes for Dalen.
It's really funny too, because he thinks that 50-year-old men are still children because they're 30 years younger than he is. So I just gotta wonder if this 17-year-old man, if he, like, no matter what, like, if he would just, like, go after a 70 or 80-year-old man or woman.
Yeah.
See, now I would actually like to have seen that, and I hate myself for not.
Okay.
I mean, we thought they were setting up a romance for Lyra. And she's 50,
Yeah.
so
They won't seal the deed for
Right,
at least
and I will
another
also
30
mention,
years.
just because he sees someone as a kid doesn't mean that's gonna stop him. We'll
Actually,
get
yeah,
into that.
as we found out, that makes him want him more.
But yeah, also, like,
Eh.
I can't remember exactly what it was that he said, that, like, because they worship a woman, like a like their goddess or whatever. Is that how they worship the light? Is that it?
I think so, yeah.
believe so.
I have. I don't think this one is. Oh wait, okay. It mentions the godmother here. So, according to Frisian religion called matriology, because women gave birth, they possessed a sliver of creation and thereby shared some of the godmother's own power, which was why only women could offer blessing. In Dalen's opinion, this was contradicted by the fact that men and women could also receive divine powers. Yeah. That's about it. As I found.
Shad has made no small indication that he has a very elevated opinion of sorry, overhyping. Oh my, he put it in meme Metropolis.
Wait, what did
It's
he
so
do?
sad. I'm sorry,
Oh,
Deadrex.
no.
I'm sorry. It's the super chats and everyone else.
Damn. No.
Oh my god. Ow.
All right.
Oh,
So
I
to put
also-
the point on this, Shad has they had this son that wanted to be like Dalen. Yeah. Basically this entire family, even though he like looks down on them, they all look up to him. It's like they're all salivating over him. And he is such a disrespectful prick by the end of his visit.
Wow.
Like, I know he tries to like hedge it and like, oh, we can agree to disagree, whatever. It still comes off as like just very pandering, like, I'm right, you're wrong kind of thing.
Oh yeah, they debate each other with facts and logic. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah, I'm looking at that segment right now.
Fuck,
and
I
it
forgot
literally
about that.
starts.
You
the
don't
conversation for
understand.
that goes so
You don't
fast.
understand, Zero, everybody. He's already depicted you as the inferior soy jack and him as the Chad.
He's depicted you as the female and him as the male.
Manly man.
But no, so to the point of like, if this is apparently a shot at Catholicism, because I know Shad very much thinks that Mormonism is like the best Christianity. I'm not disrespecting Mormons themselves with this, but I think Mormonism is definitely not. Reminder, always, if you disagree with an ideology, it's with the ideology, not the people. You can have discussions about it. You don't need to hurt anyone over it. That's the important part. And I hold myself and everyone to that standard. But when it comes to the ideology, I'm not a fan of Mormonism. I know I am Catholic in my upbringing. And there's a lot of Christians out there that see the worship of saints, or more so the prayer to saints in Catholicism, as like worshiping false idols, because we're not praying directly to God. But the way that Catholics see it is saints, angels, all these other entities within the larger religious beliefs of Catholicism, they are agents of God and they serve different purposes. And so when you are praying to one, it is basically like you're calling directly to the department of heaven that you need to reach. Like you're asking for their general you're not asking for the general manager, you're asking for their IT guy.
I actually have a small statue of Saint Michael that my grandma gave me specifically for that purpose.
Oh, dope. Saint Michael's cool.
Oh, he's absolute Chad.
I know what was it? Oh, I can't remember which. My sister prays to him all the time. because he's the god of finding things, and it almost always works. When she prays to him, she almost always finds it. Whether that's
Could not tell you.
now, I was gonna say, if you want to attribute that to actual divine intervention or just good self-talk helping you figure out where something's gone, I'll leave that to the audience. Why did I immediately think of Michael Jackson? I mean, to be fair, he's up there. He actually, they switched roles, and you don't want to be slain. Trust me, Saint Michael, way better to run into than Saint Michael Jackson. Okay, like I'm telling you, you don't want to get hip thrust to death. All right, Saint Michael has a flaming sword. You don't want to know what Michael Jackson has. Oh my god, he throws his hat like a fucking buzzsaw, like Odd Job.
Dude, that might be. Isn't that
love that,
one of the
actually.
moves in like that
Saint Anthony.
moonwalk game
Thank you,
for the
Saint
Sega
Anthony.
Genesis?
Nice.
Might be one of those or something like that.
But yeah, basically after he destroys this entire family's religion with facts and logic, they very kindly lend him a sword. Do they just give it to him, or do they lend it to him?
No,
Yeah,
they
they
gave it
do.
to him.
Okay, they give it to him because everyone needs a sword. Even though he doesn't. This man could literally punch a hole in a wall if he wanted to, but he doesn't.
Right.
So he gets a sword just to make it on his way back home, and then he basically just runs all the way back home magically. Which, for the record, he never gets spotted by anyone with this, right?
No.
No one
Just
sees
him.
this man running like 50 miles per hour down the road.
No, not at all.
Yeah, no.
It's
He's
like-
a blur.
He's a
A bluebird,
the
you might say,
fucking
with hair
Flash is blushing. So he makes it back
Actually,
home.
he's in disgust.
There's nowhere to run.
There's not. These are all-
Oh my god.
But no, so he makes it to his home, his hovel, the little place that he stayed as an old man. And this is where we're first introduced to Auric. Auric is a Teresian. Teresian,
Teresian.
Terizo.
Yep.
Don't stop to talk. Don't stop to talk. Okay.
Unfortunately,
Unfortunately, there's a lot of that in this book.
This podcast.
Yeah, but you're literally here for us to stop and talk. So he gets to this place and he meets Auric, who is a dark-skinned with bright yellow hair. I forgot to mention he has anime hair in this. All of them have anime hair. It's
yeah, all of them
really-
have anime hair.
It's like it's one of those things that you really struggle with as a writer if you want to have these outlandish colors. Like, you don't realize how awkward it is to describe someone like, we don't have a word for someone with blue hair that is on the par with brunette. So with a brunette. So people use words like blunette or
Pinkhead.
pinkette, which come off as really awkward.
Really?
Like, and they can come off like, I have ones like, what was the one that I came up with that I liked all right? Ozurite for blue-haired person. I think that was fine. But like other ones I really struggled with. But like that's the point. It's like we're already there with like different colored hair, and the way they describe them are just ugly. Like, we're gonna meet a character later on who's pretty prominent that has green with a red stripe in it, which there are contrasting colors, but I don't know if I want to be known as the Christmas Kringle for the rest of my life.
I was going to make that joke.
I
Stole it from
find it I find it frustrating because like Shad has the anime hair colors in his book. I do that too with my characters
Mhm.
because they're not meant to be human, and
I was
that's
gonna say,
supposed
she's
to be
dealing
one
with
of
Fae.
that's supposed to be one of the ways that humans can catch our characters out is whether or not they have like these candy colored hair and eye colors, and that my characters have to hide the fact that they're not human. But like I'm doing something with that, not just, oh, they have the candy colored hair just for the fuck of it.
I mean, I don't mind the candy colored hair, but one, it kind of feels that like, I don't know how much anime Shad has watched in terms of this.
Yeah.
So
Not enough.
not enough.
Well,
but
if he's a fan of Rurouni Kenshin, then I feel like he's probably a decent like he's probably watching
No.
Eh.
Rurouni, for his age, Rurouni Kenshin's basic bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I suppose so.
Like
Yeah, he
I
is, like,
grew up
what,
with Kenshin
40?
on like Toonami. So
Yeah, that's pretty fair. Like Shad is like 40, right? I
Yeah.
think.
He made a video on Ranma half, so maybe he's watched that.
that's also basic bitch.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying he
Like,
he
it-
might have watched that. I just know he made the video on it.
When I cannot say this for certain. Shad, if you consider this a sin against you, please don't. I don't know what your experience with anime is, but it comes across like he's a very casual viewer of it, which
Yeah.
leads to problems when you try to integrate things that are more common in that kind of genre. For one,
Casual.
yeah, I don't know, like hair colors. It's just a weird thing. It's one of those things you got to be very careful about because it can come off as awkward. And here it comes off like everyone has radioactive follicles. And to be fair, it affects their brain capacity as well. So Auric is a Teresian, dark skin. He's a black guy with very bright yellow hair, which already it just seems like that's not a good pair up to me, especially in the cover art. I don't think he looks
mean,
very good.
I will.
He's
will
not the
say,
worst,
as,
but
I guess as another token of the podcast myself, I don't like being represented in this book. I advocate for the reverse representation of this from this book.
please
you,
whitewash
Keep
this
me out.
character.
Whitewash this character, yeah. My sake.
Oh wait, I found his description. It's actually all the way back in chapter 1.
Breasted.
Here,
Boob.
yeah. If I just find the right one, there we go.
But yeah, go
I
ahead.
can read it out if we'd like.
Go ahead.
He was in his. The man turned to look at Dalen. He was at least in his 50s, yet still looked like a pup to Dalen's aged eyes. His face looked to have been chiseled from stone for all its sharp angles, defined jaw, and prominent chin. He was clearly fit and strong, a common trait among Teresians, as identified by the bringer's dark brown skin and bright yellow hair, which was cut very short and faded at the temples.
So yes,
That's-
Auric has a fate.
Yeah.
He has a fate.
I personally think he just watches anime to appease his kids but can't stand it. Very possible. I did not like his take on the Keyblade. I remember that video. You guys can go back to our history. We raged about that.
Yep.
Because he didn't understand a lot about it and he didn't acknowledge like its actual function in universe. Like he didn't even like give it a token throw.
I mean, the
even-
weird thing about that was that he knows the explanation, and then he chooses to just say that it's trash anyway.
Well, he didn't even say the explanation. Like
Oh, he did.
No, he didn't. Like you get like a one sentence blurb from his friend, and that's about it.
Oh,
I don't even
God.
think they showed gameplay footage either.
They didn't. They made a really crude mock up of it. Which, by the way, you can buy full size Keyblade replicas, and they're not all that expensive now. They're like $50.
Really?
You can buy sparring keyblades, like you
Yeah.
can buy sparring swords. Like it's not hard to get.
And that's what
Yeah.
is it Scalagrim or someone else, like not Scalagrim, it was
Cell sword.
Sellsword. They did that, and then they talked about like, oh, it's very impractical this way, and then someone pushed them to take another look at it, and they're like, oh, there's a different stance, and when you do it like this,
Yeah.
it actually kind of works. It's a
Yeah.
little more,
Hammer
it's
grip.
still a little awkward, but like you can get a lot of use out of this if you know how to use it. So it's like it was just very interesting that like you have a lot of contrast. Admittedly, they were being held at gunpoint by one of their workers, so you know.
As they should have been.
But yeah, so
Yeah.
he gets back home, he meets Auric, and Auric is an arch knight. Or he's a lightbinder. Sorry, lightbinder.
Yeah.
Lightbringer?
Bringer. Yes.
Like-
Lightbringer.
He's a cleric.
There's a lot of terms that get confused with others.
He's a cleric. And yeah, he keeps adding terms. That's another problem, is he keeps adding proper nouns up until the very end of the fucking book. He's a lightbringer, which means that basically he's been chosen by the light to be a healer. That's kind of his thing. I can't remember what else they do.
He is the moral authority.
Yeah, he's a moral authority. He's Linkara. No,
Yeah, I
guys.
was about to say they should have replaced
Oh,
it.
no.
Honestly, I wanted this character to be whitewashed just so we can call this guy Linkara. I don't want to call this guy Black Kara.
Guys, as someone who has read Lightbringer, it's better than this.
Oh fuck! Really?
I can believe it.
Well, it's shorter for one thing.
Is it
I actually
shorter?
don't know if
How-
it's shorter.
How long is it?
It
No?
was weirdly long. I remember it having like a significant length for a time, but it could be. It could be shorter. I'm not entirely sure. It like again, I haven't read it in forever, but it was like so. Yeah, no. To give like, ironically, there is some overlap because Lightbringer tried to tackle some pretty serious issues. I mean, the first fucking villain was a slave trader.
Yeah,
Was a
I
sex
remember
slave
that.
trader in specific. It was.
Yeah.
It had a lot of the same problems, but at the very least, the main character didn't come across as a completely reprehensible bastard.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
didn't
No,
start
he
off.
just came
as-
off as being better than thou.
I was
Yeah.
about to say he came off like he was, stuck up his own ass.
And
you
it,
know,
to be
but,
fair,
like-
to give credit to Linkara, it did improve over time. Like the writing did get gradually better. It wasn't the greatest, but like he did learn from his mistakes, and he does talk very openly about the mistakes he made previously. It's like he has redeeming
Too bad he
characteristics.
doesn't know how to laugh. Too bad he doesn't know how to laugh at himself in regards to that, or hates it when other people do. So like Oni plays.
Yeah. Silver-haired freak. It doesn't help that you can count the amount of terms in this book that aren't some derivative of light on one hand. Christ, yes. And Linkara acknowledges it was pretty bad. Yeah, he does. Like, Linkara has redeeming qualities that I have not seen in Shad for a while. Shad struggles to humble himself, unfortunately. Linkara gave us the Power Rangers retrospective at least. Yes, and those are very lovely. But yes, back to the point. He meets Arik, and Arik basically says, look, I've been sent here by the light. Like, it gave me a call on the telephone and said, hey, come here. And it said I need to accompany you in specific. So basically, congratulations, Arik has joined the party, and Dalen is none too pleased about this. And Dalen begins his long line of lies, where he says, oh, I'm the son of Dalus the Conqueror. Because he needs to explain why he's, like, rightfully owns all the shit that Dalus has. So he gives a whole slew of lies, effectively. And in the process, for the record, he's asked, oh, who did Dalus have this child with? Oh, it's this one woman over here who died, like, almost the exact amount of time I need her to have died years ago, implying that Dalen ended up having an affair with this spinster woman. And she wasn't a spinster, she was just just unwed. This unwed woman. Wait, was she old? Did she die of old age? Was that how she died?
Yes.
How
I
old was
believe
she when
so.
she's supposed to have given birth to him?
I knew I needed something. A woman.
But
If you remember that Mulan bit.
Yeah.
I was just watching the EFAP movie of Mulan.
Then chill.
Wait, what?
It's just coincidence there. But no, like, so basically this woman who is now long dead, he defames her, saying that she slept with Dalus the Conqueror and gave birth to his son, who was then not hidden from authorities, because he doesn't explain that bit, because you all know the tax man does come for him when he was born to this woman who is dead. It's like Dalen has now, like, he is on the path to commit multiple crimes. He is lying about, he's already kind of committing identity fraud, and he is now defaming a dead person. So we're off to a great
Our
start
hero,
on
ladies
this
and
moral
gentlemen.
redemption story.
Our hero.
But basically after that, Dalen and Arik set out for the capital because he gives, I can't remember what excuse he gives to Arik, but it's just like, I need to go to the capital. I need to do things in the capital. And Arik's like, all right, I'm following you. It's like, all right, great. Don't women stop having kids in like their 40s? Yeah. Now she might have been old enough. Like, you can still have kids past your 40s. Like, it does happen. One of my cousins is actually I think my aunt had her at like 41, 42. But like by that point, it becomes far more difficult, and there's a much higher risk of complications and also birth defects. So like which honestly, I would believe there was some birth defects with Dalen. Oh God. And now
His mother stood too close to the Darkstone while she was pregnant.
Jesus
No,
Actually, I'm not
no, guys, we had to discuss this. Yo, Zero, why is it that standing near the Darkstone is the problem?
What's wrong with that, man? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with
Dude,
the
I didn't think this far ahead, man. Oh wait, no,
maybe
because
maybe
light
there's some privilege you need to check, bro.
Look! It's because light is within everyone, and when light gets too close to the Darkstone, they repel. So it like pushed him to the wall.
No.
I'm gonna stop.
No, you
Okay,
see,
so
you see,
that the dark need to get pushed out.
she actually absorbed a light stone because light stone is a vaccine to darkness.
No. I regret this chain of conversation.
I don't. It's hilarious.
I love it.
Yeah, this is great.
Okay, so he lies about all of this, and now we have to talk about another can of worms that's wonderful. Dalen is quite possibly the worst person at hiding he is Daedalus the Conqueror.
For a guy called the Great Deceiver, he's horrible at lying.
Yeah. Yes. He cannot remember for the life of him that he is trying to pose as his own 17-year-old son, and constantly makes comments to the effect that he calls people openly children when they are decades older than him. It's like, that's
Visibly.
a weird fucking thing for a 17-year-old. You're a child. It's like, I am 36 years old. What the fuck? You're a baby. What are you talking about? It is one of the most, like, Shad is trying to write this thinking that, oh, he's an 80-year-old in a 17-year-old's body, so he'll have to, like, he'll keep making these mistakes over and over again. But A, he shouldn't. He's sharp as a tack. Like, his entire, like, he has the memories of being 80, but his brain is supposed to be back at its prime. Like, it's fresh, and it's still full of the wrinkles that got smoothed out over the ages. Only the problem is, what we see of him implies that it's literally smoother than a goddamn ditto. It's, and then he has to do like the comedy movie thing of scrambling to cover for his lies over and over again, where it's like, oh no, I actually meant this. Which are just transparently awful fucking lies. It's
Adam Sandler in Shadow of the Conqueror. Just imagine that shit, dog.
Oh my god! You know what? Shadow of the Conqueror deserves an Adam Sandler adaptation.
Voice the entire time.
Oh no.
Dude, Zero. Okay, next time we gotta read dialogue off of Dalen, send it to me and I'll just do the.
Oh, perfect. Chet Manley just sent us a quote. You want to read that quote from Chet Manley?
Yeah. I guess
I'll go close my blinds while you do that.
I will redeem myself by committing various unforgivable war crimes.
The best part of this is hearing Celtic off his mic too. The echo.
Oh, I'm always a sucker for a Chuckles quote. It's like, I'm going to commit unspeakable war crimes. I'll be wanted in at least 13 different countries.
No, Chuckles. I said war cries, not war crimes.
I'm going to commit various unforgivable war crimes. I'll be wanted in every country.
That was so peak. I love them
that
so
was
much.
such a great fucking ad-lib. Oh.
I love it so much.
Reminder, guys, this weekend, Hunger of Marhar Voln back up on this Saturday. So get excited for it. We'll hopefully have as hilarious as stuff with that. And if not, that's not our fault.
Aw.
Go, my child soldiers! So yes.
Zing, stay away from the mic.
Dalen is just constantly revealing who he is through his actions, through his speak. It doesn't help. We forgot to mention this. He has now donned the mark of mastery on his belt. So in this culture, there's an open practice of dueling in this world, where if someone is carrying someone's carrying a red band on their arm. That's it. They have a red band on their arm, like they're Che Guevara. You can challenge them to a duel, and you can spar it out, and you can wear a number, and you get a bead in your hair, every single time you win a match, because Shad has to somehow twist the expression "notches on the belt."
Of course.
Also, Shad just really likes beads.
Yeah. The what a hero on a motorcycle. So he has the mark of mastery, which does not make him a Keyblade master, for the record.
Thank God. He doesn't need the fucking Keyblade, dude.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, fucking Xehanort's looking at this guy like, what the fuck? No, get the fuck out of here.
Look, I have standards.
Look, I have standards.
I have standards.
I have 13 of myself, and one of them is goddamn Larxene. I ain't kidding you. But no, so he has this mark of mastery, and first of all, he's a 17-year-old, and marks of mastery are like the highest credential of sword fighter on the planet. Apparently.
Right.
That's apparently a uniform system, I guess. So he's already flashing, I'm a 17-year-old, and I am a 5th degree black belt in the ancientest arts of Taekwondo over in China, which isn't where Taekwondo is from.
I've been taught this technique by Tibetan monks.
Yes. So he's already flashing that out, and he invites, like, there's a moment during the travels where he's like, I hope we don't get stopped and challenged. And my immediate response is, just don't wear a red band on your arm. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
That means you're not open to being challenged. What? Why would that be a problem? Why are you wearing the red band? Like,
because I'm not a bitch.
It never goes explained why, like, the rules suddenly don't apply when they were established. It's really fucking weird. It doesn't help that he's also wielding Imperius, the blade of Dalus the Conqueror, who, because of how the magic blade works, would have shattered when he died, but he bullshits an excuse that it got passed down to his firstborn son, which is another fucking can of worms we will get to later.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, dude, it would be like if, okay, we totally need to hide that we're Ichigo, but we're wielding the
do not invoke fucking Ichigo in this.
But here,
I am not the biggest stan of Bleach in the world. Twice, but I am not the biggest stan of Bleach. But my fucking god is Ichigo. Goddamn light years. That man had to try so goddamn hard and train for fucking weeks at a time. Like, he actually put effort into how that character was developed. This is shit.
It also doesn't hurt that Ichigo is just really entertaining.
Oh yeah,
he is. He is a very.
I'm agreeing with you. What the fuck?
I was gonna say it would be like if All Might was going around in public with his hair still up and going, "Why are they recognizing me as All Might? What the hell?"
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
No, it's more along the lines of All Might, like years down the line in his death, somehow gets rejuvenated. And to his like youngest self, like back when he was at UA, or like just out of UA,
Right.
basically how we see him in the first movie with Mr. Shield,
David Shield. Yeah.
David Shield. I forgot his first name. So like it'd be like if he just appeared one day and then just didn't expect anyone to recognize him. It's like, dude, I need to mention the mass transit pictures of Dalen exist as he was young. Like, he is a dead ringer for himself, and everyone's just like, I guess he's its son, because, yeah, why would you think that someone got rejuvenated? But he keeps, like, every single indication is just like, no, this is just straight up Dalen the Conqueror. Dalus the Conqueror.
He wants to be hidden and just advertises himself at every point.
He wants to
Yeah.
get.
fucking
He wants to go forge his documents with the least amount of
Yeah.
the least amount of trouble along the way. He wants to get there as surreptitiously as possible because if he's a known quantity, then he can't forge his fucking documents. So his solution to that is to don the mantle, the armor or the leather jacket armor, whatever it is, of his dead father. Look like his dead father, carry his dead father's very iconic and very ugly sword, and wear his father's mark of mastery that he claims is his own. I'm sorry? It'd be like if Michael Jackson walked down fucking New York's main boulevard and didn't expect to get recognized.
Well,
I was about
there's
to
a
say
reason
Peter
why.
Parker is way better with a secret identity than this.
Well,
Dude,
there's a reason
everybody
why
in Marvel is better.
the main villain of Demon Slayer is instantly called Michael Jackson because the design is just so similar. We instantly clock him.
I'm better with my secret identity than this. Everyone in this call is better with their secret identity.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Oh no! Before
You don't
Shadow
know,
the
they,
Conqueror.
listen, they didn't care who I am until I dawned.
Oh my God.
YouTube fame.
Daigato, you are legendary. You are
What
legendary.
did this do? Hold on.
Before Shadow the Conqueror, after Shadow the Conqueror.
Oh no.
We have our here. I'll throw it in the art channel.
Oh God.
Oh my
That's,
God! Look at
beautiful.
me,
This here.
Metropolis too.
Oh, is there more meme Metropolis? Oh my God! Oh my God! Holy
Linkara Shad, holy fuck.
Oh,
Also,
you know
the
what? I
design
always get
thing-
frustrated with Linkara. Like that is such a choice fucking meme that has like cemented itself in memedom history. I would not
love
be
it so
pissed.
much.
It's so good.
No.
Like the fact that they can like this is what the fun of Channel Awesome was is they could do stupid,
Yes.
silly looking shit like this, and it's just fun. They had fun with
Aw,
it.
it's just neat.
Like it was cheesy, corny, goofy, and it's like we're having a good time with it. We're not taking ourselves
Yeah,
too
it was
seriously.
just earnest fun going on. Yeah.
Oh,
But yeah, also I think the Daigato is the design you got for me in the thing that you just sent. Is that inspired by Command Mission? Kind of looks like that. It's like an edgier version of X's Command Mission outfit. That's awesome.
Hey, what's funny is that Clark Kent just needs to put on a pair of glasses, and somehow that's more believable. There is actually some like
No, I actually have an example of this. Okay, so
please.
I decided to get into a lazy version of my cosplay for Halloween, and I went to walk around my mall. I did not have glasses. I just put on a costume, I put on my wig, and I put on some contacts. That's all I did. And walking around my mall, I came across my cousin. He did not recognize me.
Yep.
It's
famously.
It's two things. If you want to go, Celtic,
Oh yeah, I was gonna say
actually.
famously. What's his face walking into Times Square? Why am I blanking on his name? Previous Superman.
Oh, Christopher Reeve.
No,
No.
Henry Cavill?
Henry Cavill.
Henry Cavill. Henry Cavill went there. Like he wore a Superman T-shirt and stood under the poster for Batman v Superman, and no one recognized him, or maybe like 2 or 3 people did. Like it was very few. No one really recognized.
Yeah,
him.
very few people recognize him. Yeah.
But like,
Yeah.
here's the thing. Dalen is basically going out of his way to dress like Dallas the Conqueror did.
Yeah, that's the problem. He is just doing everything in his power to be a dead ringer, even though he allegedly doesn't want to. Dog.
If he put on a brown sack cloak, it would be more inconspicuous.
It would
Honestly.
be like if Spider-Man just openly walked around with his web shooters on his wrist, just not disguised at all.
Shad is down. Is Twy the new Master of Masters? Yes.
Ha!
Yeah.
Well.
Wait, then how can we see your face?
Who are you?
Yeah.
Maybe I am all that is left, or maybe I am all that ever was. I meant your name. Still my favorite line, by the way.
Don't forget ICP makeup fools AI. Yes, like that and Kiss. Thank you, Dakota. That's great. If you want to fool AI, just wear some white and black painted makeup on your face. What do you
That's pretty
mean,
good.
new Master of Masters? She wasn't always the original. She's the one that came before. Is she voiced by Ray Chase then? I mean, you guys haven't noticed?
Ray Chase has been here the entire time.
But yeah. So Shad is already doing. Oh, sorry, not Shad. We always make the joke.
Dalen.
But
It's
Dalen,
okay.
Dalen is already doing this. But I'm pretty sure along the way, does he get stopped by a duel?
He got stopped by a duel before he became young.
Yeah.
Well,
He
he
somehow beats
instigated the
guy.
duel.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. And as an old man, he was
beat
still
the guy as an old man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Like
Fuck, I forgot about that. Jesus Christ.
Here's the thing about Dalen that makes him just a very unpleasant character to read about. Like, you can have characters in fiction that have done unpleasant things, but you have to make them pleasant to read as characters.
Yes.
The thing that makes Dalen unpleasant to read as a character is that there is nothing remotely redeeming about him, because the first time that we are introduced to Dalen, he is ornery, he is angry, he has a highly inflated view of himself, and he's also incredibly crass. And the thing is, a lot of this stuff isn't even consistent about his character the moment that he switches from being 80 years old to being 17 again.
Yeah. Well,
Right.
like, the
But-
thing is, not, you can have an unpleasant quote unquote character. I mean,
That's
my-
what I
wait, no,
what I said.
well, I'm leading up to, like, my brain immediately flashed to Mayuri from
Mhm.
Bleach because I fucking hate Mayuri, but I don't
Yeah.
I recognize he's supposed to be hated. Like, the way he is written is he's supposed to be an unlikable prick, but he also serves a purpose, so that's like why he's kept around and does. He's very powerful. He has a lot of positive attributes to him that make him not redeemable, but like acceptable in the eyes
he's
of the audience.
engaged.
He's
He's
engaging.
engaging
That's the best.
Yeah.
He's engaging.
Yes.
Galen is not engaging. Like, there's nothing that like hooks us as an audience with him. He has
Yeah.
I was
no.
about to say, what is interesting about this guy?
the concept before you read the book.
the fucking concept art.
I'm
that's
not
Quite,
joking,
quite
that's
literally,
really it.
yes. It is purely
Like,
like,
that's-
the beta version of his character.
Functionally, yeah.
Because
Yeah.
there's no like there's nothing for you to really grasp onto as before he even like we get a description of him or see anything he actually does. The first thing you read in this book is his letter, and in
Yeah.
that letter you get no other impression of this guy other than he is spiteful and fuck, I'm trying to get the right word.
spiteful, has an inflated ego.
Well, yes, but it's not genuine. Brain fart.
Oh,
Disingenuous,
disingenuous.
Yes, and
manipulative,
he doesn't mean what he's saying in all of it. It's fake.
Right.
double
Yeah,
fake.
he's very fake and hollow.
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
which I am so glad that Invincible did not do this with Omni-Man. Omni-Man is arguably the best character in that show precisely because they didn't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like one of the first paragraphs that we get of Dalen at the beginning of the book, after we get through his bullshit thing at the beginning of the chapter, is him saying specifically that he did his memoir with all of these truths in it, but he did a very devastating lie simply because he wanted to be a petty bastard.
Yeah.
Have it. I have it right here. I can read.
Yes.
Dalen placed the fountain pen beside his note, which lay next to a small leather-bound journal. Blah, blah, blah. He had been as honest as possible, except for the part where he said the Delavian Dukes had sex with goats. Dalen laughed to himself in long, grating croaks.
Yeah.
That's pretty much how it is. There is another paragraph afterwards that goes into more of how much of a dickhead he is, but that's really all you need.
So
Mhm.
basically, like, this is the day I died, but it was also the day I was born. Basically, that's like this whole like I was reborn bullshit. It's annoying. So
Yeah.
So Dalen basically does absolutely nothing to really hide who he is, other than to change his name and say he's the son. But otherwise, his behavior doesn't really change. His internal monologue doesn't change. One of the things that he could have really done with this book that would have been really interesting is if he had this, like, he was deluding himself into thinking he was a good person and going on a noble and righteous quest, when in reality he's a character he's a person that can't face his own mortality and his own wrongs, and he struggles with that until the end of the book, where there is a moment of realization where it breaks through his delusions. They don't do that, but it's written as if, like, you would be primed to believe it.
Yeah.
Dalen is constantly saying, like, bullshit about, like, wanting to do right, but he never explains what he did wrong. Like, that's another thing. It's like it never really comes clear what he did wrong. Like, it
Oh,
tells
so
us-
it's like a YouTube apology video.
oh my god, yes. Like, there's a lot of explaining about things he did and why they were
Yes.
considered wrong, but we don't know why Dalen considers them, the things that he did, wrong. And this,
Yeah, like we don't get the initial point of like, okay, where at what point did he realize that, you know, consent is cool actually?
well, look,
I mean,
That's the great part. He doesn't.
we don't.
we will,
Yeah, exactly.
we will get to that, because that is one of the best bombshells in the book, and I mean best and I mean worst. Readus, Shad saw Scott Pilgrim and thought that he can do the same, but didn't understand why it worked, and Scott and the themes present in the comics, show, movie, and games. I don't believe I believe that he would watch Scott Pilgrim and take away all the wrong lessons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe you, Reedus, but honestly, the only thing that I've seen of Scott Pilgrim is the one scene from the movie where it's like he just left.
Oh, the
yes.
movie's pretty good.
The movie is good. The movie's fine. I thought it was not the greatest, but it was fun. There's some great moments, like the vegan powers.
Oh, I heard about that.
What was it? Chicken isn't vegan? Was that it? Something like that. But yeah, no, it's so we're off to a really bad start. What happens after? What gets the investigation started? I'm trying to remember. It's been a long while since the beginning of this book for me.
Define investigation. Oh, he kills the guy.
I think the investigation with Lyra and Cusick started after he found some Daunists or something who was talking about the Dawn Empire, and he just created a fucking ruckus in the middle of the town square.
Right, they singled him out and like were proselytizing right to him, and then didn't he out himself as Dalen, the Dalen, son of Dalus?
Something like that, yeah. And also I think that they were also investigating the murder he committed.
Well,
the absolute brutal murder.
We'll
Yes.
get that. Hikaru says there's a character from Sharp whose name escapes me that I enjoy for what the character was. Said character was vile and played wonderfully by the late Pete Postlethwaite.
I don't know.
And there's a lot of good characters out there that are just irreprehensible bastards that you can't help but love.
Yeah.
There's you love to hate, you hate to love, that sort of thing.
Right.
So, okay, so we got a couple of things. For one, there's a faction in the world called the Daunists who wants to restore the world to how it was when Dalen was in charge, when Dalus was in charge. I don't know how they plan to do this when Dalus is supposedly been dead for 20 years. I don't know who they want to put on the throne, because that implies that they want a new dictatorship. But they're openly proselytizing in the streets, and Dalen ends up getting into a bit of a row with them. I can't remember how that plays out, but I just remember it completely unnecessary. He could have just walked away at any time, but he instead decided to create a scene. And then there's a point where Dalen gets mugged by someone, and he very rightfully defends himself and kills the guy in self-defense. Like, I want to emphasize this. this is possibly the most justified killing in the book up until the very end when there's a massive climax going on. Like,
partially.
partially. He then goes overboard in just completely dismembering this motherfucker. It's really brutal. I would still say it is a killing in self-defense, but then it's fucking mutilation of a corpse, which is itself a crime.
Well, no, because we have something here in the real world where you can still have your self-defense be murder if you go overboard. Like, even if you killed someone, if you continue stabbing the person, like, this murder that I committed was in self-defense. You stabbed this person 57 times.
Yeah.
That's not
what's
that's not
mean
self-defense
from
anymore.
28 stab wounds.
Damn it! I was about to freaking make that joke. I was trying to remember what
Well,
specific number Connor.
Yeah, and then there was of course is like, well, this guy came to the house, yeah, and I opened the door, yeah, and I stabbed him 47 times in the chest. Or what was that?
Celtic, that kills people.
Oh, I did not know that.
Where are his hands, Celtic?
Oh well, I got hungry and I ate them.
Celtic.
No.
So like the thing that
right.
makes it already reprehensible in that sense is like the first thing that he did was cut off the guy's hand, which historically has been the punishment that you give to people for things like stealing and mugging and things like that. And if he just let the guy live after that, that would have been fine. But he didn't stop at just cutting off the guy's hand. He went and attacked this man and then brutally murdered him and then chopped off his head and then continued to brutalize that head.
Yeah, like okay, I want to clarify. It has been a long fucking while since we read that chapter. That was like what within chapter 10. It's been
something like
months.
that.
Yeah.
So
At the same
I
time,
did not remember quite clearly. I just remembered the self-defense element of that. So fair enough. I will modify my statements on this.
There's 50 chapters of so much bullshit.
There
Correct.
is.
But to add to it, Twi, like the simple case, the fact of the matter is like, what was the mugger going to be able to do to him at all? Literally nothing. It's like, it's why we look at like, say, superheroes and just like, wow, you overkilled that way too much. That's kind of bad because you did not need to do that.
Yeah.
This is why everyone sees Robin with the double knee descent and going, "What the hell, man?"
So yeah, to the point, it's like someone coming up and trying to. I mean, like the Flash TV show is a great example of how superheroes should handle this. He was excited to get mugged. Like he was like, oh my god, someone's actually mugging me. Oh my god, okay, just wait right here. And you can talk about how that's like completely revealing his identity. We can talk about that like never.
Whatever.
But like,
the way he played that too is he was like, of all the people you chose to mug, your luck, like, holy crap, man. He was so excited by the statistics of it.
And then he very, very non-lethally took the guy down. Like he very like
I think he
wrapped him up and then dropped him off at like the fucking police station.
he stripped him near naked and put a police officer right next to him.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like he memed on him because he was untouchable. Yugok says, no, he just fell on the knife 28 times. Yes, no, that happens all the time. But so Dalen goes overkill on this guy, and you could argue self-defense to some extent, but he is overkill. At the very minimum, it's mutilation of a body, which is a crime. But then he just decides to go full I am the knight and crawl up a fucking building and stand on its goddamn corner and like a gargoyle and go, woe is me, I'm so evil. I'm so evil, I'm so bad. It's like, you literally could have done none of that. You could have justified some of that, and you did all of that. And it's like, you have no self-restraint.
No, I think Zero would know it. What's the meme of like Batman, Spider-Man, Spawn, Daredevil, and it goes like, "Please, brood only for 15 minutes on top of the building."
Yes.
Oh yeah. I don't want them to fight me, bro. Just stay there.
So absolutely, we're already off to a really bad start. But all right, mitigating factor. He's crying to the heavens. One, it's self-defense. He was in a panic, like his mindset reverted. Like it was basically like a psychological haze that he fell prey to his old desire, his old methods and such. And he's recognizing it now. He'll obviously be better after this, right, guys? And not to mention law of justification. Oh, by the way, there's a law of justification that says if you kill someone in the middle of a crime, you're justified in doing so.
Oh, I think that gets explained in like 3 chapters.
That's
You
I,
think-
yeah.
oh,
I think that's
do
when
you
he
think,
goes Daredevil and Batman.
Right.
Yeah,
Yep.
I was see. Do you think Bro wrote that chapter just to give himself the excuse from earlier?
Probably.
Well,
Probably.
yeah, the Omega Pin. The law of justification, as we will learn later, as they go to another city, and they basically, Dalen learns he can increase his senses, which he already knew he could do, but he's like, I'm going to right the wrongs. So he basically starts doing the super hearing thing, stretching out over an entire city. First of all, how he is not driven mad or deaf by this, I do not know. If you were able to hear the sounds of an entire city, I mean, we already saw with both Superman in The Man of Steel and in Daredevil, the idea of being overwhelmed by sound is one of the most uncomfortable, if not downright painful experiences these characters go through.
It's how
Yeah, they just became autistic.
It's
Yeah.
how Superman beats Brainiac in several of his iterations. He brings Brainiac down to Earth, and Brainiac is just like, there are so many different things that I can't control and quantify that I literally break.
Yeah. So it's like, we already know that. I don't know how Dalen survives that, let alone pulls it off. But okay, he gets super hearing and he gives the bullshit like, oh, my magic protects me or whatever. Fine. Whatever. So he decides to go full vigilante and just hop around the city stopping crimes in progress, most of which are rapes. And he throws in the token, there's obviously like multiple men about to rape women, but he throws in the token a woman about to rape a man because he just feels that he's compulsive about being equal by one example apiece. That's a running trend in him. If he always gives multiple
Giving the
examples of something,
facade of being equal.
yeah. And it's always the most stereotypical thing. I think the first one is a father about to rape his daughter. Is that right?
That's the main example.
Yeah, that's the first and main example where he just fucking Kool-Aid Mans through a wall and rams this guy up the ass with his sword.
No. He chops his dick off
Oh,
first.
right.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah, that's a
I'm
different
jumping ahead. I'm
character
jumping
that you're
ahead.
thinking of.
Yeah.
I like how that's stereotypical. It's like I mean stereotypical in the sense of stereotypical in like, what is the worst possible crime a human can perform? Like, it's stereotypical in like the sense of, if you wanted to prove just how virtuous and noble your hero is, you have them stop a rape. And how can you make that rape especially bad? It's a father raping a daughter, who I think was a child at the time, wasn't she?
Yeah, I think she was underage.
Probably.
Yeah.
They're all children.
So,
But here's the thing. He didn't just do that. Like, he heard that this was taking place at that moment. He proceeds to spend 2 pages fucking around with his powers first, because he wants to jump up dramatically into the window.
Oh, fuck, I
but
forgot
he
Yo,
about
doesn't-
that.
homie's all like, yo,
Oh,
I got
right.
an aura farm. I got an
It's
aura
Kool-Aid
farm for
Man.
this.
No, it is
For the
the
gram.
worst.
I gotta
most,
do it for the gram, guys.
It is the worst and most egregious thing I've seen of sucking all the tension from a scene where we have
Yes.
a goal in mind. Okay, that's fine. The goal is weird as hell because of the way it's set up, but we have a goal. we're moving towards the goal, and then we see something glinting off in the distance. It's the equivalent of seeing like a side quest marker in your open world as you're going towards the
Dalen is a
main
fucking magpie
objective.
seeing a shiny object.
Yeah.
Yes.
And like any sense of urgency is completely derailed by the fact that we must painstakingly see the thought process of how the powers work.
Yes.
So
I'm just gonna post this
It-
in general.
sure. It's just really annoying because like just from a humanity standpoint, he is wanting to start redeeming himself and to right wrongs in the world in order to compensate for all of the evil that he's done in the world. And instead of just breaking down the door, running up the stairs, and stopping the assault that is going on, he decides to fuck around with his powers to jump up the window because he thinks that running up the stairs would take too long. But he overshoots his powers not once, not twice, but I think 3 times before he finally gets it right.
Yeah, it's like, oh, so
Just run up the stairs, man.
yeah, just run.
Yeah.
You have super
Yeah,
speed.
just rub the
Yeah.
You can
It
run
is
at
super
16
speed.
times the speed of a normal human. Just do that. He took literally more time figuring that than the climb stairs. So here's the thing
Yes.
about writing. Like Zero tried to break it down. I'm gonna try and put it a little more cleanly because like it in the context. When a character has a goal, there is a level of urgency that comes with that goal. For Dalen, just to give a context, his initial goal is I am on my way to the capital to forge documents and commit horrible, horrible federal crimes. Okay, that goal is going to take a little while. It's going to be a progressive thing. There's not a major urgency to it. It's something that can be accomplished in a decent period of time. Then you get like immediate goals where not immediate, but like you get like intermediate goals that require getting to some place within a period of time. There's a little wiggle room, but you don't want to take too much. This is like, oh, I have just gotten groceries and I have a bunch of cold stuff in my car. And I need to make another stop for an errand. I have a little time to do that before the food gets warm and it spoils before I get home and put it in my fridge. So it's like you can side quest a little bit, but you still need to get back on the main road. Then there's the immediacy of, well, I don't know, someone's bleeding out from a horrible wound and you need to rush them to the hospital before they die, or, you know, an innocent girl's being raped by her father, where, you know what might take precedent? Solving that problem. But Dalen,
Maybe.
Shad, when he's writing, regularly throughout this book, will take exorbitant amounts of time to explain in minute detail certain things that need to happen in order to set up either something much later down the line or something that needs to happen for the bullshit that's about to happen for him to solve the problem. As a writer, you want to convey as best as possible the immediacy of a moment so that the reader understands how serious it is. So, the way you do that is to try and make your prose as tight as possible in relation to the immediacy of it. You can sometimes get things like, I don't know, bullet time, where characters are slowing down time and thinking things through. That can happen, but even then you need to be careful with it. You cannot just waste 2 fucking pages of time when there is an immediate threat to an innocent life that you are trying to stop. It is one of the most flagrant disregards for any kind of stylized writing or any kind of economic writing.
By the
Right.
way, I just counted.
not
It's
efficient,
actually it is 1, 2, 3 pages.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
It
My
is a
God, man.
3-page
Fuck,
aside,
no.
and like when you're doing something that you want to extend the urgency of it a bit. In this situation, the way I see this in my mind is I'm going to punctuate each of these beats, like give it because when you're writing, you want your writing to have a rhythm to it. And then when you come to this, your rhythm needs to increase. You need to have a bit more speed, maybe a little bit of an off-tempo kind of beat to it to really make people uneasy
So
and make
you
them
switch
into the
tense
moment.
sometimes. Like that's
You
one thing that I
you
like.
might switch tense.
If I
You might
typically write in past perfect, but then like when something is really happening super fast in the immediacy, you switch to present tense, and it suddenly like it shifts the brain of the reader into oh, what the fuck? Okay, all right, we're here in the moment.
You might like in this instance where he's hearing something across and he is focused on it. You could use those beats of him hearing what's happening, paint the picture of us in our minds too, so we can imagine what kind of horrific thing is going on, and we can be right there with him of shit, we got to get there faster, this thing is moving, even though I am going at this speed to get there, these are the beats. He's moving closer to the bed. He's like the screams are getting louder. That kind of stuff to kind of count down to the point when he finally breaks through the wall and we can release that tension you've built up.
I just read the first Resident Evil novel. It does a great job of when shit starts going down, the characters are rushing there, and like while they're rushing, their minds are racing with what could be going on. Like, what threat are we about to face? What's going wrong here and here and here? But they don't waste time with it. It's usually like a sentence or two at most. And then they get to the problem unless there is some other obstacle that prevents them from getting there. Like, it's Resident Evil has novels? Yes, I actually recommend them. They're not canon. They're not canon, by the way. They got decanonized pretty quickly, honestly. Though S.D. Perry did her best.
Well, you have to understand, the main villain of the entire series, he does regret his actions, so that kind of messes with
Oh, shut up! Hey, you know what? That Spencer still better than Dalen.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
I
Easy.
mean, like,
Are they as
by
good as
virtue
Halo
of,
novels?
Like, okay, you can yada yada it. Because of freaking
They're
time
not as good as
and-
like the first 3 Halo novels, or I would say they're not as
The first few.
there's not as good as the Nyland
Time
novels. Those are the ones I hold in highest regard. I do
No,
not.
good man, good man.
I do not like Joseph's what's his faces. I don't like Contact Harvest. I don't like
Staten.
the Flood is Staten. The Flood is all right. The Flood is fine. It's a good adaptation. But no, the Resident Evil novels by S.D. Perry, which were written around the time the games came out, they're all right. They do a lot of great heavy lifting to back up the lore of the franchise and explain like why certain things were done. Like they explain why the fucking mansion wasn't explored, even though it's a hotspot in the middle of their investigation. Like it's pretty thorough in that way. It's pretty good. It's not the highest tier of writing, but I forgot they read really smooth and all the characters are very likable, except Rebecca does kind of get a little Mary Sue-ish. I forgot about that. But yeah, no, I recommend the Resident Evil novels. They're a good novelty. They stop at Resident Evil 0 as an adaptation, so it's good. Have fun with them. Thank you so much for Omega Rob for this meme image of me screaming at fucking Telos.
Dalen, he's trying to aura farm.
Yeah, and then we get the aura farming Piccolo.
Yep.
Yes, Dalen,
no,
we see the sticky bread.
Shad trying to aura farm.
Anyway, so another thing about this whole rescue of this girl and these other people, it never, and this is the thing you'll always find with Dalen, it never comes across like Dalen has any genuine concern for the person at the heart of it.
No.
Like
No.
this isn't the saving the girl isn't about saving the girl. It's about Dalen doing a good deed.
Winning brownie points.
It's him winning brownie points
Which
with
you
his
would
own
think-
conscience.
Yeah, which you would think that like, and granted, fundamentally, like, it's not terrible that is what it is about inherently. It's more so that it's just very, very bad in the least elegant way of like actually pushing that forward. Because here is Dalen, formerly he is like the perpetrator of this sort of thing, and now he's actively trying to stop it. There's a lot of inherent intrigue as to like how someone would react in a situation like that. but they do nothing to make that engaging. No, we gotta focus on the freaking power-ups, instead of the actual characterization here.
Yeah.
And like this is the part too that kills me for it, because I've read the superhero comics that I can assume Shad is taking some vague inspiration from, with, let's save people here. I have read the instances where Batman or Daredevil have saved a kid or someone in harm's way, and there is always either a page or series of panels dedicated to the hero being there for the victim
Yeah,
and
like,
comforting them.
there's probably a better term, but like aftercare. Like the idea is like, you've gotten through a horrible traumatic experience. I am here now to take care of you and help you through it. And like, but Dalen says, "Oh fuck that! I have more things I need to go do. Just
Yeah,
do
no,
that kid."
immediately just
my city
abandons
needs
her.
me.
Your heroism doesn't end with the fact that you stopped the bad thing from happening. That's how you
yeah.
end up. That's how you end up with Endeavor as #1 hero. I mean,
Yeah.
Omega Rob is back, by the way. Come back here, small child. I need to record your birth.
I was going to say, the other thing on it is like, if you wanted to one, this could work if this was Dalen in his delusion being performative for himself. Like, you could play to that. That's not what's happening here. The story is indicating that this is him doing the right thing through and through. So that's
it's like the story telling you one thing and it's actively showing you something different. It's that cognitive dissonance between like what it actually wants you to receive from it or
but
not.
The
It's
second
really
way, the second way to take this, if you wanted to go with a character that's like, say, a sociopath, because they exist, and I've heard a really wonderful story about a guy who was best friends with a sociopath, and he apparently is like one of the best friends ever, because he sees things in like such a very rudimentary, pure, like tier way, which means he prioritizes everyone in a certain way. Like, he's very utilitarian with how much he doesn't love his family in the same way the average person does, but he still expresses his appreciation of them. There is something there that's like much more utilitarian, which is kind of alien to us, but it's someone that understands how important different social constructs and relationships are. So it's like, he still values them in a strange way. So you could have someone who's like sociopathic that doesn't understand about like the well-being of this child who's in danger, who has gone through a horrible event, but they are still trying because they know that, like, on the grand scheme of things, it is the right thing to do, that it is important to be the hero in this circumstance, even if they fundamentally don't emotionally understand it. Like, you could do that kind of angle, but that's not what's happening here. And honestly, that'd be pretty fucking difficult to pull off. Like, basically, this is the worst way you could have possibly done this trope, because it's all just basically trying to stroke. It's all just trying to stroke Dalen's cock, which, again, big trend. Oh, we forgot to mention, Auric can just summon material from thin air.
Yeah, that's what the whole sticky bread joke is.
Yeah. Before they even get to any of this, they spend the night just resting before they head out, and in the morning, Auric just makes, out of light, food. He can just make he can make food. He can make goddamn sticky bread when he wants.
He makes money.
He can make money when he wants. Oh God. We forgot to mention that they don't need money, but we'll get to that. He can make infinite sticky bread. He can make infinite food. This is a thing that Lightbinders can do. We have now entered the realm of, why is this a world of scarcity? Why is there scarcity in this world? You have now introduced an entire faction of people that can fabricate matter from light energy, which comes from the ever-present sun in the sky. It's like if we invented fucking fabricators from Star Trek and we still had poverty. That doesn't happen. You can't do that. Like, Star Trek. It's a
No.
post-scarcity society, and while it actually there's some cool world building that happens later in the franchise around that. Like the idea is that the Federation, everyone is provided for. It's a utopia effectively. Like, how is anyone starving during Dalen's reign? That's a big problem because that's one of the reasons he got overthrown.
Lightbringer.
Hey, Zero.
500.
There's something that got hinted at in my book that becomes like a big plot point in my not so sequel version Cost of the Crown, where Aisling is the main character. And remember what Wicca had gifted her at the beginning of the book? He gifted her a
Milk.
bottle of cream
Mm-hmm.
that will never run out as long as you gift it without any kind of greed in your heart. So you have to gift it to somebody with feelings of wanting to help them or to do a good deed for them. So that is going to be a big plot point in Cost of the Crown when I get around to writing that, because my character does a lot of charity work for her kingdom because she is the princess.
Chet Manley says,
Ah.
"Food beam! This is easily my most metro attack." I forgot about that.
My joke was Orville of just Lightbringer, 500 sticky breads.
Twi, to your point quickly, I love when things are set up in stories and actually have meaning and ways to
Oh,
set
yeah.
them.
Payoff,
So
thematic
nice.
importance. What's that like? I don't read it.
Dude, thematic importance is like my favorite dressing in stories.
Mhm.
It's amazing.
But
Dude, I made
talking about
nice
cause
to
and
meet
effect.
you good, because that's the entire point of the narrative and the theme.
Why can't Shad write arc as a generous baker who likes to cook as a hobby? He actually does.
He does.
He actually
an
does
artist.
cook. He's an artist. He's really talented. There's a lot of things.
I forget, was that the thing that Dalen said was gay, or was that the other thing?
Was that the thing he also called retarded?
Oh yeah, Kaiser, that was a thing that happened.
He called.
Wait,
it was art. I think he
Okay.
called gay.
Okay.
Which is kind of hilarious, knowing Shad's proclivity towards the arts.
Yep.
Dude, maybe that's why he doesn't want it. No, I can't go down that route.
Don't do it, man.
So yeah, we forgot to mention that this is a post-scarcity society, but it's not a post-scarcity society because the Lightbringers are douchebags that apparently don't share. So, oh god, there was more of a point going on with that. Care for the individual. Yes, the magic cream. It is fairy cream. Yes. So yeah, you got that going on. There's probably another point that it's in the back of my head that I can't bring up. Is there anything I'm missing with this at this point? Before we move on with this stuff?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay. So is this the point that they book their ship?
Oh, are we we're kind of ignoring Cusick and Lyra.
I was about
so
to get
far.
to them. I was basically like,
they've had like one chapter before this, and then nothing for like 3 or 4 chapters.
The
until
Web
they get
Surfer
caught up.
2919. Have you guys read Ruby When You Are Needed? Maybe?
Yes, I have.
I don't think so, though. You can go back through our fanfic nights. If I haven't read it there, I probably haven't read it in period. Yugox. In Genshin, there's effectively the god of money. He fakes his death to live among people. Now he's always broke because he doesn't understand the value of money. That's one of the best parts about Pathfinder is its lore. It, despite some of the problems I have with it, has the gods particularly are really fucking interesting. So there's is it Abadar? Who is the god of, he's a true neutral god. He's the god of money. He might be lawful neutral. But basically the entire point of him is literally his churches are banks. And the entire thing about them is like their paladins are just trying to keep the economy in check. Their entire thing is just like, are you embezzling taxes? No, no, no. You're getting fucked up, sir.
Wait. So they're the IRS.
Effectively, they are the magical
Dude.
IRS. It's great.
Oh my god.
You can
a
play-
level
We'll
20
never learn.
a level 20 IRS paladin hitting you with a divine smite.
Like when you go into prey, you have to always pay a teeth.
What in the Silk Song is this bullshit, man?
It's there's some great lore in Pathfinder. But yeah, so while this has been going on, we have also been introduced to two new characters. Lyra, another Archknight, and Kuseg, a third Archknight. Does anyone want to take the reins here? Because my throat is getting a little bit worn away. So I would, if someone wants to take the reins for a little bit, I'd appreciate it.
All yours.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I
so
thought you were
so-
gonna. Yeah, exactly. I thought you were starting.
You're like, okay, she's got it.
Well, I was trying to think of if I even remember what was going on in that specific chapter.
They
They were
started their
traveling.
investigation and then traveled back to the hovel. So they're basically starting from square one.
Yeah,
Right.
and we can let's be blunt and keep this completely honest. We can frankly skip Kuseg and Lyra's chapters until they meet Dalen.
Honestly, yeah. Like
So I'll just be very quick about it and say that like the main thing with Lyra and Kuseg is that Lyra still has PTSD from being one of Dalen's victims, even like 30 years later. And Kuseg is a Terusian, just like Arik, but unlike Arik, he actually grew up in his culture, which means that he has a culture of wanting to purify the body by getting rid of any kind of desire, which is why they walk around naked all the time. Which that's not really how desire works, but okay.
Yeah.
But
No.
He's constantly bothering Lyra about the fact that he misunderstands her PTSD and her proclivity for being uncomfortable with sexual situations and conversations by saying that, oh, well, you must just be trying to constantly hold yourself back from just jumping every hot guy that you meet. So you need to fortify your body and your mind more, when that's not what she's doing, and he never asks. And also, for some reason, being a Terusian also means that you don't understand how facial expressions work.
Which
yeah,
is very odd considering their whole culture.
well, like
Yeah.
he tries. They're like a weird Vulcan type people where like they show no outward emotion. Okay, Twy, don't hate me for this, but they are like a society of super extreme autists. Like, am I wrong? Is that a bad read?
I think I remember one of the quotes from Bad Fanfiction Night was Twice saying she doesn't accept this.
No,
No.
like, but like it's it is a caricature that Chad
Yes.
would believe in of what he thinks
Oh,
autists are. I think that's probably
Yes.
like they are like their entire idea is they school their emotions outwardly, and they school their minds or whatever. And then they have like these weird taboos around sex out of wedlock, and it's like they're a really fucking weird society that's just there to have people naked at certain points.
Yeah, like
it's-
their culture seems to be very utilitarian, where it's like, oh, I have a desire for you, so therefore I must in line with my culture want to marry you if I want to do anything with you, because if I don't do that, if I do this with you out of wedlock, then that is a problem. That means that I am impure. It is incredibly very I guess like going back to the idea that like all of these different cultures are just different variations of Christianity.
I was about
It
to
is
say.
yeah, it's very much in line with like the very conservative Christian view of uh morality and sexuality and all this kind of stuff, but in a strange way that also seems very insulting.
Well, I was gonna say, like, even when he wants to have an interesting idea, like taking the logical of like this culture, the Teresans, because of where they live and the culture they developed, are incredibly utilitarian. And that means like clothing for them would be like non-necessary. They're all about like schooling their own emotions,
I
keeping
have
themselves in
returned.
check. Like if they were to do that and they only use clothing
up,
in
man?
specific circumstances, like if you were to explore the nature of like a purely utilitarian culture, that could be really interesting. But Shad just cannot escape his own biases. He can't escape that they would also have some sort of um Christian or conservative bent to them, because he doesn't want his world, he wants his world to effectively be black and white, which becomes a massive fucking problem later.
Ooh, yeah.
We're almost
And it's
there.
very ironic given the premise of this story too.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
I would say one more important thing for their dynamic too for Lyra and Cusack is that it's very much an attempt at
Humor.
a odd couple humorous type of angle. The problem is that the trauma is constantly the butt of the joke, and there's no other way really. Their conversations just boil down to, why are you uncomfortable about sex? I don't understand this. You're weird for for being mad at me and not understanding this. Okay,
And
laugh now.
yeah, and like Lyra, despite the fact that she is an adult woman in her 40s or early
50s.
50s, like I don't remember if we know her exact age, but it was somewhere in that ballpark of 40s to 50s. But despite the fact that she is an older adult woman, doesn't have the ability to say, I am uncomfortable with this topic. It makes me want to cry and throw up. So I would appreciate it if you never talked about it.
We
But she
also
doesn't
don't
say that.
know we also don't know why she is just like still partners with this guy, or if they just
just request someone new.
became partners. Like
Yeah.
you this this guy does nothing to really make you feel good about what you're doing.
Well,
Go in
we'll
and
get
request
to
a
like
transfer.
apparently the fucking Arch Knights are just dicks about who they assign to be partners.
They're utter
Yeah.
assholes.
Like
No, I was about to say the Arch Knights really have this funny idea in their head and they're sticking with it. They're
the
sticking with it.
yeah, it's like I want request a partner. It's like, no, you're sticking with him. It's like, fuck you, and then she walks off and it's like, why'd you do that? It's
Listen,
like, I think it's
we
funny.
love buddy cop movies.
You know what?
Oh,
I just really
Mupa,
don't like
I
her.
think Mupa is saying that they were recently assigned partners. Okay, so recently, I will still say it's very weird that she doesn't go. Please,
I
can
would
get
say
someone
that
new?"
like
You still
what we
should
don't
say
hear
something
is
new.
that she
Like-
should be like constantly throughout it. We should be hearing her inner monologue of, I'm going to request a transfer. I'm going to request
Yeah.
a transfer. Like there's no thought in her mind about whether or not to try and like swap out partners. At least not to my recollection.
I don't remember it at all either.
Leon Ryuko says, I remember my dad having read this book and he said it was a miserable read. By the way, I also love the Devimon. Oh, yay.
Thank you.
Aww.
I feel bad for your dad. I hope he got some.
Yeah.
I was about to say, your dad made you read this?
No, his dad read it.
No. Yeah, his dad read the
Oh.
book.
Oh my, how'd your dad?
Bold.
I thought Arik was supposed to be black. Arik is black. Well, like he's Teresan, which is this fantasy world black. Which also that opens
he's
up a
a
can of worm about an
distinguished
entire society, like a world where the sun is constant and how melanin should work. But
Yes.
let's not
I
dig into
made
that.
I made this comment actually before in because someone was asking about that in one of our bad fanfiction night
Yeah.
recordings.
Mm.
And I talked about how it made no sense that in a world where the light is constantly shining, that there are light-skinned people at all. Because there's no explanation for that. Like, you can have an explanation for that by saying, like, oh, well, there are societies where they're mostly in a light state of shadow, like behind trees or something, because they live in the mountains, but there's still enough light that they don't turn into these horrible monsters. So they don't
Twilight,
they
are
don't
you trying to world
Huh?
build?
damn
Not
it,
that.
I
Lily
am.
Orchard would hate to do that.
Mupa makes a good point. It's like we bring this. It's worth bringing up because Shad is absolutely the guy that would micromanage and explain why the likelihood of certain races would exist in certain places. I'm pretty sure he has talked about melanin before and like why it developed the way it did on his own.
He's
like,
complained several times during Night's Watch, talking about The Witcher in particular, I believe.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
and the thing is, like, there are arguments to make about historical accuracy or like cultural accuracy in certain works and such,
Yeah.
but like, he's not holding himself fucking accountable either.
I was
Like,
about
Yeah,
to
no.
say, if the rings
This
of
is the
power
same
and the
guy.
black, if the rings of power and the black dwarf pisses you off, Shad, why the fuck didn't you apply that to this?
This should be a world where the majority of characters have dark skin, but he doesn't write it like that, and it makes no sense. Also, the only I haven't watched The Rings of Power, and I've only seen like a an image of that black dwarf woman. The only thing that I had to say about her was that it was very unfortunate that they put sparkles in her hair that made it look like she had super dandruff.
I thought too.
Apparently, and the irony of that is apparently the dwarf storyline is like the strongest storyline in the show.
Yes.
As
Oh,
someone
for
who has
real?
100%
as someone who
so
has
funny.
seen the whole thing, I can confirm the dwarf storyline
Yeah.
is the best.
That's so
Disa is
funny.
actually like, I love her. She's a great character in that show.
But then I thought, how would weather even work in this world?
Without white people is
Let's
scary.
let's not get into how the entire this entire setting is like borked in how like he doesn't ever go into anything else. Like, he only goes into the societies. He never really talks about like how like the world works.
I'll put it this way too. Like, the first thing that I thought of when I read this, of you drop through the bottom, you come falling back to the top, is wouldn't they put out nets to catch things that could fall?
Yeah.
Like people.
Like,
Like
huge
Like
fucking
people,
nets.
well, not even just people, just like anything that could fall, because these are sky ships flying across the skies. We got like someone wants to take out their garbage.
Oh, they do on the cliff
Could
sides.
probably just go to the.
Oh,
They do. Okay, I don't remember it at all.
No, but
It's noted
like
garden
one of the
nets.
things that I would talk
Yeah,
about is
sure.
like it wouldn't be just on the cliff sides, especially
No.
with the scale of things. You would be like extending massive bridges
Also,
of this shit.
What net was gonna catch Dalen? That was a very famous cliff.
Yeah. Also, when you hit a fucking net, it's still going to hurt at terminal velocity. You're still a dead man.
Also. That's sorry, I just want to continue.
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying Shad should have gone with nitpickers to nitpick his book.
You're telling me what? Huh?
What?
What'd you read? I'm sorry.
That's I'm just reading what Green Knight is saying. And they're talking about like, was Mahler one of the betas?
No, he's
I doubt it.
asking. He asked why Shad didn't send this over to Mahler or to Lit Devil for a proofread.
That's the thing. Is like,
Oh.
I would be fascinated to hear like the EFAP or that orbit of people, their take on this book. I don't think any of them have read it, or if they like.
I doubt it.
I was gonna say
I
I have
highly doubt
noticed.
it.
Honestly doubt that Shad would have given any of them the book, because for whatever, no matter what you think of those people and whether or not you agree with their takes, I do think that they would be honest enough to talk about their general grievances with the book and
Yeah.
eviscerate it possibly around the level that we are or that everybody
Yes.
else has. And Shad, I don't think would have stood for
Oh,
that.
Wolf read it and didn't like it. I was gonna say Wolf is the guy that's like most literary.
Oh, he went on a tirade. Well, okay, tirade is still strong, but he
Wait.
had like a live stream where he talked about Shad and was like, "Yeah, he's kind of a garbage human being. I don't
Damn,
care."
I didn't
Oh
know that.
wow!
Yeah.
Cool.
The
You gotta
even
send me that one.
the
No,
EFAP
yeah,
crew
that
has
that
kind
was
of
fun.
distanced themselves from Shad for a long
Yeah,
time.
I was gonna say
I
like
mean,
I
I know
they
that
have.
they.
I have not seen Shad in any of the EFAPs for quite like the last time I saw Shad in relation to EFAP was the war arc they did for movies, and that was
Yeah.
recorded years ago.
Correct.
I think the only thing that like he has some sort of contact with any of them on is through Friday Night Tights, the Nerdrotic podcast
But,
that Mahler
well-
is also on, but I can't tell you how long it's been since they were all on together.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
Yeah, but the
I
thing.
I wonder what it is like what started breaking that like connection.
Probably his fucking crash outs.
Probably.
well,
Probably.
Probably, yeah.
Also, like none of them have really commented on Drinker's movie, and they're all friends about that.
Well,
and so,
I
like,
mean,
I don't
they
think they
actu-
really.
That actually they have commented on.
Oh, they
Mueller did
did.
call it
Ooh,
bad.
they
Yeah.
did.
Mueller straight up call it bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, respect a bit more then.
Yeah,
I was
there we
gonna
go.
say I Mahler is typically pretty honest, even if you think he's wrong. Dalen, nobody will recognize me who I am. I
Wait,
am
no.
wearing my
Chris Brissa post Shad clarity.
post-Shad.
Post-Shad.
Oh,
Clarity is crazy.
Oh,
Shad touch,
no.
Shad touch.
Chat time.
Uh,
By the way, that's the day. I'm sorry. Did I come up with that before the recording or like?
You
during
did.
this?
You
Yeah.
did.
Okay,
Dalen,
it was
nobody will
before the
recognize me as recognize I am me. I am wearing my own unit. I love it.
Jesus Christ.
My God.
Anyway, okay, so we're roughly halfway through the book now that we are getting on a ship and having Dalen and Arik try to reach this city through a way of boarding a what is it? It was a transport ship of some sort, like a cargo ship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they specifically chose this cargo ship because they would be going through this certain section of the world that was considered very dangerous and had a lot of pirates on it. Because Dalen decided randomly that on his way to the city, he wants to go a pirate hunting.
Yeah, it's literally like first of all, it's not they decide. It's Dalen's like, okay, we're going on we're going on the
Yeah.
ship that's gonna get attacked by pirates. It's like,
Yes.
and Arik's just like, all right,
And
I guess I'm
Arik-
just following you.
Yeah.
To be fair, like for a lot of Arik, it's just like you're just following along because you just were told by God to do so, which is really funny when
Yep.
you hear it out loud. It's like God told me to follow this fucking maniac and not do anything.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
We'll
he
get Arik.
defends him at every turn.
Arik gets a stain as well. I mean, he also keeps commenting how good of a person Dalen is as he goes along. There's a lot of
Yes.
like Dalen dick sucking, and thought we do the sticky bread.
Honestly,
Yeah.
Arik's
my
character makes me proud of probably my best line for book 2. Gods do not give men choices; they give them orders.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
The So
I need that book, bro.
I should mention like while this is happening,
man.
just to kind of catch up on what is happening with Lyra and Cusack, they basically get sent their orders, get sent out to investigate. They go all the way back to the hovel. They actually pass Dalen's car on the way there, and they don't think anything of it. They don't realize it. So you have the funny is like, oh, they just missed each other kind of thing. It's really
I
pointless.
think I made a bear joke about this at some point.
A bear?
Yes, because bears mostly like Lyra is trying to track Dalen through his magical scent. So like with bears, because they are mostly scent oriented, not sight oriented, there has been recorded sightings of like male bears during mating season walking right past the female that they are tracking because they are so focused on her scent.
Oh. Right.
Because they're going through the line of scent and they have to track the scent where it goes. So if the female bear has backtracked, the male bear will walk right past her going along the trail.
But for the record, there's a lot of weird stuff about smelling your way to victory in this book.
Yes, there is.
Yeah,
There very
And
much
I
is.
forgot
having
about
just
that.
read the first Resident Evil novel, there's a lot about smelling in that one too. But like, it makes sense because they're walking around a house filled with corpses, and it's kind of hard to not comment on the smell.
Forgot that one of the descriptions was it smells like sex.
Yeah.
That's
Um,
not bad, but like in the context, it feels gross.
Yeah.
Well, also it's a lot of telling and not showing. So like, well, what does that smell like? Because maybe I don't know what the fuck that smells like. You have to tell me
You have
what
4
that
kids, bro.
smells like.
But so yeah, she goes back to basically they're like, oh, this guy lived here. This was where Daedalus the Conqueror was. Oh my god, Daedalus was alive. And then just start going, like, they just start retracing the path that Dalen had made. Like, literally, they are just one step behind Dalen. Well, actually, several steps behind Dalen the entire time until, like, near the last third of the book. So, okay. Dalen, Arik, they're on this ship. They're flying around. They're going to town. And wouldn't you know it, they get
attacked by pirates.
Pirates! Bloody
Yeah,
pirates!
fiddle-dee-dee.
Now, important things to note about this. First one is we learned that Lightbringers and Archknights can see the light in other people by, like, closing their
Yes.
eyes and stretching out their senses. They basically have, like, life sense. They have the dishonored vision. That's what they have. They have
Yes.
detective vision. But they, like... And the amount of light that's within someone, well, that's an interesting question. What does the amount of light that's inside someone actually mean? Well, on one hand, we're told that the amount of light that someone has indicates how pure of heart they are, and how much darkness they have indicates how, like, corrupt and evil they are. So we're told that. But then later we're also told, in direct contradiction, that the amount of light that someone has
Is related to the amount of conviction that they have in their
Yes.
beliefs.
And the darkness in their heart is the amount of uncertainty. I think is the first explanation we have for it. This is the second explanation is the moral good and bad, right?
Yeah. So the equivalent of this would be all of us have a lot of darkness in our hearts when it comes to our writing because we actually know what it means to be a good and a bad writer, and we are trying to actively get better as writers. But Shad, he has a lot of light in his heart because he does not he
Question.
has no question about his writing talent. He thinks that he is a good writer. Therefore, he has light in his heart. He is a good person, therefore.
Well,
we are
he is-
bad
here we go.
people
Dude,
because
I
we
know.
question our own artistic integrity.
So
I-
Oh, what?
Oh, sorry, I was going to say a joke that I know. Shad is
What's up?
Sukuna by his own logic.
Oh,
He alone is the honored one.
Yeah, he alone is the honored.
I don't know if I would even want to subject JJK to Shad. But yeah,
I don't.
so basically we are given two different paradigms that, for the record, they're never synthesized together. Like they're like Twi
No.
explained it as if like, oh, because you have more conviction, you are better. Like that's how she phrased it. But like, there's no synthesis between the good being good, the light being good and the dark being bad, versus the light being conviction and the dark being insecurity. Like there's no qualified connection between the two. They're just two different systems presented at different times.
Yeah.
So yeah,
when it comes to us meeting the pirates attack the cargo ship, and Dalen and Arik fight off the pirates, and Dalen looks at all these pirates and they all have black and darkness in their hearts. They are corrupt, evil beings who have no redemption to them. So he might as well just murder them all.
yeah.
Except for this one cabin boy. which I don't know if he's a cabin boy, but like he's this young man of like 20 or 21 years old who has light in his heart. So Dalen decides to spare him. He is the only one of the pirates that he decides to spare.
The
because
rest
he
are
has light in his heart.
horribly slaughtered, including the captain Blackheart, who
What a
turns,
name, by the way.
Yeah, but what a blank.
Yes.
You gotta love just how creative that is. Who not only happens to be the biggest fucking pirate scourge on this side of the goddamn continent,
How convenient.
but also turns out he's one of Dalen's bastard children, a fact that Dalen was in denial
Oh
about
my
for the majority of the book at this point, and like later on,
Yep.
like until much later where he gets confirmation, oh yeah, no, I had a bunch of bastards I didn't know about. So he ends up killing this guy and ramming a fucking wooden post right up his rectum to stake him there, fucking Vlad the Impaler style.
Yes.
So that's lovely.
And also, Dalen finds out that the cargo ship that they're on was actually a human trafficking ship. So he kills all the crew there too.
Yeah, because they're all blackened hearts and all that kind of thing. Like he kills all of them, and he only finds this out accidentally because all of the crew were acting very like scared of being attacked by the pirates, and they had like a cannon inside. It was
Yep.
really, really weird how he's just like he just suddenly deduced that, oh yeah, these guys are fucking monsters. We gotta slaughter them.
They're
Yeah.
evil.
If there were pirates,
And
then I'd
I
carry
don't
a gun.
remember. I don't remember if we talked about this earlier. Like the shade are like basically if you are not in the light for a certain period of time, if you're in
Darkness.
shadow, in darkness for enough of a period of time, you basically become a shadow zombie called a shade.
Yeah.
And all of these girls, because they're all like teenage and young women girls, who are locked up in the brink of this trafficking ship, they're all like sickly and they are like on the verge of becoming shade because they are not subjected to any kind of light
But they had, they
while
were
on this
barely-
voyage.
They had like a single light stone or something like that down there.
Yes.
They had like
Damn.
just
And some
enough
of them-
to keep it off.
Yeah, just enough to keep it off, but Arik does say that some of the girls were in the process of becoming shade.
Yeah, so it's like already it's like, well, great. I'm just like, from a business perspective, you're a sex trafficker, and you're just letting like half of your cargo mutate into horrible, monstrous beasts that will no doubt
Yeah, I was about
slaughter
to
the
say,
other half
like-
of your cargo. Like,
I was
Yes.
about to say there is a good show. I know we make fun of isekai, but there are at least some isekai that like go with the logic of like, hey, we don't want to mess up the merchandise. What are y'all doing?
Dang it.
Yeah.
Sex traffickers used to have standards.
True.
Real shit, man.
you know, at the very least about this is we can feel confident that Shad has never been a human trafficker because he does not know how that shit works.
Also, Yugux.
And also
Oh,
they are soul slaves, which are relevant when Stanley. We were going to get to that. We're going to get to that, which is relevant when Stanley gets off the ship. Shark jumping walrus, Lamau. Yes, much Lamau.
Yes.
Much Lamau. Great
so-
lol.
On that point, so Dalen has now come into acquisition of not just one ship, but two ships. One of which is a high-end fucking pirate ship driven by the most powerful pirate this side of the fucking world. And so
He only has one survivor of both ships. The young man in his 20s, which remember, Dalen is 17, and he keeps beating the shit out of this guy for no reason at all.
Yeah, he just keeps beating the crap out of this kid that he spared. He fucking restricts him to like don't move like more than 5 meters away from me. And it's like,
Dude, what the fuck?
it's fucking weird. And to be fair, Sane is a good kid. He's actually a decent kid, just kind of in over his head. He's like probably the most redeemable character in this fucking
I was about
book.
to say, so why he beat the shit?
Well, we say that, and then he showed up at the trial.
Yeah.
Look, look.
Because everybody's got to get into the trial.
Look,
man.
just because he is tainted doesn't mean that we can't still love him a little bit, all right? And this is the one person that's like genuinely good. He made a mistake. It's okay. He's been brainwashed twice.
Which we'll get to that later.
So, oh yeah, he breaks his arm. Yeah, he breaks his arm and heals him. That's like a really cruel fucking thing to do. So, reminder, Sane, this cabin boy, was the only person to not have, or he had a brighter light in his heart. Everyone else had shadow, which in one interpretation means that Sane is a good person and all the others were evil. But in the other interpretation means that Sane is the only person that was 100% sure he wanted to be a pirate doing pirate things, and everyone else was fucking conflicted, which then gets supported later, because they decide then to, instead of finishing their trip, they decide to take a detour to go to the pirate hideout, infiltrate it, take out everyone there, including 2 Shade that they just kind of kept. We'll get to the Shade in just a minute, because like I'm couching this in something else. And what Dalen ends up discovering there in the hideout is that several of the people, including Sane, were strong-armed into joining the pirate crew through magical binding. And Dalen ends up breaking them. He breaks the binding, which means that several of the pirates on that crew likely were there against their will, meaning that he slaughtered likely innocent people.
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
There's no passing comment on this, by the way. He just breaks the binds that are holding Sane and a bunch of the other people and leaves. And it's like, yes, I've done a good deed. I've freed Sane and some other people that were chained there. Like some of the
Dude, it's Captain Marvel. It's Captain Marvel again.
Yeah. Not to mention, by breaking those bonds, he potentially ends up killing them, and he just does it without any of their consent.
Dude,
I mean, he's supposed to be, he's an expert at this forging technique, by the way. That's another feather in his fucking cap. It's so bad, guys. He just does everything he wants and it gets off scot-free, even though there should be long-lasting
but he's totally not Gary Stu, right, guys? Just totally.
Oh, absolutely not.
100%.
Never.
You have no idea how
What would
much.
make you think
will
this?
feel very insulted if you ever
fights
even
so
come
much.
close to
A
making
bunch of the
that
bindings
accusation.
were already broken when they got there because Dalen killed them, but it was the entire crew that was held hostage.
Correct.
Really? It was.
Yeah, it was.
My god! It was. Holy shit! That's so much worse than I thought. I thought it was just a few of them, but oh my god!
No, it was effectively the entire crew.
There is no passing thought to Dalen having been like, "Oh fuck, I done fucked up."
What's that Rick and Morty meme of just, oh boy, here I go, kill him again?
That's literally
exactly
Dalen.
that.
He just loves slaughtering people, and he doesn't think twice about it. Like, he has not changed. By this point, it is very clear that this man is just a murderous psychopath.
Yeah.
So
And again, I joke about the whole Captain Marvel thing, but this is the kind of shit that he would fucking have an issue with when other people write it. But it's not. But it's fine when I do
His
it.
main defense here would be, well, Dalen's not a good guy. You're not supposed to like him.
yes, we are.
Okay, but he's supposed to be smart, right? So what is smart about doing all of this?
He's supposed to
And
be
he's
smart,
supposed to be
and he's supposed to
reflective.
be repentant. Like, from the get-go,
he's
we were
supposed to be
told that he is
remorseful.
repentant. I don't care. Like, oh, he's not supposed to be a good guy. You didn't address the issue. I don't care if Dalen turned around and says, well, it sucks to be them. He just doesn't acknowledge.
Yeah, he has no reaction. That's a problem.
It's the lack of reaction. Like, we can't tell if he's a good guy or not. We're just left in the lurch, and we must assume he's a bad one.
Like,
Not to mention, Shad, it's very clear from the way you write him and how you go about this, we are supposed to like Dalen. We are supposed to be rooting for Dalen through this entire book. I do not believe you when you say, oh, he's supposed to be morally gray. No, he's supposed to be a repentant monster, someone who's trying to make up for his sins, which is an underdog type story that we're supposed to root for. But we don't. We really fucking don't. Oh my god, silver-haired freak. That is a lot. We will read that near the end of the stream. Possibly. We'll have to see. Wow.
Yes. No. I've been waiting for this. I know exactly what this is. It's so good.
6-page comic. Jesus Christ.
I need this.
But yes,
God damn.
this is such a nightmarish, like, under oversight on the part of Shad. But then we compound even more onto this, because I mentioned those shade that the pirates had. Well, they slaughter all the pirates that are here in this pirate den, who may or may not have been indentured servants. So we got that going on, but then they discover, oh, there were 2 slaves of theirs that were sexually assaulted. They were sexual assaults, and they were put into a dark cage intentionally to turn them into fucking shades, to turn them into shade watchdogs. For
Yes.
one, lusts. You want to hit that one, Twy?
Sorry, I just got back from letting the dogs out for a pee. What?
I basically finished talking about how the crew could have been very much, were very potentially very innocent people.
Yes.
But now we're talking about the shades, and I was going to say if you wanted to cover lusts.
Oh, oh gosh.
Wasn't
I
it a
honestly
bestseller
forgot.
at one time? Yeah, that was purely because Shad was popular.
Yeah,
It-
being a bestseller doesn't mean shit. It just means you hit a certain number of copies sold.
Yep.
Yeah.
We don't gauge quality on sales. The live action Lilo and Stitch made bajillions of dollars. It's still an awful film.
Like you can sell a million copies of the worst book or the worst movie that has ever had the unfortunate standards to grace us with its presence. That does not mean that that quality is good or that people like it. It just means that a lot of people bought it.
Twilight is one of the most purchased books of all time.
Yep.
So is Harry Potter. Like, there's issues with all of these
Harry
books.
Potter has issues, but at the very least, it has a lot of strengths to back up on it. So,
yeah. Like, here's the thing, guys. There's no such thing as a perfect book. If anyone gauges quality on how perfect something is, kick them in the nuts or kick them in the teeth or something.
No, you're right.
Yeah, because like that is one of the most disingenuous things that someone can do when talking about quality of a product.
Yeah.
Especially when they're trying to degrade something for whatever reason, because there is no such thing as perfection. However, you can talk about the amount of flaws in the books and whether or not those flaws are actually book or movie or show breaking or not. Like the degrees of which those flaws impact the work itself.
yeah.
We're talking about a book that has book breaking issues.
Yeah.
Yeah. And not just single, like, we gotta clarify, this poisons the well for any continuity past this. Like, this is such an unstable foundation that any sequel is going to fall flat on its face. And the only thing that's going to quote unquote carry it is the fact that Shad writes Dalen as if he doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, and this is like the most fundamental aspect of the character and by extension the draw of the story. It had the possibility of this man who has done horrible things being redeemed. You know, like this is the whole point. And if he fails at that, then it's like, what's the point even going on with this? And the worst part is, this is not the only time, and it certainly won't be the last.
It's the difference between a road with small bumps and a road with potholes and sinkholes like Swiss cheese. I am sorry to inform you that this is the equivalent of a road along a cliffside that has been completely washed away.
I was about to say Subway sandwiches have less holes than this.
Yeah.
But yeah,
anyway.
What kind of Subway sandwiches are you fucking eating?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask, man, what the fuck? Who's stealing the yeast from your bread?
Subway, do you have a random guy running around with a hole punch?
The bread is the parts that are missing.
Anyway,
all right.
That's it. Unyeast your bread.
from my understanding, because a lust is only mentioned once in the book, but a lust is a particular type of shade that effectively acts as this world's version of a succubus. So they are specifically female shades. There's apparently no male equivalent of lust, so there's no incubuses.
Which
There's only
sucks.
succubuses.
Come on,
Damn.
come on, be fair
Weakness.
here. Incubuses are really cool, nasty creatures.
They are very nasty.
Yeah. So when you have a female person in the dark, they will turn into a lust, which is a particular type of shade that has like sexual interest in male humans and will try to turn them into shade through sexual acts.
Yep. I can't remember. Was it he
Okay.
commented that like the girl could have been worse and that she could have been a lust but wasn't? Is that right?
I'm trying
Yes.
to find it right now too.
That's what I believe
It's in
it
chapter
is.
30.
It sounds like
Yeah.
it.
Chapter 30. Okay.
Wow, I
So-
can't remember. I cannot believe that was in chapter 30. Jesus
Yep.
Christ.
So it says, Dalen looked down at the shade that he had just killed. It was a female one. And indeed, she had been a young girl when turned. Most likely, it was Blackheart that turned them, Dalen said. Locked them away in that dark cave. I bet this one would have grown into a lust given enough time. And then no weak-willed, red-blooded man could have resisted its sexual compulsion. Especially not these brainless pirates. Light Blackheart was a fool.
Yeah.
Okay. Good for you.
So
It's
yeah.
called keeping it in your pants, jackass.
So there's that. But then we also add another caveat to this that's really interesting. So when you think of like the Heartless or zombies in typical, you typically think of these little individual guys that are running around causing chaos. They're just kind of beings of chaos that run around doing things. I keep hitting my microphone. Oops.
Don't do that.
No. The Shade don't work like that. The Shade have a goddamned hive mind. They are the
Yeah.
fucking Flood from Halo.
Don't insult them.
No, I to be fair, the Flood have a lot of problems.
Hang on. I need
Hey.
to ask for a second.
me
Is
help
there like anything in comparison we can insult by comparing to this book to them? Like
343's flood.
I don't
Damn.
I don't know.
I don't agree with that because trust me, Bungie fucked up the Flood too.
I'm aware. I'm just having a joke.
Let's see. What could I
Thank you.
insult? What could I insult?
Oh, Lily Orchard stuff, right?
Yeah, Lily Orchard's on par, though she's
Yeah.
more boring.
Yeah,
than
Sith
anything.
Resurgence. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, who else could we insult with all this?
You can
Like-
insult the Tyranids if you want.
Oh, David Cage. We can insult David Cage.
No, I like
That's
David Cage. He's fun as hell.
The
It's
man's
stupid.
crazy.
It's stupid, but it's fun. This is not stupid and fun. This is stupid and infuriating. 2016 Ghostbusters.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, I
I
think that's
guess,
about on
yeah.
par.
I got nothing for that one. I
I
don't
think
know.
I think
Yandere
the Life is
Dev,
Strange
Chris
one
Chan.
deserves-
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, there we go.
Yeah,
D&D from Game of Thrones. Fame.
Yeah, Endgame, Game of
Yeah.
Thrones.
Kinda
Yeah.
forgot.
Anyway.
Yes. So yes,
Sorry,
the Shade
I had
has
to
a hive
ask.
mind. And it's an intelligent hive mind that this is one of those instances where it fucking recognizes Dalen as Dalus, calls him out, and no one
Ark wasn't Ark like right there.
Arik was right there and questioned him about it, and he just kind of brushed it off.
Yeah.
And Arik's just like, okay. It's just a lame instance of Arik being like brain dead because the plot.
He'll find out off screen anyway, so I don't know why
What's the
it was
point?
important for him not to figure it
Don't
out right then and
spoil
there.
that.
What's there to
Well,
spoil?
Look, we're taking a long time to get through this book in the first place.
I mean, true, but we're at 30 chapters. It's okay.
Yeah.
So
We still got 20 left to go.
basically, the idea is that he's kind of establishing the Shade as this long-term enemy that's going to pop up. There are several questions about why this hive mind hasn't taken over the world yet, ever got defeated, doesn't actively just convert people into itself because it can just do that by dragging them into a dark hole for a little while. And like literally how you ever defeat this thing is in question because every single shade has access to the hive mind.
Yeah.
It's like you've already created so many fucking problems for yourself. Like there's a reason that the is it the
Gravemind?
not the grave mind. I'm thinking of the tentacle faced guys from D&D. Illithids? Illithids.
Mind
Illithid.
Flayers?
Mind flayers and
Flayers?
illithids,
Mind
like because
Flayer.
illithids are in Pathfinder, they're like the equivalent. There's a reason why them and aboleths and shit are fucking horrifying, in that they are incredibly powerful beings that share a hive mind. And so if one knows what you've done, every one of them knows. So if you fuck up, you're going to be on a hit list personally with an entire army of creatures.
It's honestly why every single hive mind usually has a like quote unquote alpha figure of just to sort of give the hive mind personality. The easy one that I can go to is the grave mind, and as much as there are issues with the flood, I am a monument to all your sins is a line that goes hard as shit, and,
Well, and-
there's nothing for the shade here.
And the thing with the flood is, like we see, there is a way to stop. Like the flood isn't a monolith; it's like pockets. It's like you get a build up to a grave mind in the first game. You see a proto grave mind. In the second game, you meet a different grave mind from a different section of flood. Now, Halo 3 gets stupid with it, but like that because it doesn't do what it should. But anyway,
Correct.
the point of this is like the flood needs to build up to a hive mind. This hive mind is just extant. It just is there, and it's always there. No one's managed to fucking finish it off, and for some reason it keeps getting defeated because it's been like 4 nights over the entire world's existence.
How do you lose 4 times when you're a hive mind?
How do you lose the first time when you're a hive mind? You're a
the
hive mind whose only thing is if people are dragged into a dark space, they get turned into a part of you. That sounds like the easiest win condition on the fucking planet. You can take all the time
Yes.
you want.
Just
That
destroy
also-
the roofs.
It also begs the question why, like, more people, when they just go inside their homes to sleep and turn off the lights, like, why don't they just turn into shades?
Because they have like their lights. They keep the
There has to
windows
be, like,
open.
this
There's a whole
thing.
question I have about how people fucking sleep in this world that never gets addressed.
Candles.
I remember writing out that they have blackout curtains in my rewrite for it.
Bro, I would honestly just like say
But
everyone
remember, if they have blackout curtains, then they're in the shade, which means that they'll become shade.
I
I
assume.
have
Oh,
a thing
I
for
always
that.
assumed they fell asleep like face down, ass up.
Well, here's the thing that like could be a very easy solution to this. And this is a system that they say that humanity has been doing for thousands of years until the invention of electricity. And that is sleeping on a 4-8-4-8 sleep cycle. So if, for instance, it takes 6 to 8 hours for a person to become a shade, you sleep for 4 hours in the darkness, and then you can wake up again and live for 8 hours and fall asleep again for another 4 hours and then be awake again.
Bye.
and-
World building again.
Yeah,
Sorry?
you're
world
world building
building again.
Ah, fuck. I'm
I-
sorry. I
yeah.
can't help it.
Yeah, I was gonna say like another thing that like never gets addressed in this because of I barely touched on the whole falls thing. Why do they even bother with like any kind of regular
kind of
daily
time.
schedule? Like you just
Yeah.
like you could just like literally have people working through all 24 hours because typically we're dictated. You wouldn't evolve as a species to work
To have
on
a
that kind of
24-hour cycle.
to have the 24-hour cycle. We would have a much
No.
there's not enough explanation for any of this. Izanagi, I feel Reapers could also be a comparison.
No,
No, because
it's not
Reapers
that.
have a lot of fucking effort.
The thing about the Reapers, Isa, is that they're all technically individuals. They all have different names. They all have different things. They work together, but the whole thing about them is that they're just so much more technologically advanced than anything that they fight that they just steamroll.
Yeah, the only difference is like they're individuals, but they communicate through aim.
Yeah.
I'm just so not into Mass Effect that my immediate thought when they said Reapers was, oh, you mean the ones from The World Ends With You?
Dude, high
Good man.
five.
No. Draw me that high five.
But
There we go.
yeah. So we've been introduced to the Shades directly. Also, there's stuff about the sword and whether or not certain like the light binded sword that Dalen has in Imperius, whether like it's special because unlike other light binded swords, it doesn't break when it attacks the Shade, because when light binded items come into contact with Darkstone or Shade, it breaks. But Imperius is super special awesome because it doesn't, and we learn later why that is, and it's kind of cool, but also like it's too late. I don't care about that. And then you get I'm this is so draining going over all the bullshit, because like it also raises the question, why would you ever fucking make armor or weapons out of like Lightstone? Because it would just break against Darkstone. That like gets raised, but no one ever addresses it. This book is so stupid. This book is it's infuriatingly
It really
stupid.
is.
So anyway,
So,
they save all the girls. They save all the sex trafficked girls. They save all the people that were trapped by the pirates. They get a whole bunch of treasure. Like, we're talking a fucking entire hoard of treasure that would set anyone for life. And they finally make their way. That's right. And in the intervening time, Lyra and Cusack have made it to the place that they figured out that Dalen is going, so they can set up a trap effectively to get Dalen. Dalen and his crew arrive at or get close to the town. During one of the nights when they're trying to sleep, one of the girls tries to throw herself at Dalen as like kind of a thanks. We'll get to his thoughts on that, but basically like she has the rescuer syndrome. Someone saved her. It's a young dashing man. She throws herself at him. It's that kind of trope. Again, not a thing that doesn't happen necessarily, but also a thing that is not at all well depicted in this book at all. That's another common trait that goes on with this, is that it's like what, the second instance, and there's going to be a third later on, of thing that does technically can happen, but used entirely for self-serving reasons. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically she throws herself at him and he like rejects her because, for one, she's only barely an adult, and two, hey, let's not take advantage of the rape victim. But that's not why he doesn't do it. It's like, he says it's not to take advantage of her because she's not in her right mind, but that's not really what he thinks, because we'll learn what he really thinks later down the line, and it's actually so much worse than that.
Oh boy, is it worse?
Woman.
So he basically just rejects her because he doesn't want to be the person that he was. Like, that's basically the only justification we can look at.
He has PTSD all of a sudden from being a rapist.
Oh no, my weakness, a woman.
Yeah.
And like, again, this is something that, like, having trauma from having committed a horrible act is a thing people can have. But that is not at all what, like, Shad has never portrayed him that way. This is not a thing. And also, we learn later, the reason it doesn't work, we learn later that he doesn't actually feel like he...
Yeah, no, he doesn't actually feel any remorse for the crimes that he has committed. The only thing that he cares about is the fact that he has committed them in the first place, because he is sorry that he has tainted himself in this way. He doesn't give a shit that he has hurt other people. He only cares that he has done something to make his life the terrible thing that it is.
Mufa has reminded us, but first we have to have a paragraph about Dalen being filled with lust for her.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah. Wait, why? Oh my!
There is. And look, just play the FBI open up GIF. You'll be fine.
I was about to say, dude.
not just that. Like, it's not just
Because of
that
course it gets
Dalen
worse.
feels lust for this girl. And it's not just that Dalen rejects her and then proceeds to throw up because he feels so bad about the fact that he has committed a whole bunch of atrocious things with these young girls in the past. But it is also the fact that later on, this girl tries the exact same thing with Sane because Dalen decides to give one of the ships and all of the treasure to Sane so that he can make a life for himself, a very comfortable life for himself. And this girl decides to shack up with Sane because in this world, if you are a woman who has been touched by a man, especially in a non-consensual way, you are damaged goods and you might as well just die because no one will want you. No one will want to touch you. You will not be able to get a job. You will not be able to get married. You will not be able to have kids. You will not be able to have a life. You will be a pariah in the face of the people of this world. So, if there is somebody who is willing to want this girl despite the fact that she is damaged goods, why wouldn't she want to be with that person who can look past the fact that she is tainted and still desire her anyway? But Dalen specifically says when he learns that Sane had sex with her that that was a horrible thing for him to do, not because she is still in trauma, but because she is effectively now a gold digger.
So I was gonna say it, but Twilight makes like a really good point, and it had to be said. But I was gonna say it again. Twi, you're world building again.
No, I'm
No,
not.
that's character building.
That's just
That
like
is canon to
characterization,
the
yeah.
events of the story.
Yeah.
I'm aware.
So
I was
here
Remember,
I found the
women are always
passage.
wrong.
It's not like I
Women
haven't
are
done
always
it.
wrong.
By the way, she is offering herself to Dalen right now. She is stripped naked and standing there. She stood there completely naked.
Dude,
there.
they're
Wait, she stood completely
doing
naked there
trying
and
to
looked at
do
him
the
nervously from
freaking-
under her long lashes. And like they
Oh
talked
my
for a moment, and
God.
it's not like I haven't done it. I mean, they made me do it. They did it to me, but I know it. I know it now. I'd rather let someone like you have me than anyone else. You're a hero, and I want it. I want this. Just let me stay with you, she begged. Dalen's young, virile body had reacted the only way it could. Damn it all. Damn it all, why does she have to be so black and beautiful? Dalen clenched his fists as he struggled with the now surging desire. Out of all the vices of his past, why did this one have to cross him? Why did it seem so less wrong now that his physical body was the appropriate age, even though he was still 82 years old? She must only be 16 years old, you wretched old scum, Dalen told himself. And he does reject her, but it's like, ew.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's mega
Yeah,
gross.
that- I feel like that's
He
the only
dicked
reaction
ballsily as Thank you, Zero.
I didn't want to interrupt what you guys were saying, but I had to say it.
All right,
Oh
I
my God, man,
actually
good man.
need to pause here. I actually need to go.
Aw.
Yeah, I have to wake up for like internship related stuff tomorrow morning.
Oh shit! Congrats, man.
Getting paper.
Well,
kind of.
well,
I hope.
no, this is the same internship thing that I've been doing the
Oh.
whole year for my education. It's like a required
Hey.
thing.
Makes
Yeah,
much
so
sense.
he's not getting paid.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's experience.
Regardless.
Yay.
Yeah,
Yay.
experience.
Just be sure to get that
So-
10 years of experience you need while they're in the first year.
Oh God.
Oh my God.
Anyways, though, but yeah, I have nothing else to really show right now. Just doing things in the background. But if you want to support me and you want to come in my Discord, definitely join my Patreon, support me, and all the other good stuff. Made a new video, which is a basically supercut highlight of me, CBF, and Pete reacting to Lily Orchard's newest video talking about Hasbin Hotel, and us being forced to defend that show from her because somehow she failed that assignment so spectacularly. So definitely check that out on my channel. But other than that, I'm just working on stuff in the background, kind of. But I'll be back. I'll see y'all when I see y'all for Maharvaln.
Awesome.
Ooh.
All right. See you, man.
All right,
Awesome,
y'all have a
awesome.
good one.
Bye.
Take care, man.
Suckers.
All right, I'll just go here for now while I fix up the rest of this for everyone else.
We're back to cardboard. Free my mans! I don't deserve
my
to be
mans!
duct taped.
But to continue on from this craziness in, frankly, the worthless detour that it is beyond trying
Yes.
to world build, can we skip to the part where Dalen and Co they arrive and then suddenly Dalen continues his streak of, hey, let's do my best to like put a neon sign over the fact that I'm Dalus the Conqueror by
Oh my
instantly
god,
recognizing one
yes.
of his victims.
Yeah.
Oh my god, yes. Okay, so they land in the port. They get off of the ship. They enter the city. They're finally there at the main city where he has to go to in order to commit his crimes. And immediately
I mean, she's right.
Yeah, she is
yeah,
right. She's out of line, but she's right.
immediately. Yeah. Immediately he sees somebody standing on a literal soapbox in the middle of the town square preaching about the Dawn Empire, Dalen's empire, the one that he ruled like 30 years ago, and how wonderful it was and how we should go back there because it was a utopia compared to the corruption of today. And Dalen finds that disgusting. And so he decides to go over there and like confront this man and like tell him about how much of a snot-nosed brat he was and he doesn't know what he's talking about and blah 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 because he knows what he's talking about because he is the son of Dalus the Conqueror. He is the bastard that actually lived with him for the last moments of his life. And yada, yada, yada. And so now he has cultists after him. And then also Lyra and Cusick finally also meet up with him and they try to arrest him, but he tries to like sweet talk very badly his way out of the situation. And
then he
basically
just
says,
decides to resist arrest.
yes, he's resisting arrest by trying to say, yeah, I will get arrested later. I still have shit to do now, though. And for some fucking reason, Lyra and Cusick are basically like, yeah, okay, we'll postpone your arrest until you finish your shit to do. So then they come along in order for him to get his shit done. And both him and Lyra decide to go investigate the Dawn Empire cultists because both of them hate the Dawn Empire cultists for different reasons. And through a lot of bullshit that is really, really boring, Dalen finds their one and only hideout, apparently. Because once Dalen goes into that hideout and comes out, the Daunists are basically done. They're dissolved. It's basically Dalen is fucking red in Pokemon. He goes into the Team Rocket hideout and just destroys everything.
Mm-hmm.
We skimmed over a lot there because, like,
We are.
the order of
Because
events
it doesn't matter.
Well, the order of events that goes: they arrive at the port. He gives Sane the pirate ship.
I already talked about him
Well-
giving him the ship.
Right. Well, sorry. Like, I'm just like, because like I want to focus then on like they get cornered by Lyra and Cusick. There's a fucking fight that like ends with Auric actually intervening to allow Dalen to escape. So now Auric is on the hook for interfering in police business and allowing a convict to escape. Dalen just goes to a fucking 5-star hotel and books a room.
Yep.
And then he goes out doing his... I can't remember what he fucking does when he goes out doing his own fucking thing, but basically Auric and him are staying in the room together. Auric goes to the room with Lyra, making the deal with her so that they can all work together. And like after they begrudgingly, I think that's when he finds the guy on the soapbox during that Dalen. He does that shit. Well, Lyra's and Arik and Kuseg are at the hotel room, and then he returns to the hotel room. He doesn't go straight to the archives.
When
by the
Arik
way.
and Kusig are like having their super gay moment together.
Yeah, they're doing
Yeah.
like they're doing cooking, but it's in the style of a Ghost, where you have like the hands
Yes.
over each other. Yugok says, was a 20-year-old
Peruvian
called
cooking.
a child, so we overlook him marrying a 16-year? I think he's more like 18. I thought like Sane was a little more like 18 years old.
He is older than Dalen, like in his new
Physically.
body, but he is like 18.
And I don't
or
think Shara is
20.
actually like 16. I think she's a little older than that. I'm not sure, but like it honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Shad is just
Who the
like,
fuck knows,
I
man?
think she was also like they're the same age. Shara and Sane are roughly the
It's
same.
the Kronk
age.
needing bread gift, yes. But yes, so and then when Dalen returns, we get this really uncomfortable like conversation with Lyra, and like this is where fucking
Oh, this is where Dalen calls her a bitch.
Yeah,
he calls her a bitch.
Yes.
And then Dalen also then has his fucking come to God moment, realizing why rape is bad.
Oh,
Which-
right, yeah.
if
When-
only.
When that happened and it completely recontextualized, it made me wonder, why does he feel bad about anything? And
Yeah.
that
Great
was the
question.
start. That was the
Mhm.
start, my friends, of the alpha pin. Or they say that was the next bullet point in the alpha pin.
Yeah.
Why
Right.
does Dalen think that anything he did as the Conqueror was bad? Well, we'll get to that.
How about that?
About that.
God, that shit pissed me off on a first read. That shit pissed me off when we're talking about it now, and it's been weeks.
Perfectly reasonable.
It pissed me off on my second read too.
Yeah,
Same.
and like I am sorry that I did skip over a lot of that information, but like also it's just to give everyone like a relative timeline of what's going on so that we can hit on the important stuff when we
Yeah,
go
no,
into
absolutely.
what I discussed.
I just wanted to like highlight that like this is where that happens. This is like
Yep.
almost like this is 4/5, if not even further into the book. We are approaching critically the climax of the book, which by the way,
And
the plot has completely derailed because everyone knows who Dalen Dalen is a known quantity now. Like his secret is out, like that he exists. His entire plan to forge his documents has failed miserably. The entire purpose to his journey for the last 30 chapters or so is
Doesn't
moot.
matter.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And he makes no like his comment is, "Oh well."
yeah,
I'm
and
sorry?
Fiddlesticks.
sketchy Sam, what do you mean they're done, the Daunists? Didn't we just meet them? Yes,
Yes.
they are dealt with
Yeah.
this single chapter. And again, he kills the leader. She has large light, by the way, because she has conviction.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
I can't believe-
Large light indeed.
I was gonna say, she
Oh,
dies.
she has big melon like light. Let's say that.
yeah,
Oh, I
sure.
forgot about that. Also, if I were Dalen and actually figuring out that I had bastard children at this point, I would be looking very warily at anyone with blue hair. Like, I would be like,
Yeah.
is that one of mine?
Hey man, how's your dad? I
But-
never met my father.
But
Then
this
he
is
leaves.
also, by the way, like when the hotel room and he has this come to God moment. Not 5 minutes afterwards, Sane comes to the door to meet him and explains basically like, "Oh, I'm going to go off with Shara and like give her a good life and marry her." And this is where Dalen is like talking down to him. Don't. She's just a money grubbing bitch who's been traumatized.
She's a whore.
She's a whore, and you shouldn't do that. And then Sane's like, I kind of love her regardless, and like I know it's like early on, but I feel like I could give her a good life, and I want to do that. And and then Dalen's like, well, I don't recommend it. Best of luck to you. And I'm saying there, I'm like, Sane is legitimately the only good person in this book.
Yes.
He's just like, I see it. Like, even if she doesn't actually love me, I'm going to support her because she needs the help. And I'm like, my man, genuinely an upstanding guy.
So Raymond is allowed to talk about this, but when I rant about it, it's called world building.
Oh
Sorry,
boy.
wanted
sorry,
to make a
Twilight.
joke.
We're only getting into the spirit of Shad's writing.
Okay, now I feel bad.
But it's two sons. This woman has such incredible light. Dalen probably.
Name the lie. Name the lie.
But yeah, no, I
Where's
can't
the
get
lie
over
here?
the fact that like he just walks into their hideout. By the way, like he just like asks for directions, gets them immediately because he looks like
Yes.
because like everyone thinks he's Daelus's son. He goes there, gets let in, gets to like see the leader immediately, and like within a few minutes they have discussion, have the big difference in view. He tries to talk her down, and when she doesn't immediately comply like the woman she's supposed to be to Shad's mind, Dalen just fucking kills her when she's
He
an unarmed
destroys her
woman.
with facts and
Just
logic.
decapitates her.
With a
Blows
punch!
her
Logic.
head off.
He punches, which goes
I
back
thought he-
to what
yeah,
the
he
fuck does
punched
this
her
guy
head
need a
off.
sword?
Facts and logic, man. Facts and logic.
And then he slaughters everyone in there.
Yep.
Despite like no one even like there's no comment on whether or not anyone tried to surrender. Like there were just like people there that were just like they weren't combatants, they were just people that were working with the terrorists. Like they're technically terrorists, but like they were non-combatants.
Imagine you just like walked into your job and you saw someone obliterate your foreman. You're just like, oh,
Oh
okay.
fuck, was this before or after he was like that's right. Okay, so he agrees. I gotta back up. Before he even goes there.
Back up real quick.
Before he even goes to this hideout, he agrees after this heart-to-heart, this sobbing like mess that he does with Lyra. It's really fucking awkward and weird. He agrees, okay, I'm gonna go into the proper authorities and get processed. He goes into the proper authorities. He's there for a grand total of like 2 or 3 hours at maximum. It might have even been like 10 minutes for all we know. And like within that time, they basically just say, okay, so you're Dalen's son. Got it. You have magical powers. That means you're a good guy. Got it. Okay, you're deputized now. It's like, what? Yeah, you're just going to give you all the authority that you have. Oh, that was the point I was going to bring. Along his entire journey. Oh my god, we have to go way back. Along his entire journey, Dalen has fucking posed as an archknight with his powers and just said that he's an archknight to people to get free shit. Because the archknights and lightbringers, they just get free shit from anyone they want at any time if they ask for it, because it's presumed in the course of like solving some sort of crime or helping law enforcement. So he's been impersonating a cop this entire time. And instead of being fucking damned for it, they just say, oh, well, he has the powers, so we're just going to deputize him. I'm sorry? Because when someone impersonates a cop because they have a fucking gun, we're just going a gun and a badge, we're going to say, yeah, well, we'll just make it formal.
This would be a solid joke in a Naked Gun movie.
Yes! Fucking yes! oh god. Oh god. Go watch Naked Gun 4. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's real good.
But like, so they go, basically then all the other shit happens. They discover the hideout. He's let in, he kills them. The reason why that triggered is I was gonna say it's an extrajudicial murder, but no, it's actually like
Wait, hello?
it's like fucking sanctioned. Hello. It's like fucking sanctioned by the police because he's deputized.
Oh,
Mhm.
Was I not coming through? I made a
No.
joke for the Naked Gun.
Oh,
you
sorry,
didn't? What
bro.
was it?
You bombed.
It was when I see a bunch of men stabbing another man in the middle of a park, I don't just stand by. That was a running of Julius Caesar.
It's like, yeah, when I see a bunch of men stabbing another one in the middle of the park, I don't just stand by. I start taking action. That was a rendition. That was a play in the park rendition of Julius Caesar.
Julius
You
Caesar.
murdered 5 good actors. My brother is currently in the grueling process of trying to become a cop, so seeing how easily Dalen got deputized made my blood boil. Like,
Oh yeah,
here's the thing. Deputizing is a thing that did happen. Like, the one that comes to mind, it does happen a lot, and like biggest one that comes to mind a lot in the Wild West, where individuals on the fly, when necessary, were deputized by law enforcement to handle certain matters. This is typically because there weren't enough law enforcement in the area to handle things. That can happen. It does happen. They would not happen this way whatsoever. This man would be behind bars and tried. But law of justification. No, wait, law of justification, we're told, also needs proof somehow, but never gets brought up. I fucking hate this book. It's so inconsistent with all of this. Don't forget, the Donist base was inside an apartment complex. There were people who just lived there, and Dalen indiscriminately murdered everyone in the building.
Yes.
Did he? Was it everyone in the building? I thought it was just the Donist.
I thought it was just the Donist, but if it was everyone in the building, just like imagine Dalen busts in your door and you were like midway through watching a season of Breaking Bad.
You're just sitting on the toilet reading your book. You're like, what's happening?
You just look up.
No, not up the ass!
No. Oh my God, Daigato. Twice stop your world building. I can't help it. Look at Daigato's meme. It's so good.
The power of the world in the palm of my hand.
That's so cute.
It is so cute. I love the little building blocks. There's a few other memes. I'm trying not to read it as mark it as read so that I don't lose the comic. Cusick and Lyra, do you smell anything? This place smells like douchebag. Dalen was here. And then we have that was from Omega Rob. This is also from Omega Rob. Zero, Shadow the Conqueror. Is there anything we can do to compare its badness? And I'm holding up Shadow the Conqueror. No. Okay, so Donist's dead. And the thing that we learn about their plan is that they're planning on crashing one of the floating islands down onto the main city.
Final Fantasy VII theme starts playing.
Yeah. Well, let's go over one of my favorite things to bring up. Crashing a city-sized object, and this is a city-sized object, into any other body. We're talking at least a mile, right? I'm pretty sure that's the cataclysm that ended the dinosaurs.
Roughly, yes.
Could never.
So, this plan by the Donists isn't just a fuck you city. This is a we are going to cause the fucking apocalypse levels of bad. And no one seems to recognize it. Everyone's like, oh no, the city. Oh no, the city. No, this should be, oh no, the fucking world is going to end. So, and not to mention, I think they make mention that they can see the island at some point, right? Like early on, they mention they can see the island.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, they act like they can't find the fucking island for 4 or 5 chapters.
Where did it go?
Oh my God. This whole thing with the fucking island is so bad because this is like a moment where you would think
I'm gonna get a drink.
that you would be wanting to focus on this, and it's the same problem of like the girl being assaulted by her dad and taking 3 fucking pages to start doing something about it. It's that, but this time is with an island crashing into a city where instead of dealing with that immediately, we spend like 5 chapters fucking around, fighting each other, doing these stupid anime battles. Or I guess it's more appropriate of like these stupid Marvel crossover battles where we're fighting each other even though that something else is going on, or else there wouldn't be a plot to the story. It's like, is this an important thing going on or isn't it? Because they don't really talk about the island the entire time that they're fighting. There's nothing in Dalen's mind that says, I need to stop this fight immediately so that I can go deal with this threat. Oh no, I'm being forced, my hand is being forced into another fight. God damn it, I don't have time for this. There is none of that to indicate that he is trying to stop this thing that is going on. He is just like, I need to do this fight now. I need to do that fight as well. I'm going to have these big emotional scenes with these 2 people. And then finally, once the 3rd day has finally arrived, the moon is about to crash down on us. He finally deals with the problem
Like it's a minor inconvenience.
For the record,
I
this ruins every character in the book at this point.
Yes.
effortlessly ruins them.
Ugox, Age of Ultron A1, the plan to X humanity. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, if you hit anything with a big enough rock going fast enough, it'll ruin a lot of lives.
So to kind of put this into context, the reason why we're talking about them faffing about, Dalen and Lyra are rushing off to try and recruit help to stop the island that is imminently bearing down on us, and will be imminently bearing down on the entire plot for 5 chapters. They go off in separate directions. Dalen goes to go recruit Auric. And when he arrives at the penthouse, because of course Dalen got the fucking penthouse, I forgot to mention how goddamn conceited he is.
Yes.
When he gets there, Auric, off screen, has discovered that Dalen is Dalus the Conqueror.
You don't say.
How
You
could he
don't
do
say.
How did
You
he
know
learn
that-
this?
How did he learn
information?
this?
If
He
he-
went to the archives and found out that Dalen doesn't have any papers.
Which
Goes all
What?
the way back to that first complaint I had about that shit.
yep.
So we got that, and like he puts it all together, and it's like, oh my god, you're Dalus. And it turns out I was actually Rayatan Leusa. I'm actually surprised I remember his name, but I guess it really stuck.
I didn't.
I was we in all the different flashback things that we were told, like there were a couple mentions of this guy that was leading the rebellion against Dalen, and so basically it turns out this guy was Dalen's chief antagonist in his prime. It was the guy that overthrew him, and so like and basically he changed his name upon swearing the oath to be an Archon, or whatever they're called. I'm running out of gas. So basically, instead of anyone taking the time, like Dalen just being like, all right, Auric, yes, you're right. But you know, there's an island imminently bearing down on us right now. We should go solve that first, and you and I can hash this out later, because we have a lot to talk about, and now that you know, we can talk about it freely, all right? We got a lot to talk about, okay? Right now, big problem. Island. Say, if the Floating Isles are basically a lawless place with pirates, doesn't it stand to reason that most of the population there don't have official documentation? Look, the IRS monsters know, all right?
Yeah, the light finds a way. All right.
The light finds a way, yes. So, instead of saying anything like that, or trying to be reasonable, both men decide to get into a battle to the fucking death that involves literally, like, partly flying across the entire fucking city at light speed, blowing each other up. Both of them die at different points, but then come back. It's a mess. And then Dalen manages to get away. He rushes to the Archon Keep, where they're basically all scrambling to try and take care of the giant island that is imminently bearing down on us right this second. And
that's not
like he
happening.
basically says, all right, guys, all this stuff is happening. And I'm going to go take care of it. John A. He doesn't really mention by the way, Auric has kind of gone crazy. He doesn't really like help his case at all. He just kind of says hello and leaves to go try and solve the
Hello,
problem.
goodbye.
Then Auric shows up and explains, yes, it turns out that Dalen is actually Dalus the Conqueror. I know by not what means it happened, but he got rejuvenated into his youth. And after learning this, Lyra, after basically having an entire like character arc related to trying to forgive Dalen for the sins of his father because she's trying to be a mature person, she has a full-on breakdown realizing that was Dalus the entire time. Because she is a grown-ass woman who became a magical law enforcement that is supposed to be like firm of spirit and mind. And she starts breaking down like a small child. And it takes Cusack telling her and reaffirming her that she is a knight. She is the knight. She is Batman to reaffirm her. A man needs to tell her that she's worth something.
I questioned a lot of things when I read this the first time.
Well, not only that,
Just
but
the
it's
first
like
time?
really weird because there was
Every
no
time.
moment of character development for Cusack where he fully understands that she isn't struggling with her
Sexuality.
with her sexuality, that she is traumatized by it. We don't get that. The best that you can say is that maybe Auric told him off screen when they were having their ghost baking moment.
Well, no, he has like the moment when because he learns it at the same time she does, and like part of the problem is that he's like openly stating what he's figuring out loud.
Yeah.
Yes.
In her native language, when she could just be talking directly to Auric when he's trying to explain what he thinks is happening. So, like, not only is he figuring this out, not only is he basically laying out what he's figured out her trauma is right to her face, but, like, he has every option to say it in native Teresian to the guy who is native Teresian next to him, who is the one that could probably help. But he doesn't. He just basically keeps re-traumatizing her by talking about it to her. So it's like, we have several layers of just fucked here. It's not at all, like, it really sours so much more about this book than it... Like, I'm sucking on a fucking lemon here, guys, and it's just getting more and more sour. And I like lemons. No, you know what? I no, fuck that. I'm not comparing it to lemons. This is like sucking on a fucking Switch cartridge.
Ooh, I guess
Yeah.
we did find it.
I would say it still doesn't quite compare. I think
Yeah, but still.
Yeah. So basically,
It's sucking on 5 Switch cartridges at the same time.
yeah,
Damn, we got it. Cut the check.
there we go.
God damn.
So basically, what happens is then Auric and Lyra go chasing after Dalen because obviously apprehending this one man is way more important than trying to stop the giant island that is bearing down on us imminently this very second. Meanwhile,
jokes we
Q-Seg
had.
and the rest of the Archons, I just kept hammering on that. It's like, guys, the world is about to fucking end.
So good. I loved it every single time.
So Q-Seg and the rest of the Arc Knights go up to try and deal with it because they're actually intelligent people that realize that there is a fucking problem. And then Lyra and Auric go to fight Dalen, and Dalen struggles at first, but then manages to defeat them because he figures out he can bond his light to swordsmanship and just basically crank his fucking swordsman levels. And
I
just
didn't know swordsmanship was an attribute, man.
yeah, I don't fucking like basically at this point any skill, any abstract concept about the human existence can be an attribute. So it's
Can my sleep paralysis be an attribute?
can I
will
can I use light bonds to make myself sleep?
You know what? Actually,
Let's-
pretty peak, if so.
Let's get on this, man.
Yeah.
I'm ready to be done so that we can do the other 3 or 4 things that we still have to get done.
We
True.
might
Yes.
have to like save this for another
No,
stream.
Raymond.
No, we can't.
Oh, okay, all right.
We're getting to
It's
it,
because
apparently.
you insist on going through every single tiny little detail.
Because every
I was
detail is
trying-
horrible, Twy. Every detail
No!
is horrible.
They get the
I know it
picture that
is.
every detail is horrible.
They need to know how bad it gets.
Raymond,
And they can
Raymond,
know by watching the VODs.
Oh.
Raymond, I am going to go through half of the first chapter in excruciating detail in order to show them how it is bad. We can do it.
Okay, all right. Well, don't worry, we're literally at the end now. Dalen fucking one-ups them. He gets magical he finds a new magical superpower no one else has, and he just bests them. And they're like, wow, you're so powerful, we can't beat you. So we'll just help you stop the island that's imminently bearing down on us right now.
No. Before that, you have to understand. He and Auric get into a 1v1 where where Auric says, "No, we shall fight each other. No powers, nothing, just swordsmanship." And then Auric beats him. And then as
I thought we weren't going into
Dalen lays-
details. I know nothing. I thought we weren't going into
Ooh.
details.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
You want to use that sword against me? I will use it against everyone else.
I didn't say shit.
I know. You are actually raising a very good point. Basically,
But
Auric fucking forgives Dalen, and it's like,
correct. Yeah.
oh,
that's
it's the
big
most
thing.
disgusting, saccharine,
No,
quote unquote scene.
the best part about it, again, we're not the same. We're the
You
same.
and I are not
you and
so
I.
different.
Oh my god, I love it. It's so bad.
Unironically, he uses that line, and he thinks it's good. And
Yep.
it's so basically it's like, oh, he forgives him. It's the most bullshit thing ever, and it's like, oh, forgiveness is impossible. It's like, like I could never have conceived of it. And it's like, forgiveness is a thing that's existed forever. Fuck you. So they go stop the island. They can't do it mechanically because of bullshit. There's a bunch of shade on the island that the Daunists used to protect it.
How?
There's a whole thing, like there's a whole like sphere of blackened like shade energy around it that keep them alive so they're not in the direct sunlight. That's never explained. Like at all. Like this thing is just it exists and then just goes away when they kill all the shade. And then the Daunists were already slaughtered by that point, right? They were killed by the shade. No, some of them were still around somehow.
They were killed by the Daunists killed by the shade.
So okay.
You confused me for a second.
Yeah, the Archknights arrive, and they get slaughtered by the Daunists, who are inside and somehow not being attacked by the shade. I don't quite know how that works. But basically, they figured out the Daunists, the Lightbringers, they're weak to Darkstone being put in them, and so they just make a bunch of guns with Darkstone, and they shoot the
easiest weakness ever.
It's like the easiest weakness ever that anyone could have discovered ever, and it's only now.
Oh no, I'm weak to salt.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so they shoot them. They kill all the Archknights, including Cusick. Cusick is killed off screen. He gets literally, he's like the only character that makes it out of this. Sort of like him and Sane are the only ones that make it out of this like in any kind of good condition. And Cusick is really damaged goods, by the way. This is a very low fucking bar.
What? No. He can't be damaged goods. He's a man.
Ooh.
No, he is the instance of a damaged goods man because he has the symbol on his head.
Not the
that is true.
And yet then he goes on to damage another woman. He's kind of a dick.
Yeah, kind of.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
No, he specifically okay, so very quickly on the journey to find Dalen, Lyra and Cusick get on a ship. The captain is a Teresian woman. Cusick has attraction to this woman and he wants to marry her. She has sex with him and then refuses to marry him, and because she refuses to marry him and they had sex out of wedlock, he decides, oh, you have broken our traditions, so he marks her.
Because for the record, he is himself marked, because if you have sex outside of tradition in marriage, or outside of marriage, in their tradition, you get marked as basically like a social pariah. You are looked down upon.
Yes.
And one of his big motivations to become an Archknight was to regain some level of like prestige within his own people. Like it's actually kind of an interesting dynamic with him in terms of he joined this very prestigious, noble group of people to just gain prestige that he had lost for being immoral. It's kind of a cool idea. Again, fucking wasted. They're just branding people now. Teresans brand each other. It's all the time. Look, man, it's not like we would stop that in any other of our countries. So yeah, Cusick basically gets harmed because he slept with this woman and then branded her for life, effectively as a social pariah, like he was. That's like the worst thing that he did in this entire book. And it is pretty fucking bad, but compared to at the very end, at least he nobly went off and died in the hopes of trying to stop an island from destroying the planet. So he gets some points while everyone else was faffing about.
Yeah, he tried at least.
So basically, the way they solve this problem is that, like, Dalen supercharges himself with a bunch of light stones, and he anime lightning slashes, like the Legend of Zelda charged skyward sword slashes, but like super duper over the top, and cuts the island in half. So half of the island, because of how they float, ends up floating off into the atmosphere and will probably loop back around again at some point. And the other half crashes harmlessly to the ground.
My mental image was Armageddon, if you know that Bruce Willis movie.
Yes. Deep Impact was much better, by the way.
Aw, come on.
What?
Anyway.
We'll talk about that later, I'm sure.
But yes, so basically, half of a mile of rock comes crashing down into the city, and the city is saved. That's not how any of that works, but fuck it, whatever. We're near the end.
We did it,
Luke-
Patrick. We
Luke-
saved the city.
Fuck off.
What do you say?
So you could say that the island subplot didn't make the cut.
Ha!
So
And
that's
that's
why
it
I
for
said
the
fuck off.
stream.
Yeah, that's it for the stream. Sorry, Twy. We're just gonna have to end it
Yeah,
there.
I was gonna say, yeah, I
no.
gotta leave.
But the so with that,
Harmlessly. That's
yeah,
what it means.
harmlessly, like basically it does destroy some parts of the city, but like it doesn't destroy like anything beyond that. It is
It was
surprisingly
moving really
bloodless.
slowly. That's the equivalent.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
also
Sorry, the explanation I say.
there's also the whole evacuation thing going on. It doesn't really fucking matter.
Yeah, moving on.
Basically, as a result of all this, though, it's outed publicly for almost no fucking reason at all that Dalen like publicly announces that he is Daedalus the Conqueror.
No, it's Lyra announces it to everybody because Dalen apparently died trying to do the anime sword swing, but he just gets back up.
Right,
Yeah, his
fuck.
natural healing kicks in.
right, the one
Yeah,
that won't
and
let him die.
Auric was about to use his last miracle. By the way, Lightbinders can do a great miracle as their last act, and he was going to use that to bring Daedalus back to life.
Basically killing himself in the process.
Yes, correct.
And basically he keeps using it as a fucking threat against Dalen. It's really fucking weird.
Don't kill yourself. I'll bring you back.
Which is like he could just kill himself again. So where is I? So basically, now that Daedalus has been outed, we then move on to the final section of the book, which is Dalen's trial. They put him on trial for all of his sins. And it's the most embarrassing fucking thing ever. Because there's a lot we could probably dig into, but for Twilight's sake and Zero's sake, we're not going to. We're going to skim over this, because really the bullet points are, a lot of people come forward with righteous complaints. Almost every single time they do, Dalen says he's guilty. But in his mind, almost every single complaint, every single like charge against him has a fucking asterisks. Like, true, but. He also confesses to crimes he didn't do. Like the fucking assassination of a major guild member. He confesses to that even though he wasn't responsible for it, which completely erases the point of justice systems. So there's that. And then we get to the one about the women that were raped by Daedalus coming forward to excoriate him. But in some cases, you had women come forward that were like, well, he raped me, but the child I love the child I had as a result. One of them said, I don't want to judge him as a result of that. And one of them said, I wouldn't change anything because I love my child. Which, it's a long conversation, but I will try to put it as truncated as possible. Women who value their children that were born from rape do exist. It is a thing that happens because women giving birth to children, they can still form very deep emotional bonds with those children regardless how they were conceived. This is a phenomenon. It happens. It almost certainly requires a lot of therapy. Rape in general requires that, but I imagine this even doubly so. However, one, I don't know if any of them would bother coming to this fucking trial because they wouldn't want to exonerate him. I don't think they would be like, oh, we need to forgive him, or I wouldn't care. It's like, thank you. Why are you here if you're just going to say, I don't care where this goes? You're here to either say yay or nay. But then on top of that, there's a lot of women that would love their children but still fucking hate him. And they don't say like, oh yeah, no, throw the fucking book at him, execute him. Like, I don't believe there would be any of these women that he raped anywhere near his corner. And I think to even show one of them is disingenuous to the overwhelming flood of women that would be out for his fucking head, including one of the leaders of the nations that are judging him.
But here's the thing that you're not really focusing on, Raymond, is the fact that it's only the women who don't have children via rape by Dalen that are the ones who are the angriest at him.
Yes.
When that is not at all the case. Oh, no, actually, you're right. I'm not focusing on something even more important is none of these women feel like people. They all feel like mouthpieces that are just propped up to make you feel a certain way and to get certain reactions from Dalen's perspective. So the women that were like giving him grace, he's like, oh my God, I don't believe this. I can't believe, how could they ever forgive, or how could they ever like be so kind to a person like me? And then the woman that excoriates him, it's to be him like, oh, I deserve this. Oh, I deserve it so much. I'm so evil. Oh my God, please slather me in your spite. It's it's disgusting because they're just dolls put up there to get you to feel sympathy for Dalen and how far he's come and how much better he is now as a person. It's
done for the sake of the fact that Shad had something in mind for this book, which was to answer the question of whether or not someone as horrible as Dalen the Conqueror or Dalus the Conqueror could be forgiven for all of his crimes. And the answer that he wanted to come to the conclusion to was yes, if he does one good thing for society, then all of the thousands of other things can just be wiped clean. As long as he gets a mild punishment for it. The thing that he already agreed to do in the first place. So, like, it feels fake because he didn't go through this storyline with the intention of exploring what it means to be a horrible person and what atonement means and how to achieve it and whether or not he deserves it. He came into the story with the answer in mind, and now retroactively, he needs to add a bunch of mouthpieces in order to state that thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it because someone said like all the women that were like in his favor with children were described as pretty, and the others were described as like less attractive, effectively. You must kill him. The fact that he's still alive to torment me and my friend. Strangely, it was the women who didn't have any children by him that seemed to despise him more than others. To them, Dalen had truly ruined their lives, many not even finding marriage, and a few still bearing deep psychological pain. Let's see, Lyra again.
Women can't find marriage, though, if that has happened to them. That was a thing that was stated.
Yeah, but like, that's never scrutinized. That's the thing I always get. Like, okay, fine. You know what? That's a part of this world. It's so conservatively restrictive in this way that women are considered damaged goods and cannot be married past that point. Why is that never studied? Why is there no commentary on that? Like, if you're making such a big point of it, like this is not a small point in the book. Why is it never like challenged or pushed?
Because it's one of the things that Shad uses as the quote unquote foundational norms of his world. Like there's foundational things like in say our world of like you hold open a door for someone, you be nice, you say please, you say thank you. Like there's nothing crazy
when a woman
about
is
it,
raped. When a woman is raped, she's just worthless. Yeah, that's just how that works.
That is literally what I was getting to. Like the things that are apparently universally accepted to be just normal. That's one of them.
And that's the thing is like you're bringing this up all the time. For what purpose, Shad? For what purpose are you bringing this up all the time? It's to make us feel pity for these poor girls, for like the fact that they have been ruined. Well, are the characters feeling this? How are the characters feeling about this? What about Lyra? Doesn't she feel like this isn't just? Like she is someone that has now risen above it. She is by the measure of the world, ruined goods. So, but she has also risen to being a prominent and very powerful authority figure in the world. Doesn't she turn around and be like, "Hey, wait a minute! This whole damaged good thing that we've got ingrained in us is wrong. Maybe that needs to change. Maybe I need to start like taking initiative here, or I need to talk to people." Like, there's nothing like that here. It's vapid. It's just there to like. It's a proselytizing. It comes off as proselytizing an awful worldview about women.
Mm-hmm.
I like to point out, by the way, to everyone in chat, the one woman in this chat of the four of us right now is just like, this is just completely right.
Yes. This man is telling the truth.
I mean,
Celtic
this
drank enough of his
man
Lisbeth
is
women juice.
this man is barely telling the truth. He is telling it enough that I won't bother correcting him.
Ow!
Especially since he has already
I
gone
was
on
gonna say, I was
a
gonna
screed.
say, you're talking about Celtic, and I was like, what did I do?
What did I do? I thought I was on the money with this.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Oh God, I love these talks.
so Shad doesn't understand that establishing universal norms without commentary or making a point directly for the off. Yes, absolutely. Like it's just it's weird. It's like this book is more him trying to advertise the morals of Mormonism ultimately than anything else. And like we're talking like the hardcore Mormonism. We're not talking the people that just treat it like kind of passively their religion. Then he specified most. Oh yeah, by the way, when he raped these women, most of them were under 18. We're talking like 14. Oh, what was the youngest?
They were as young as
believe you-
12.
Youngest.
Yeah.
You made the comment. You
He
made the
said-
comment in. Sorry.
He said explicitly in the novel that the youngest that a girl could be and be sexually active is 12 years old.
Jesus Christ. Fucking Japan's federal age was looking at them with like, what the fuck?
Yes.
Wait one more year, motherfucker. You're impatient.
You have broken even the hentai artist. What the
Yeah,
hell?
you broke the heads. Oh my god. Oh, okay. So
But,
fast
I
forwarding,
think-
basically, it was a senator.
Hikaru, yes, gross. And you.
A senator steps forward. The senator is the father of one of the girls that he rescued, and he comes up and says, "Oh, I would like it recognized all these heroic things that Dalen did." And it's like the panel's like, "We're here to judge whether or not he's guilty. This is kind of irrelevant." But it needs to be recognized. I'm like, fucking fine. All right. We recognize that he did all these great things. He's a hero. Bam. Also, upon decree, we recognize his accomplishments, but we strip him of the title of hero in light of his crimes. Bam. It's like, thank you. That needed to happen. But apparently, between that, Auric and Lyra speaking in his favor, effectively, the decision comes down that he is to be kept alive and basically handed off to the Arknights in order to basically fill out a parole or like a repentance tour, effectively, as like a slave of the Arknights.
This is a thing that was already going to happen.
Yes.
Because it was already agreed upon several chapters ago.
That was his plan from the get-go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Join the Arknights.
So this basically is just like, oh, so you just a circuitous route to get where I was going to go anyway.
It is the most definitional equivalent of this trial could have been an email.
Yep.
Yeah, and it takes several days for them to come to this conclusion.
It's 4 chapters long. This is a 4-chapter trial. This is the trial.
Trial.
This is.
No, it's the
I
trial.
choked on my. It's a trial. No, that sounds too cutesy for this fucking book. Basically, like the last 10th of this book is a fucking trial that just accomplishes what the hero wanted from the get-go. And I say hero very loosely, the main protagonist. And then by the end of it, Dalen feels. Can you load, please? Can you fucking load?
Apparently not.
There we go. Dalen
Never.
comes to the conclusion that like Dalen could actually do it. He could do good and fight evil without making the same mistakes of his past. He could be a better man, and in fact, he thought with a bittersweet smile he was. Dalen, by the end of this book, is not a better person. He's still
Not at all.
a monster of a person. Is that Shad doesn't realize that his internal monologue betrays how little he actually cares about anyone around him. Like, everything about him is self-serving. He is the definition of a goddamn narcissist. And it does not go examined whatsoever.
No.
It is.
He wanted to be found guilty so he could die. No. He wanted to be found
No.
guilty so someone else could make him die because he could kill himself at any point, but he doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something that I was going to point out, but
He
we
has too
skipped
much
over.
pride to just kill himself.
Yeah,
Unless
he
if
has
it's
to.
the most dramatic
Or
way
sacrifice
possible.
himself. He could have just let Arik kill him or Lyra kill
Yeah.
him, but he just couldn't help himself but
Well,
live.
I'll make the point of it when he's fighting like Arik and Lyra and everything, and he's like, "Oh, I have to use the best of my ability, and then if they kill me, I shall accept my death." That's suicide by cop, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That, like, that I'm sorry, that doesn't justify shit. Like, you are still, in a roundabout way, still committing the sewer slide.
Also, I need the because you just put it in the context for me. Holy shit, suicide by cop. Do you realize that
Yeah.
people get traumatized for killing people? Cops have a required fucking check-in with a shrink after they have killed someone in the line of duty. Even if it was completely justified, killing someone leaves deep psychological wounds on someone because the act of taking a life for most normal people is horrific. So Dalen being like, hey, I can't kill me, but if you kill me, that's okay. He is basically asking someone to traumatize themselves. Two people who he has traumatized already because he did kill Arik's family. Oh god, I forgot about that. Fucking he killed Arik's family, prompting Arik to become the revolutionary. But he could only become the but it was because Arik became the revolutionary that Dalen bombed the city that ended up killing Arik's family. There is a time loop in this fucking story.
It
What's happening?
just gets worse the more you think about it.
Arik literally couldn't exist. It's a fucking.
We have hit the bootstrap paradox of Shadow of the Conqueror, everybody.
Yep.
It is glorious.
Oh,
Anyway,
anyway, that's the book.
effectively the book.
Do you guys want to look at the Silver's great comic? Because
Oh, it's
this is legitimately fantastic.
Okay, all right.
Let's look at it.
Copy first image. All right, pasting.
I will be more than happy to voice my part.
Okay.
Me too.
I'll voice Dalen.
You have to.
Oh, where am I? What is this? What's happening?
Ah, you're finally awake.
Of course, we're opening with that line. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, court is now in session. The good people of the Tundra Discord versus the self-righteous prick known as Dalen Namoran. Our prosecutor is ready. Likewise, our fair and impartial jury.
Hang him.
Shoot him, hit him with a rock. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all rise for our judge, Celtic Phoenix.
Guilty! What? This isn't fair. I don't even get a chance to defend myself. Fine. I like it make a difference. Twy, make your opening statement.
People say you're a changed man, Dalen. They claim you no longer they claim you're no longer the conqueror you used to be. I, like everyone else in this courtroom, am here to rebuke that. This man has not changed in the slightest. He's still a violent, sexist jackass with no respect for life. In the end, all his talk of remorse amounts to little more than crocodile tears. No offense.
Some taken.
It's
I
so
love
good.
it.
But enough of the preamble. Let's bring in the first witness.
Titan, you're up. Zero, you can go for it.
All right, I'll go ahead. I would like to point out how you showed excess brutality against Blackheart's pirates, nor did you give them a chance to surrender. Not to mention, you actively chose your route to the capital in the hopes you would get to slaughter pirates. Doesn't sound like someone remorseful for his murders, does it?
I will slaughter as many people as I need to if it means keeping the peace.
I rest my case. Oh, I guess this one's me too. You're
I
a
guess,
selfish
yeah.
bastard who thinks only of himself. You never consider the feelings of others, only of absolving yourself of guilt. Like when you first encountered Lyra at the capital, and she, understandably, hates your guts for a multitude of reasons. When she did not immediately forgive you, you called her under your breath and I quote, a bitch. You didn't even consider her perspective.
Oh, I should do this in Shad's voice, actually. And why should I? She's just a woman.
The reactions, I love them so much.
Yeah, I'll zoom in on that. It's our regulars.
It's
I love the Teddy Bear
just the
Paladin
worst.
one. That's like my favorite.
Yeah, just the sword. Just
The
taking
sword.
me. Honestly, Gundam, that has energy that I love
does.
in my soul.
If you
It
get
does,
fucked
like,
off by a
that's
fucking
aura
mobile
right there.
suit, you're fucked, man. Who's this talking? Is that
That's Shad.
Oh, okay.
That's Chad, yeah.
you mean Dale? But anyway,
Dalen, yeah.
Your Honor, I would like that last statement stricken from the record. Silver.
Not on
Not
your
in
life.
your life, bucko.
Oh,
Anyway, all yours, my man.
So let me get this straight. You claimed you wanted to face justice for your crimes, and yet your first thought on becoming young again is to commit identity fraud.
I don't see how that's a relevant statement.
You never treat anyone as an equal, referring them to as a boy and girl to demean and infantilize them.
You turned me into a newt. I got better.
I'm afraid I've never met the gentleman in question.
Degenerates like you belong on a cross.
Objection. Overruled. The witness statement will stand. Wait, is this fucking who is this?
I don't know what that pose is.
Is that Lily Orchard's character? What's her face?
I think it is.
I think so, which is
Oh my
pretty
God,
funny.
What a deep cut.
Right?
Oh god. All right. Okay, I've had enough. I demand you spare me the mockery of this injustice this instant.
Hey, not our fault Silver doesn't know how to write courtroom drama.
Guilty.
You know what?
It worked.
Props.
It's fine. It's fine.
Props.
That's such a
props
good
to her.
joke.
It is. It is.
That is such a great little.
The only
bit
thing
of
that would make it better is he
self-humor.
was being dragged off bridge. All right, we've had our fun, but let's be real here. This court is purely performative. I know you're guilty, the jury knows you're guilty, anyone with 2 brain cells and a barely functional moral compass knows you're guilty.
But we come to a problem. Of course, we want you to die.
But we also don't want you to But we also don't want to validate you by giving you what you allegedly want.
You're a coward who turned down every chance to take your own life or let someone put you out of your misery.
And thus I hereby sentence you to 3 years in the Omega-verse.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
I can handle that with my sticky bread tied behind my back. Very well. 7 years. No!
Court is adjourned.
What a great reference. Just literally summoning a Digimon, grabbing the weapon and banging. So good.
And with that, assuming Shad doesn't challenge our verdict, we can finally put this godforsaken book to bed. Let's go home, everyone. I hope to see you on Friday when we cover... God damn it. And I guess it's better good as time this Friday. Hey, it looks like the votes are pretty solid on this one. We're going to be going back to Project Alpha. Oh
Yeah.
my god!
No, man.
All right. Well, let's see. What else we got in here? Oh, we got a few more.
It's so good. Absolute W.
That was
Also,
amazing work.
for when we go on to going over the first half chapter, you guys can go into the watch together.
Oh, sweet.
Dagato, please tell me you're not my son. No.
Goku. Yes, Dalen, you're really strong, but can you beat Goku?
Fuck no.
Of course not.
It's like the first time I won't like try and give Goku in any way. When you mentioned that Dalen should look out for people with blue hair, I thought my Sona introduced this little comic meeting him and my Sona little blue hair. Did you grow up with a father? Yeah. Oh, thank light. You should have both of them going, oh, thank light.
Yeah.
Just in the audience, like, I want to die. I hope so.
Dude, honestly.
It's so on point.
It's the fucking what was it? The video gamer of just you should kill yourself now.
Oh, low tier god.
Yeah,
Thank
periodic
you,
Pete.
yes.
This has been a
Yeah.
fantastic coverage, everyone. I'm still going through the bad fanfiction nights, but look forward to even more now seeing the rest. Night all. Night, man.
Good
Take
night.
care of
Good
yourself, my
night,
man.
sir.
You're
All right,
you got great stuff going up.
I will swap us over to the watch together.
Please do.
Okay, perfect.
Oh god, I have to rearrange the fucking because I have it structured for whatchamacallit. Oh wow, this is weird. Why is this? Where's that thing? I mean, you can begin if you want.
Okay, so I have this half chapter with different highlights, all with different problems that this book has to show you guys definitively why this book is not good outside of just the actual story itself. Or even just outside of the bad characters. So we have different highlights here, and I will list them out. We have dark yellow, which is
I'm not seeing
restating.
any highlights.
Yeah, we're seeing.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
It's just
okay.
it's just the first chapter here. I'm doing this before we
She's
get into
giving-
it.
She's
Okay,
giving
Cool.
color legends.
Gotcha.
Yes, I'm giving
My
the color
apologies.
legend. So we have dark yellow, which is restating what has already been told. We have pink, which is bad characterization. We have purple, which is unnecessary details. We have orange, which fills out our clunky, wordy, or just plain bad prose. We have blue, which is character stupidity for the sake of the plot. We have green, which Kaiser has dubbed Shad Touch, which basically means that when we have prose in or dialogue which feels less like it is something there for the sake of the story and more just Shad preaching at us his own personal beliefs. Then we have our red or rose, which is general world building issues. And then we have turquoise, which is multiple issues at once. And I will now get to that. Immediately.
Ugh.
Immediately after we get over Dalen's biography, we have issues. Oh,
There's so much pink.
there is so much pink. Dalen placed the fountain pen beside his note, which lay next to the small leather-bound journal containing a brief account of his life. He had been as honest as possible, except for the part where he had said that the Delvian dukes had sex with goats. Dalen laughed to himself, in long, grating croaks. Those stuck-up men were going to have a light-cursed time dispelling this one, especially when the comment was written alongside many sincere confessions. Why would he lie about the dukes when he had been so honest about everything else? Because he was a bastard, of course. Not just the type of bastard that the world thought that he was, at least not anymore. Also, the dukes deserved it.
Okay.
And my note-
So
So this is pink, so this is bad characterization. And my note here says Dalen expresses remorse for what he has done, but is still petty in a way that immediately undercuts his remorse.
See, like, if he had let off with, like, like, with the Dukes deserving it, like, no, these guys were also pretty fucking bad, and I have no qualms about, like, this is the very least I could do to fuck them over. Like,
you can be a petty son of a bitch and be pretty likable. I mean,
yeah, that too.
Has anyone seen the Afro Man trial, I should say?
No.
Long and short of it, guy, his house gets broken into by a bunch of cops. Doesn't happen, and he made rap songs about all of them, and they
Oh, yeah,
sued
I
him for
have.
defamation, and he won.
Mhm.
And one of them was like this person is just a son of a bitch. he just made it.
There's characters. I love Reverse Flash. That man is petty as hell.
Yes,
Yeah.
Like,
But
just own the pettiness.
The problem here is that there is no justification given for why he is being so petty. And right off the bat, the only thing that we know about this book so far being that he is a horrible person whose premise of the story is that he is remorseful for the things that he has done and wants to seek atonement. And right away, this first couple of paragraphs undercuts that.
It's like,
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say, like the Afro-Man trials, that's being petty for a very good reason. Like, fucking his home got basically broken into by the police against like any reason. And then Reverse Flash is petty in a fun way in that like this man is like very shallow, but like his shallow motivations are just taken to such a fucking insane degree. This man is cracked in terms of his sanity.
It's not being petty for the love of the game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this isn't being
Yeah.
petty for the love of the game. That's what this is. It's not that. Sorry, my brain's melting.
So next, right after that, we have another problem with the prose, which is restating what has already been told to us. So right here, I will give the thing that he tells us, which is Dalen's dark brown eyes slowly focused on his hand, which lay on the desk. Wrinkled and age spotted, it was a constant reminder of how old he was. Then it continues. It was because of the reminders like this that Dalen avoided his own reflection. In it was nothing but a haggard stranger whose blue hair had faded into a sickly gray, and whose face partially resembled a scrunched up piece of paper. Dalen turned in his seat to face the never ending stream of life giving light shining through the windows of his home, a home fighting with Dalen to see who could become more decrepit. So, this issue here is we already understand that Dalen is old. We don't need to be told over and over and over again that he is old. We get it. We understand. We're not that stupid.
Like there are elements
Also,
like you could cut this down to maybe like 2 sentences. I like the one that I like the most is him and his house fighting to see who could become more decrepit. That's a great
well,
establishing
actually,
line.
no,
Oh.
no, I don't like that for
Oh,
the simple
really?
reason of, yeah, because this book will later go on to say that, oh, Dalen was like a great engineer. So he's old, yeah, but why would he make a house that is basically falling into disrepair if he could like?
But I
work
know
through it?
nothing. That would give away that he's Dalen the Conqueror. Because we all know he's so great at that.
Well, because if you're a great engineer, like, make yourself comfortable. Like, there's nothing wrong with that.
But he feels guilty
Yeah.
about it, so he doesn't want to be
It would be
Then
better
take your
if he
razor
just
blade and
didn't-
fix things.
It would be better if he just couldn't have money to make himself a better place, because he has no
Yeah.
place in the world.
Except all the store caches of a bunch of like weapons of war he could just literally take, sell off, and then just have a good time.
Oh yeah, we forgot to mention this, but basically he has a bunch of hidden stashes of goods that he can be filthy rich at any time if he wanted to.
Yes,
Mhm.
correct.
Yes.
Not to mention he just gets free shit anyway. It's so stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this next one is purple. So again, unnecessary details. It was a sagging one room structure made of crumbling brick and cluttered with the necessities of life. An aged cabinet which sat near the door held jars of dried fruit and meats. A few tarnished forks and blunt knives were stacked on the washing bench. There was a cast iron stove for cooking and warmth sitting at the slate hearth, next to the battered chests and a dusty bed. A sagging mezzanine hung from the partial second story, made from aged milled timber, and was stacked with more chests, tools, nets, and other useful things. Small sunstones hung from the roof of iron fixtures, adding to the light from the windows. The only things in his home offering Dalen an escape from this squalor was the 2 benches covered in halfway repaired clocks, children's toys, and generally anything that contained cogs. So
Jeez.
that
I-
not
Sorry.
only like this is already like restating what has already been told that he is old, and he has already said that his house is also in disrepair, but Also, none of this matters because we are immediately going to leave the house. So why do we need this much detail?
Yeah, basically what I would
I
like once you establish, oh, I'm in a rotten old house, the only details you should be mentioning are, okay, any of the furniture he interacts with on the way out for an important reason that gets mentioned, maybe.
Yes.
And then like you can maybe say, oh, the only like I like that last line of the only thing that escapes like all the squalor is the bench filled with clockwork stuff. Like, oh, he's a tinkerer, and that's like his only escape. Like I could that maybe I would keep that as well because it's a nice little bit of flavor for the character and hinting at his engineering future. But
Yes.
like everything else is just like cut it. It's pointless.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say too. I forgot how much of this I also cut in my rewrite chapter too. There's so much.
Yeah, which we will get to right after this.
Yeah.
So, as you can see here, the next paragraph down is labeled pink, bad characterization. Those townfolks who left those things with Dalen would have to find another tinker. Dalen sneered at the thought, though he could find contentment in working with things he hated the term tinker. He was an engineer. At least that's what he would have become if his life hadn't gone down a much different path. Instead of designing bridges, uncovering new secrets in sunforging, or finding new ways of employing darkstone in automations and construction, Dalen had ended up using his passion to design machines of war. That was all a day's length from what he did now. So, this is bad characterization to me because it's contradictory. He's prideful, but also ashamed of this, but it never gets touched on. So he believes that being a tinkerer is beneath him because he is so great. He had done so many great things as the Conqueror that he is demeaning himself by being a lowly tinkerer in this town.
Like,
he is not remorseful.
Yeah, and like there are ways like the way I would have approached this personally would have been like, oh, I did make a lot of great stuff, and like this is me like reclaiming a little bit of my past. It's just like I look back on the things I did create and mostly how they were used, and it's ashamed. I feel ashamed about that. Like I have such a peaceful life now, making these small little joys. It's like, this does bring me joy, and that over there does not bring joy. And like it doesn't come off like it's weird that's like, oh, I built these weapons of war. It's like that's still an accomplishment, dude. What the like it's what they did that's the problem. What you did with them. It's also you didn't really be like I don't understand how you were an engineer and the leader of a kingdom. It's like kind of mutually exclusive to some extent.
Yeah. So the next one down, we have dark yellow again, restating what has already been told to us. So, "Ya blackened useless legs," Dalen screamed out. That is all that we need. But he goes on and says he had gotten into the habit of speaking to himself over these many years. It wasn't like he had anyone else to talk to. But we already know that because we already saw him talk to himself.
Ugox says, he's an engineer, not a tinker. You know, the part of his character that constantly came up, never in the present. No, his engineering skill has come up a couple of times.
Oh, it
does,
came
yeah.
up. It wasn't
two-
very well implemented, but
I
it
mean,
came
like
up.
literally, he just described how he basically commandeered all
Yeah.
the airships and shit, and tried to stop the island that was bearing down on us imminently. But like he didn't end up doing that because it was already too broken to fix. So
Yeah.
shit like that.
So as you can see here, there's even more examples of restating what has already been told to us, because we already know that he talks to himself, but he goes on talking to himself. He starts talking to his dick, and then he makes jokes about it, like he's a fucking 10-year-old. And I'm not gonna read that out. So
Please
now
don't.
we
Good.
get. Sorry?
He said please don't, and I just went.
I said please don't.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not gonna. So we get orange now, which if you remember, is clunky, wordy, or just plain bad prose. Dalen chuckled, which sounded more like he was trying to hack up phlegm. So that is just very wordy. Like, we didn't need all of those words in order to state what he wanted to state. That could have been shortened by a lot.
Honestly, it's
And
just
as
not
you
a
can
pleasant fucking sentence.
Yeah. So again, like, as you can see, the majority of what I have highlighted is restating what has already been told to us. If he had done editing, like proper editing, to take out a lot of what these problems are that I have highlighted, we would have gotten a much shorter book.
Yes.
Oh god, yes.
Dalen chuckled. A thick phlegmy sound.
Yeah.
Something like that.
That would have been a better sentence than what this was. So, blue here is character stupidity for the sake of the plot. Dalen knew that he didn't really need the dark stone. Falling through the barrier while touching the stone would kill a person just as much, and the luminous pendant hanging under his shirt was made from just that. But Dalen was intending to kill himself, and if sunstone or darkstone would kill a man, surely touching both would be twice as effective. He never did anything by half measures. And remember, I did say, if you're going to shoot yourself in the head, you might as well also take a cyanide pill just in case.
Also, we got another meme from Omega Rob, which is the I finally found it after 15 years. The scroll of truth. Dalen's redemption would look better if he was making toys for children while in exile.
Oh.
That's beneath him.
Yeah.
I don't trust this man near children. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, no.
Hey, remember, at least we know he's not a sex trafficker.
Yeah, uh-huh.
And again, we got a bunch of dark yellow. I probably could have highlighted more of this if I wasn't running out of time. So I just highlighted the parts that I knew for a fact were like really bad. So orange, clunky, wordy, or bad prose. Still, Dalen wasn't looking to spot skyships. He looked farther up and to see the faint underside of the very same continent where he and everyone else lived, Telos. This was the result of the top of the barrier of the universe. One simply couldn't exit the world where they had reached its top. No, instead, they re entered the world from the other side, in this case, the universe's base. So, like,
Forgot how clunky this was.
yeah. if you could massage this, it could be stated, the exact same amount of information could be stated in half of that length. And then he goes on to restate what he has already just said, which is why the next sentence is highlighted in dark yellow.
Also, wait, I forgot you can look up and see it, but like, I thought there was like a cloud cover that you have to pass.
There also should be other islands like in the way because you're looking up and then back down. Like it's tiered.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just also like, who speaks about like the universe? Like, do they even have a concept of the universe considering they're in a loop?
Clearly they do.
It just feels weird.
It does feel weird. But we do get direct reference to the universe because he did say that the sun or the light, the source of it, is directly outside of their universe, which means that all of the light that shines upon them is universal because the light is just that fucking far away. And they live on a flat earth.
Yes.
Type shit.
Which again...
Unfortunately, there is no ice walls that are cool.
Yep. And again, that goes back into the conversation about like, well, why do people have different skin colors?
Yeah.
But, you know.
It's very much okay, but why?
Yeah. So this was actually the moment where I remembered that Auric was supposed to be Cherusian. but he had a Hammeran accent, meaning that he was either born as a Teresian but raised Hammeran, or despite being a Terusian, was born in Hammeran and lived there his entire life, and yet still also does not understand the concept of humor or other things
Right.
that most normal people have.
He half-asses whether or not he's an outsider to the
Drax.
culture or an insider to the culture.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Which is like, I mentioned this. Fuck, he's Worf. He's really bad Worf.
Yes.
Man.
And again, we have this really famous line that is restating what has already been told to us, but I'm going to say it anyway because, again, it is a really famously bad line. Indeed,
boy.
the Lightbringer said with a smile. Rather, we bringers try to bring as much brightness as we can bring. He leaned in a bit closer and said conspiratorially, that's why we are called bringers.
You know
Fuck!
what this,
I
like,
forgot how
you-
much that hurt.
And then
Yes.
Galen frowned as if
You-
he had tasted something foul. I hope that wasn't some retarded attempt at humor.
I was gonna say,
Ooh.
like, that first line, I just reread The Hobbit because I found my old copy. This rings like I'm trying to write Gandalf's first lines in that book as
Yeah,
my own
it
character.
feels like the attempt at like Tolkien's penchant for characters that speak in like these like roundabout ways that are just like really fun,
humorous
poppy.
riddles,
Humorous
like,
riddles, or like they just say like they take like one like part of the language. Well, it's like a lingual joke because he's a linguist. Like he
Yeah.
likes to dance around like weird lingual quirks and such. So like reusing a bunch of words that like it's kind of like Japanese humor, a bunch of like words that all sound the same, homophones and such that like
Mhm.
wrap around each other, like just
It's-
using that in very clever ways. It's like that's what he's trying to ape here, and it fails.
yeah, it's dissecting like where does the comma go in this sentence, pretty much, and he's playing.
Oh, don't
on that
mention
the whole
commas.
time.
Shad's allergic to them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh my
he is.
gosh.
Also, the
Yeah.
dialogue in this book is just
Yeah, it's really bad.
physically pain.
Oh, I see some Shad
Um,
touch.
Yep. Here
Touch?
we get our first instance of Shad touch. Which is, if you remember, Shad reaching into the book in order to preach at us his own philosophies. And if you know anything about Shad and how he conducts himself on his YouTube channel or on other
Hmm.
people's YouTube channels, you will understand why I put this as Shad touch. I hope that wasn't some retard attempt at humor. Seeing as I am not mentally disabled, I would have to say no. It was a simple joke. No, if you think that was a joke, you most definitely are mentally disabled. The bringer's mouth hung open and he stared at Dalen, stunned. Dalen leaned in and, in the same conspiratorial tone that the bringer had used, said, "It was a joke. Insults are not a joke." Dalen shrugged. "It depends on who you insult."
It's like the way these people speak throughout, it's something that, like, it's present all the way through. This doesn't give off the vibes of a fantasy setting even as much as
No.
it is intended to be, because I can go onto Reddit and or Twitter or any sort of online space, maybe even outside, and experience this kind of speak in normal everyday settings. Like, if you were going to lean into this, the turn of phrase, I would assume most aptly would be said by a fantasy setting or a medieval setting is, "Are you touched, man?"
Yeah, I was gonna say like touched was the one that came to mind.
That is the easy one to go to.
Yeah.
But like,
Like, it
I don't also mind a character being irreverent and using retarded. Like, I don't mind if it's a character, for the record, a character that would do that. It's just, again, this.
We
you
know
can
that is
hear
one
it.
of Shad's favorite words.
Yeah,
well, and it's just, it doesn't fit within the setting. Like, if you're going to write a specific setting, you should find a way of speech that will enforce and support that kind of setting and fit inside it. This is something that we say all too often, and so Is it, or at least this is something we hear all too often in our own everyday. This
Did you
isn't
just
something you would
self-report?
hear.
Did you just self-report this here?
No, I did not. I Freudian slipped, but
That's
So
still
this-
self-reporting.
it's a fancy way, okay?
So, being someone who actually looked up the history of how to call people who are mentally disabled, so by calling them retarded and using that as an insult and seeing that word as an insult, does that mean that this world also has a history where doctors used that as a replacement to the other bad word as the kinder version until asshole people like Shad turned it into a slur? And now it is basically considered a heavy slur to be used against autistic and other mentally disabled people.
Hey, man, I don't know, but I'm just wondering. There's a particular bundle of sticks that Shadby could be using.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
but I was gonna say because I was just looking up and I was curious, when did the word retard become at the very least medical slang? And that was like 1907. It looks like somewhere around there.
Yes.
Like that's where it started being used in the medical field. So this implies that this has somewhere around 1940s, 1950s level of social medical advancement where there is knowledge about retardation, but it's gotten to the point where it is an insult used for comedy. Like
Yes.
that's where we're at. Like we're in like the 1960s where this word is now being misappropriated for comedic or insulting effect. And
it is incredibly anachronistic.
yeah, it's like
Oh,
this is along with all that other, it goes back to the point we made about like when does this take place?
Yes. All right, and right after that, I had to split this up because blue character stupidity for the sake of the plot. I once asked the Tolson ambassador if his ass was jealous of the amount of crap coming from his mouth. Dalen croaked a chuckle. Sorry. He nearly choked up a lung. The ambassador didn't have you arrested? No, he wanted to keep his head. You threatened him as well? Yep. And he still took no action? He was too much of a coward. I hope you don't mind me asking, but how did you find yourself in a position to insult an ambassador? I wasn't a tinkerer my whole life. I've seen the world. Yes, well, it would have surprised me if you hadn't. I mean, you're looking at the world right now, after all. Don't be a smartass.
Yeah.
So,
this is a running thing with Auric. There's no follow-up question where there really
Yeah.
should be.
not only is there no follow-up question, but anyone I feel should be suspicious of this old man who says that he had once threatened to decapitate an ambassador. Like, especially like a man of his age. Knowing the history of this world, the only history that we get told of this world, like, were you like threatening an ambassador? Okay, so were you part of the Dawn Empire's army, or were you a higher up? Were you part of Dalus
Were
the
you in the
Conqueror's
regime?
circle?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
were
it's
you
like,
in the regime?
fucking like the more I know about Auric, it's like, wait, how don't you recognize the guy that you've been literally leading a charge against? It's only been 20 years since overthrowing. Like, I know I know that people do change when they get older, but like like 20 years, I know you do start to get saggy, but like you'd still recognize him. I think this is someone whose face is probably burned into your fucking mind.
Yep.
So it's just
So-
Auric being dumb.
Yeah, it's both Dalen and Ark being dumb,
Oh,
because
yes.
why would you give him this much information threatening your anonymity, and potentially outing yourself as, if not Dalus the Conqueror, but someone who was close to Dalus the Conqueror? Why would you do that?
Maybe he just stopped caring because he's gonna die. But that's still not a good
But
excuse.
remember, he specifically wants to die his way. Auric could get him arrested by stating that he is a war criminal, and then he'll never get to kill himself.
Omega Rob. Auric, who are you?
Oh no.
I'm Daedalus the Conqueror. I have no idea what that means.
Yeah, right.
Such
Okay.
good fucking memes, man.
So the next one that we have is our first turquoise, because I felt that this one sentence was multiple issues at once. A warmth rippled over Dalen that brought with it vigor and lucidity. So here we have restating, clunky, and unnecessary detail. Like, it's amazing how a single simple sentence can have so many issues at the same time. But this is what editing is for. You don't need to restate this. You don't need this unnecessary detail, and you don't need this because it is clunky and it is wordy and it is just unnecessary to add.
You just want to fuse that information, what like little extra in with the previous sentence. Like it's
Yeah.
like it all could just be smooshed together and then like cleaned up.
Yeah. And the next one is our first rose or dark red colored highlight.
It's called a burgundy.
Any question of this man being a true Lightbringer had just been answered. So, question. Why would him being a true Lightbringer ever be called into question?
Dalen-
Is there like a string of people out there who try and sell themselves off as Lightbringers in order to get free stuff?
Yeah, Dalen, is that a thing that
Well,
someone would do? I wonder.
I was gonna ask Dalen, is it because he's Turasian?
Damn, man.
Yeah.
No, it's
Like-
because he's retarded.
So, like, I viewed this as a world building issue because, like, why would you have to state this in the first place? What is it in the world building that would lend you to state something like this?
We've got Daigato. Oh, here I go, killing again.
Yep.
Then let's see. I'm trying. There was someone else I think also. Oh. What? What? I don't know this meme actually.
Oh.
Oh,
This next one. What?
Memeologists assemble.
You guys see it? That one's by Moons Over My Hammy.
Oh, that one. Oh, I know that meme. He just screams up the top of his lungs, just, "Are you retarded?" Okay.
All right.
I
sorry.
don't know where that is.
I do
But
not
It was
either.
Meme Metropolis, but whatever.
okay. So the next one is orange. Again, clunky, wordy, or bad prose. This indicated Paradin had won over 2 sword duels in the past, one against a person who had never dueled before, and another against a person who had won at least one. Won at least one.
Ooh. And that's just bad, like lingually, but also just. I was like
A single.
Fuck. Wait 1 minute. Sorry. The more I read this, my brain is breaking. One against a person who had never dueled before, and another against a person who had won at least one. What? There's nothing in the prior clause that indicates what you're talking about. I guess, like it's because you use dueled in the verbiage. You use it as a verb. You didn't use it as a noun. So it's not like someone who had won, who had never had a duel before, and one who had actually won at least a duel. But even
Well,
then, that's just
I'd also
bad
say-
phrasing. I just like say like this thing that the Paradin had won sword duels in the past. At least, and then you just comma, at least one against a person who had never dueled before, or at least one against another person who had won one. Ew, one
Get
more.
rid of this indicated and just leave it as Paradin had won 2 duels in the
Yeah.
past. Like that, because this indicated takes it out of Dalen's narration as well. It's no longer like we are seeing what he's observing and knowing what he knows.
it's a third party that we're watching.
This is a problem that I have when I write, is like this kind of stuff, is like these little forewords and such, and I have to really needle myself down about like, no, I'm making a statement here. Like it's okay. I
Like,
don't
in-
need to couch
in the-
this.
in the first pass of this, when you're going through and you're just getting everything out, like that, this is perfectly fine to have that sort of phrasing throughout, because sometimes you really just don't know how you're going to write something in this moment, and you can't figure it out, so you
Just
just
get it
need
down.
to, okay, this is what is happening here, next paragraph.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, this would have been fine if he had stated the thing in his hair. Because, like, he said, the 2 beads hung on a length of his hair to the side of his head. The dull white one indicated that Paradin had won a sword duel against someone who had never dueled before, while the shining sunstone indicated that he had won at least a
Against a
fight
person.
with a more experienced swordsman. That would have been still probably a little bit clunky, but it would have been better than this.
Just like at least one. Okay, congratulations. Do you get like a gold one when you beat like someone who's beaten 10 people? Do you like we don't have the basis for any of the ranks of any of these beads more than anything.
Also, thank you,
Yeah,
Floof,
and
for Conk the Shadower.
Oh my god, what?
I will send it because he sent it in private. So I'm going to.
We also never get this kind of mention again. Also, like, we never hear about anything that Dalen wears in his hair. So
it's beautiful.
he would have won a shit ton of duels. Where's all the beads in his hair? Why is not every single lock of his hair covered in beads? We don't know.
He does have beads, but like, it doesn't. I thought that's what I mentioned with beads. Never mind.
I don't recall the beads ever being mentioned again.
Oh, never mentioned. I don't think ever mentioned. Sure.
I don't
Dueling
remember that
never
either.
comes up again. Like it's like a mild threat at first, but it never actually like amounts to anything.
Yeah. And then here, we have a big section where it's all purple. So this is unnecessary details. Basically, I'm not going to read all this out, but this is a conversation that Dalen is having with Paradin about some random guy in his village, in both of their villages, that is arguing with him about his son interacting with his daughter. It does not matter. And these characters never get brought up again. Paradin doesn't even get brought up again. This is just a waste of space.
I thought
Like, there is
they
no-
got mentioned very briefly when like all the newspaper articles about him got hit, but I can't remember if like it wasn't really important. But you're saying
The son and the daughter?
Oh, the son and daughter. No, Paradin does. That's about it.
Maybe Paradin does,
It's
but
when he comes back to get his stuff.
yeah, the man, Fergan Ledonner, and his daughter and Paradin's son never get mentioned again. This whole tirade about Ledonner and Paradin having a fight about their children flirting with each other is completely unnecessary. It does not add anything to the story. It does not add to the world building. It does not add to any kind of characterization. It is completely fluff. It is empty calories. It is a waste of text.
But you see, Twy, in book 4,
Yeah,
There is no book 2.
he's planning really far ahead. You know, I'm sure that this series is gonna just flourish, and he's gonna write so many more books for it. It's
Think of
not
all
like
the
he's
sequel
already
potential.
moving on to a completely different book series, because I don't think he liked the backlash that this one has been getting recently.
Hold
I
on.
doubt it.
Right.
Could someone in chat make a potential book meme for this?
I feel like
Mm,
that's like just I don't want to poison that poor meme.
Well, that's my
Oh, damn.
potential book, not potential man. Very different.
So again, we have a lot of dark yellow here. We have 2 dark yellows, and then we have a turquoise, which is clunky, wordy, and unnecessary details, and also restating what has already been told. So it is dark yellow, purple, and orange at the same time. Paradin sighed and climbed aboard the driver's seat. It was obvious the farmer didn't like Dalen. No one did, but this wasn't hatred. It was the dislike of anyone who had for spending time with the ill-tempered and the old. Dalen didn't mean to be so perturbed by everything. It was just that everything perturbed him. He didn't think that he had been so easily annoyed when he had been young, and surely people hadn't been as patronizing. Still, like it or not, Paradin had to give Dalen a ride. It was payment for Dalen for fixing the very wagon he sat upon.
This could
So-
be one paragraph.
This could be one paragraph, but
This could have been an
also
email.
we already know that Dalen is old. We already know that Dalen is fucking grumpy. We already know that people don't like Dalen because of how people have treated Dalen up until this point. So these entire sets of paragraphs are unnecessary because they are just restating what has already been shown to us in previous pages.
Yup.
And then we get respectfully, which is just unnecessary detail again. Like, we don't need to know that he nodded respectfully. The very fact that Paradin is nodding to Arik is respectful. So, like, that word is just, it just can be cut.
Good night, overhyping. I honestly, I'm starting to burn out too. How much longer is this fucking chat? Oh,
I'm done. Like, that
He
was
is
about
done,
as
yeah.
much as I
Oh,
could get
okay.
done. But
Pretty
as you
Oh.
can see, there was so much that is wrong. We are not even done the first chapter.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I could have gone on.
Mm-hmm.
Christ, you get to the end chapters and it's like every other line. If you watch Bad
Yes.
Fanfiction Night,
Yeah.
we had to stop and complain about almost, and we had to actually like cut out our complaints and just like footnote that goes back to this, and then we just keep carrying on because at that point we couldn't even really go into detail. We were just so tired and we just needed to get it done.
Yes. All right. So that was my portion. I am sorry if that took very long, but I just wanted to show you what editing this book could have been like and why we think that the prose and the dialogue is bad. Not just stating that it is bad, but like showing why and how it is bad.
Yeah. It is one of the most, like, this to some degree still functions, but it's rough on a lot of different levels, and it's not something that I would ever recommend anyone aspire to. This is bottom tier first or second draft level writing.
Yes.
And that's before you get into the actual content, which is even lower below. The reason why this is so terribly written isn't necessarily because of the prose. It's contributor, but it's always, this one is at the heart how it presents the ideas it wants to talk about.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, 0.
All right. Just to make sure I know what I'm doing, it's just sharing screen on the watch together, right?
Yes, I
Yes.
will stop sharing now.
Cool. Ah, yes, there it is. All
I'm just
right.
waiting to click this.
I didn't know you could share
Is
screen
it-
on Watch Together.
Oh, I thought that's what y'all were doing.
Dwight, how did you share
Yeah,
screen?
no.
How did you share screen on Watch Together? I didn't know you could do that.
Just power.
Yeah. I can share my camera, my microphone, and my screen.
Yeah, I just pressed the screen part.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to not be a gray blank blob
Let me
Oh,
reload.
is it a gray blank blob on?
right now. Just give me a second.
I think you have to like click on it or something to go in.
Let me.
Ah,
Oh,
there you
okay.
go.
Yeah, the hit.
There we
There it
go.
is.
All right.
Ah, yes.
Okay. say
Yes,
Huh,
the
we're
totally
saying
awesome.
yes.
Shadow of the Conqueror
Well, hang on.
rewrite.
Hey, let's hold up for the title once
Oh my!
Celtic
Ooh,
gets it,
ooh,
and
ooh.
we'll say it for everybody to see.
Yeah, one moment. Just gonna embiggen it so everyone can. Yeah, we have the goal there. You can see the goal. There you go.
All right. Okay, so this is Zero's totally awesome Shadow of the Conqueror rewrite notes that I spent a unfortunate part of probably 3 whole days coming up with over the course of a long stretch of time. I'm okay. Sorry, someone popped in. This basically, yes, this book has so, as we said before, this book has so much like stuff in it that could be good with the right ideas. I remember reading this and thinking, man, this could be so cool. I'm all in. And then I read the rest of the book and I was out. The goal of this rewrite is extremely simple. Actually tackle the question at the heart. Can you redeem the irredeemable? But before we can tackle that, you have to tackle the alpha pin. I believe that the first book of this should have revolved entirely around Dalen's choice to change.
Yes, we
Not
forgot to
picking us
mention
right
that
there.
it's never answered why he ever felt remorse for anything.
Yeah.
It's never
That's
explained.
He
the-
just
the qu-
figured it out in the background. He asked himself hard questions, apparently. Which
the
hard question?
question of can you redeem the irredeemable is something I don't think could be done in a single book. I think
Yes.
that should be the driving question of the entire series, and I don't think that as the author I should be giving a definitive answer to that. This is a question that I would explore and see what I can come to, what I can present, but not something I would tell you the answer to.
And I would
Because I
also
think
not have the character answer that. I think a character that
no,
tries to answer that directly, like if he were to say, I am redeemed, like he kind of did at the end of this fucking book, that is a sign that you have not been redeemed. He is
no.
not the judge of that at all.
No. So, the main changes as we start here with our main character, Dalen Namarin. He is just Dalen. There is no Dalus. I'm cutting that shit entirely because it's fucking useless and it means nothing. The conscious desire of Dalen, which is what he says he wants, is to be punished for his crimes. In his mind, he believes that his death in an insignificant way that humiliates a man befitting his station is what he deserves. But it is what he wants. He is constantly trying to get himself killed, and it never works. There is going to be more, for anyone who did see my chapter rewrite, this is a more darkly comedic side of things, where he does, every time he tries to do something, it backfires for him in a way that just kind of makes you laugh at him.
You can make
And
even more
his
Naked Gun where like he tries to kill himself but ends up getting someone else killed instead.
Yeah, like that kind of deal. His unconscious desire, which is what he is afraid to face himself, at his core, he is a coward who is too afraid to actually face judgment for his crimes. So he uses as many excuses as he can to justify why he hasn't turned himself in. And in this, it takes the form of his faith and religion within the light. The light wills that he shouldn't do this, so that's why he won't do this. And so, as his character arc unfolds, he goes from a shame-filled coward, unable to face the deeds of his past and believing his past actions had some sound justification and even some good to them, to a man who realizes just exactly what kind of a monster he was and how he must begin to make amends. And I will run through a quick Act 1, 2, 3 of this story. So, Act 1, as most of you guys can see some of that in the Bad Fanfiction Night rewrites, my Chapter 1. Dalen is attempting to kill himself, and he makes no attempts to hide who he actually is, but since he can't prove his identity to anyone, as the New Republic of this world very quickly declared his death and presented the shattered remains of Imperius to the world, he can't really say, no, I'm alive, because who's going to believe this random guy out in the middle of nowhere? As another part of this, there is no media in the way that Shad does it in Shadow of the Conqueror. Word getting out is going to be a lot more time consuming, and not everyone is really going to believe it as well. So there's a lot of that.
Charles
more real
Barks,
world.
yes. Barcia says, death battle, Shadiversity versus Miles and Carrie.
They obliterate him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, they flat out stomp him, especially if you throw in Eddie and Kiersey from the wings.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like we shit on Miles and Carrie for being bad writers. They are still much better writers than
They
Shad.
occasionally get wins. Shad has failed to get, like, I think he got, what, 2 laughs out of me? Maybe 3? One with an
I
I
think
think
asterisk?
so, yeah.
three or
4
four in total.
But I think 2 of them had, like, asterisks in terms of, like, you might have
Yeah.
overdone it or something like that. Shad versus Lily Orchard, who wins? They're both different. They're both bad in different ways. One, and to be fair, only one of them who we know of has committed horrendous acts. So,
Yeah.
and for as much as we might not like the other one, I don't think he's broken the law. So,
Though like what about if we don't go into their character but we just go into their writing?
Shad's just more
Mm.
interesting.
Yeah.
Lily, like, is really boring. Like,
I think
occasionally she
becomes
has
the
some bad
boring, predictable.
boring, predictable bad, as for the Shad, who's just like, I
Banal
don't
is the word that I'd use.
banal, yeah. And then Shad is the I just stepped on a fucking landmine. At least something exciting is happening.
Yeah.
Like you could see the landmine and you just wanted to step on it just
we
just to see.
stepped on it for fun.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be right back. God, we're going late.
No problem. I'm trying to kick as fast as I can too for it. But thank you, Sketchy, for saying this sounds like a way better premise for the story. Thank you. I did write this with it is mostly me, but I did get some lovely help from Twy when I rambled to her one night in a VC, and also from Robbie and Lightning when I rambled to them at the same time in the VC. So thank you for the help.
You're welcome.
It was great.
I need to stay up. Clearly, I can help.
Yeah, it's a very fun feeling when you have creatives to bounce off of, which is so much
Best
better.
feeling. So much
Yeah.
better.
I remember we were in the middle of watching Bleach when I was like, "Oh shit, I got it!"
Yes.
Like, I guess maybe. Oh wait, no, I don't want to go too far ahead without him. But
He can still hear you.
oh, we can? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
We're good. So yeah, Dalen's attempts to kill himself constantly fail, and finally he's had enough and decides to take his own life. So he rides to the edge of the world with his last few possessions in hand, which happen to be some of the like his this is basically, I'm taking everything I own to die with me. Not a, well, we know what happens when we jump off the edge of the world, so I'm going to do extra deadsies. Nobody really know. The only thing anybody in this world knows is that when people jump off of the edge of the world and fall through, they are never seen from again. Only objects passing through come through as like normal and fall through. So he takes that, he jumps off of the edge of the world, and while expecting death, it never comes to him. Instead, he starts to relive parts of his life. The parts he does consciously love, like his family, taking power, the defense of the night, setting up his laws, that all the things that he believed was right in his time. And then he starts to hear voices and sees faces he vaguely recognizes. You see Lyra, RX family are two of the main ones. But he refuses to dwell on those further because death is coming to him and he will be released. But he ends up being saved by the nets of another island. And during this fall, he passes out like you would do when you're free falling and spinning around.
No, you would
Yeah.
just figure out like the physics of your entire new power set.
Nah,
That's more realistic. Come on.
Well, it's funny you mention that because we'll get to that in a second.
I
Dalen
know,
is
right?
brought in by the catchers of the island and regains consciousness, kind of, as they're bringing him through. And he overhears them talking about his appearance. Most of them want to throw him over the edge for being a Conqueror's bastard, but the boss tells them to bring him back and follow the procedure for jumpers. So they take Dalen back, give him medical, and once he's awake, the boss and Dalen talk. Dalen gets enraged at being treated like a child and not recognized until he sees himself in the mirror. He can't recognize his face. It looks like him, but it's off, like he could be a son or a distant relative. In this, when you fall through the edge of the world, the reason why people, like, it's just assumed that you die because you're never seen or heard from again is because there's this uncanny valley effect that goes into place on you. It changes the way you look, and people, when they look at you, they get the feeling that they recognize you, but they can't place you. There's a sense of identity that starts being lost here from everyone because no one's recognizing me and I can barely recognize myself. What's happening? So he runs out of the boss's office and into the streets, not realizing his speed and new endurance at first. Importantly, he has no fucking powers. I'm not giving this dude powers. I think it would be far more interesting to see him go through and work things out without the powers and really relying on what put him up top in general,
But
which
that
was his
also-
guile, his cunning.
Are the people that he's still surrounded with also, do they have powers? So that the idea
Yeah,
is like,
so light binding and arc knights, light bringers, those are all still a thing. I will get to them in a moment.
okay, just want to
But so he hears the people of the city speak around him. Most are disgusted by him, recognizing him as the bastard of the Conqueror, and Dalen's sense of identity is being muddled in what he lost. He becomes homeless for a stretch, almost starving to death, and accepting this until someone gives him food, and offers the bastard a kindness that he is ungrateful for. He spots a master of the sword and challenges them with nothing but a stick. Dalen is wildly out of practice and unused to his new body, so he loses keenly despite his body's instinct to defend itself, and is spared due to the new laws around Masters of the Sword, which I can briefly speak about here, as I have a section for that.
All right, one moment.
The
Before
Masters
we
of
do,
the
we
Sword.
we have an art.
Ooh.
We have potential book as requested.
Oh no.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Book. Buy the graphic novel. It's just as good. Your friend made you read it to share to the torment. Zero redeemable
True.
qualities, zero thoughtfulness, 7 awful characters. Have you ever gone in circles for 50 chapters just to end up where you started? You will. Give me your money for a short film I will never make. Woman,
Oh, I
never
got-
met him.
About that.
You don't understand the themes. He isn't supposed to be likable. I am a good writer. Mormonism is a great religion. Do you like the jokes and humor? Too bad. Weeb slob made by Weeb in denial. Mess.
Miss Sorda.
The Weeb
that
in
is
denial
beautiful.
bit is gorgeous.
Yeah.
Thank you, Omega.
Weep in
Excellent.
denial. My God. Never be a weep in denial.
Oh. Never. All right, but so back quickly to the
Yeah,
Masters of the
crocodiles
Sword.
there.
That's true. It is an old and honored practice. The Masters of the Sword date back to the earliest days of the Conqueror. It was a way for Dalen to legally remove any potentially dangerous foe from his way. Fights used to be to the death, and the higher you moved in ranks, the more wealth and power one accumulated as you claimed the belongings of the man or woman you slayed. Kind of like jousts in medieval times with the horses and arms.
Yes.
Masters of the Swords were also leaders of towns, and following a might makes right idea, which, puts up, you are the strongest swordsman, you can lead this place because who's going to challenge you? The New Republic was working to remove this aspect of society, but it is so ingrained by people in power that it's not going as well. So Masters of the Sword don't hold the same power they once did, but some still hold their lands and titles, and they're no longer allowed to kill someone. It is to first blood only. It's still a form of social climbing, as they do acquire the wealth and station of those they beat. But now there's a lot more of them present, and so that goes back up now. It's back to Act 1. As he is challenged, he loses keenly. He then meets Lyra and Cuseg, who are following up on reports of a new bastard of Dalen causing trouble in the area. Immediately, Dalen recognizes Lyra from his fall and tries to goad her into killing him. Speaking of things in their shared history no one but the Conqueror should know. Lyra very nearly kills Dalen for this, but Cusick steps in and stops her, arresting Dalen and bringing him for transport back to their HQ for questioning. This would also potentially be Lyra's point of view chapter, details, but if not, he overhears their conversation on the sky barge they ride in. Cusick tries to speak to Lyra about her nearly killing Dalen, shocked by her sudden burst of violence, and she is completely clammed up. She refuses to leave Dalen alone in the brig while they travel, and their barge is attacked by the Captain Blackheart and the Great Bastards, who have come to liberate their sibling from the jaws of society. Lyra and Cusick are also captured in the attack. This is where I can talk a bit about Lyra and Cusick. I didn't make a character thing for Cusick, but
Don't worry, neither did Shad.
He's touched on a little bit in the Terrasians, which I have also altered the story for that one. But Lyra is a member of the Arknights and a former victim of Dalen's mass rape. Her physical and mental abuse changed her, along with the experiences of very nearly becoming a shade. I forgot the name I have here of whatever the fuck it's called because I forgot the name of the lust at the time.
Lust, yeah.
So yeah, she very nearly became a shade, to the point where she is emotionally closed off from every single angle. The main thing driving her is a lust for revenge against Dalen. She was one of the first recruits of the Arknights, literally being found and rescued in the assault on Hydon. Though she, like many others, despise and hate the bastards of Dalen, she will never bring herself to attack them. They are as innocent as she was, and also victims of his actions. To go up here, I can talk about the Arknights and the Terrasians and New Republic as well for this. Terrasian culture is not a weird, naked society. Terrasian culture is still centered around the idea of mastering one's body and mind and soul. They believe repressed feelings and the repression of one's natural responses to be sickening for the individual, a dark shadow across their light that the person chooses to cast upon themselves. To have a mastery over one's being is to be willing to know when to let go of the wield and trust in themselves. Also, they have cool hairstyles and not a weird fuck-ass low taper fade.
Thank you.
The New Republic on this, I might as well talk about the Lightbringers as well in this part, but the New Republic. The New Republic arose from the ashes of the Dawn Empire, led by a band of rebels. Among them, Arik was one that became the new leading council. The New Republic has set to destroy all that once remained of the Dawn Empire, even crashing a Darkstone comet into Hydon and destroying it, where Dalen the Conqueror is presumed to have died, and letting the rebels serve as a constant reminder to those who still sided with the Conqueror.
See, they were wiped out by Starkiller base. Wait, sorry, wrong series.
I was gonna say, my God,
They have one terrible secret. Victory is based on a lie. Dalen lives and Imperius remains. This is why Arik left their number and abandoned his name, whatever the fuck his name was before, I don't remember. Abandoned his name and left their number. Even, what is it?
It starts with an R. I can't remember.
Rayaten Liusa. Again, I don't know why.
Rayaten Liusa, yes. So he was not the only leader. There was a lot of leaders in this. He was one of many. And the way it kind of works is there's a bigger, at least I didn't put it down, there's a big assembly for it. You know, lots of people involved in the New Republic and voting. Kind of think the Senate from Star Wars, basically. But there is also a leading council of it, which are the members of the rebellion that led it. And so this is why Arik left their number, even if he still has a place amongst them and still carries weight with them. To cover this up, they've dedicated their lives to eradicating nearly all memory of the Dawn Empire, building new roads, machines, laws, ordinances, all that good stuff, anything to erase him from the public eye, even scrubbing the records of some of his inventions. As part of this, they also created the Arknights, which are a splinter cell of Lightbringers that were formed with the New Republic.
Oh, thank
To the public,
you.
they are peacekeepers, protecting the people from crime. Their true mission is singular above all else. Find Dalen the Conqueror and kill him. Blackheart is suspect number 1 to be harboring Dalen and building an army because he's assembling all of his bastard siblings.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Arknights have developed an offensive form of light binding called bonds. This is tied directly to the wielder's inner light. Oh, fuck, I forgot I have to talk about some of that, too. Where did I put that? Where did I put
Above.
that? Oh, I guess I didn't put the shit for light, but essentially, inner light is every person in this world has a light within them, and it is kind of, think of it like a reserve. It's constantly going up as they're inside the light. It's constantly being recharged within sunlight, and then once you go out of it, it starts to deplete as you're inside the shadows, and it starts like you can survive within shade, or even in the light, if you like lose your light, this can happen. You use too much of it. You can survive in the shade as long as you have that light within you. So there's like maybe a day or two that you can survive, depending on where it was before you go, and you feel this within you. It feels like a sluggishness, like you are growing old, and so that's another aspect of this that goes into light binding and inner light. Here we go. Arcanites have developed an offensive form of light binding called bonds. This is tied directly to the wielder's inner light. Bonds can be applied to a single part of the body, organs, appendage, etc., to increase the purpose of that part. As an example, apply a bong, that's a different thing, to the lungs for more endurance. Apply a bond to the eye, to an eye for sight. Apply a bond to the bladder for a stronger stream. You get the gist.
Oh my god.
Oh.
To have a bond of light.
Can you bond it to the bladder in order to like hold it off? Like, oh man, I gotta sit here for a couple of hours watching the spot, but I gotta piss something. Oh my god!
I apply 4 bonds of light to the stream, so you don't have to wake up needing to piss in the night.
Yes. And yes, Twilight is right. I am writing a book, but a different one. This is what I was doing when I wasn't writing my book.
He hasn't read his book in a long time, guys.
Hey, man, you haven't read the new chapter, okay? Anyway, to have a bond of light, an Arcanite must have a certain amount of inner light already. So you need to be like, think of it as a gauge in a video game, you know, or like the ATB gauges in Final Fantasy VII. To able to pull off a special move, you need to have essentially the same gist. And the more good deeds one does, the more your inner light will go up. So this is another part of inner light. Inner light goes up the more good deeds you do, as determined by the light, whatever the fuck that means. And the less good deeds, the more darkness that you do, the darker your inner light will be. It's still like, that is still the light within you, even if it changes color to be dark.
Oh my god. Sorry, just Celestial Warlock just said this thing, and I was like, okay, well, if a Lightbinder or an Arcanite is in a tough spot, and they're disarmed, well, if they need the piss, they can go full water cutter on their end.
You understand?
I imagine like Arik like pulling that off. Like, I can do something about the situation, but none of you are going to like it.
But continuing forward, they cannot see the inner light of a person, but they can sense the light of a person. So basically, I know how many people are around me because I can sense your light. Arknights are very well educated and fluent in all the languages of the land of Telos because their job could take them everywhere, since Dalen fucked his way across the entire kingdoms. They can be dumb, but they are not stupid. It's a very big difference between those two things.
Yes.
To touch on it now for Lightbringers. Lightbringers are an institutionalized religious order of warrior monks powered by the light to fight the shade. They are highly respected members of society. It's a commonly held belief that bringers cannot lie, but not a definitive truth. They basically don't say no when people ask them if they can lie. And because they are so highly respected, it offers them a station of power and privilege over that they can do what they need to. Only members of Lightbringers can see the inner light of an individual. This is a specific skill. It is not an innate thing. And only the Lightbringers teach this. So the Arknights that formed the bringers that left and formed the splinter cell of the Arknights, they were not privy to this knowledge.
Okay.
And so it's another closely guarded secret of the bringers. Inner light goes up the more deeds you do. Yes, it grows darker, and this contributes to also how powerful you are as a Lightbringer or an Arknight. It's not commonly known information, and only the bringers and Arknights are aware of inner light and what you need to be able to use your power. Bringers can manipulate the light around them into non-combative forms, redirecting light, sensing it, expanding it, creating mirages, communicating it, that sort of deal. Have a larger inner light and be able to perform greater feats. They've largely been replaced in society by the Arknights. And then, alright. Oh yeah, matriology, no, get your titties elsewhere. Um, oh wait, all right. I did have it here. Yeah, if the people of Telos, they literally feed on light, like plants. Every human has an inner reserve of light that is an automatically and constantly filled by being in the light and can normally withstand many days. I'm not referring to it as falls in this without being refilled. If that reserve of light is depleted, an individual is turned into the shade.
Okay.
And
That's fair.
you know, the 5 minutes before that happens, you start hearing the da 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 da. Sorry, I can't do it. The fucking Sonic drowning music.
Well, and it was also an idea of mine to make the shade more of a threat to during the night. Is, you know, even if you go out and enter in some sort of shade, or you're stranded somewhere that is in the shade, you can't use like your powers. If you use your bonds, that depletes your resource
Yeah.
of light within you, and so it makes more of a challenge setting on that of fuck. How do I fight these guys without becoming one of them?
Fuck, I didn't mean to start this game unprofessional. Fuck.
Dalen is introduced as he is captured to all of his bastards that Captain Blackheart has recruited and offers Dalen a place among them. Dalen is intrigued by this and joins to see what his bastards have done. Blackheart speaks often of their father and living by his ways. I guess I actually can talk about Blackheart quickly too. So at the end of the day on this, Blackheart and the bastards are victims of their father who have weaponized their trauma against the society that hates them for being born. So Blackheart is not actually his true name. It's the name. It is the last name given to the bastards of Dalen, as Dalen is one of the like constant things the Lightbringers could see his black heart, and they passed that on to his children.
Works really
He
well.
was born with no name. His mother could never bring himself or herself to name him, so she before she discarded him onto the streets. The world has only ever seen Blackheart as one thing, the shadow of the Conqueror, so he decided he would cast a larger shadow. Blackheart loves his siblings. As the oldest known bastard of Dalen, he sees himself as the one who knows best. He is genuinely looking out for his siblings and wants to give them a life of leisure and pleasure, and believes only by leaning into their demonization can they make that happen. Fear is the only way he's ever gotten anything from outside people. And he has a total of 5 ships in his fleet. The Great Bastards. This is a group comprised of Dalen's brood. Not every one of his bastards are a part of it, but it is majority populated by the ones who bear the most striking resemblance to him. Their ages are the youngest at 20 and the oldest among them being late 40s. Many grew up as thieves and street rats rejected by society. Blackheart began recruiting them and preying on their collective misery to lash out at the world around them. Think of it, if anybody's seen TMNT Mutant Mayhem, it's similar to how the Fly controls his siblings. I'm the only one that looks out for y'all, even though I'm doing these horrible things that you guys
The bare
may
minimum.
not agree with.
Yeah.
Oh, I like it.
And so, Dalen watches Blackheart take Lyra and Cusack along with the rest of the ship's passengers to their hideout island brig. The men and women are all used for the entertainment of the bastards, and Blackheart even shows some of the more perverted nature that Dalen himself had. Importantly, Lyra offers herself up to Blackheart in their place, refusing to let others be subject to her torment, and to sweeten the deal, she offers to teach Blackheart in the ways of the Arknight. During this, Dalen spends time with his bastards, all while his identity is slowly being muddled. He starts to think of them as his siblings as he bonds with them. They retrain him in how to fight, to sail. He teaches them games he once played with his own friends. It's like a return to form. He even has the chance to be a father to some of them in return, looking after them and ensuring maybe they even go to sleep at night. It's meant to be, oh, okay, we're seeing some things here. Plans begin making their way to Dalen that Blackheart intends to strike at the New Republic and bring on a new knight, to destroy everything that once scorned them in shadow. Dalen isn't entirely bothered by this, feeling that his children are right to wish death upon those who unjustly scorned them for no crime other than being born. A boat returns carrying 2 people Dalen never thought he'd see. Tisha, people who know this from my rewrite, Tisha is the little girl that fleeces Dalen in the beginning.
Cheramain gets attacked, and she is taken prisoner. And Arik returns. Instantly, Arik and Dalen recognize each other. Arik sees the blackest of hearts within Dalen, and is an immediate, there's only one person like that. I know you. And Dalen, the man, sees who contributed greatly to his overthrow. They dance around each other in a game of cat and mouse until Arik gets the drop on Dalen when he goes to check on Tisha and keep her safe. The two speak, hostile yet curious of each other. It's an open and honest conversation between the two where they talk about why they are here. Arik is extremely curious to know why Dalen looks the way he does, and Dalen is curious to know why he's not in the New Republic, and why he's forsaken his name. That sort of deal. Once done, Arik decides, okay, I'm gonna kill you. And Dalen bargains for his life, saying that Blackheart is planning. Oh, I should talk about Arik's role here as well. Arik is the Lightbringer and former revolutionary with a shattered faith in the New Republic upon the discovery that they lied of Dalen the Conqueror's death. He has taken up with the notorious pirate Blackheart, captain of the Great Bastards. Arik is a Lightbringer turned revolutionary that was a oh fuck, why did I have that twice? Never mind. But he was driven by the death of his village at the hands of Dalen. He fought Dalen during that battle that killed his family and lost. His greatest regret is that he did not kill the bastard himself when High Dawn fell. When he discovered that reports of Dalen's death were a lie, he turned his back on the New Republic and set out on his own in search for Dalen. In recent years, his search has led him to Blackheart and his crew, where Arik serves as the holy man to give the crew some respectability in certain matters. He's slowly working his way through the crew in search of information for Dalen, and a part of him has found a purpose in the crew, as the children of Dalen do not possess the blackened hearts of their father, and he desires to save them from sharing his fate, even Blackheart himself. Above all, Arik desires to kill Dalen and gain his revenge on the bastard that ruined his world.
Okay, that's good you clarify, because I was I thought Arik had been captured. I didn't realize he was part of the.
No, yes,
I know, right?
I realized that as soon as I was going.
Great idea. Yeah, good.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And so he decides to kill him, and Dalen bargains for his life, saying that Blackheart is planning to unleash the Shade upon the New Republic, a move that will bring death and destruction to all and turn his heart to the blackest of shades, more so than his own. If Arik truly cares about these kids, killing Dalen would be the worst move. Arik keeps him alive for the moment, not because he believes Dalen, but because he has seen Blackheart's heart actually turn a shade darker than before. Dalen and Arik reluctantly team up, and Dalen challenges Blackheart for captaincy in the old ways of their father, to the death. The battle is harsh and bloody. Dalen is outmatched by his son, literally being beaten bloody by his younger self made flesh, as Blackheart speaks of why the world deserves to feel every bit as cold as he and his siblings have been made to feel. They have no mother's love, they have no love from their peers, they have nothing except the fear of their father. In the end, Dalen is forced to kill Blackheart, and in his final moments, Blackheart sees and recognizes his father, being hugged and comforted for the first time in his life as he dies in Dalen's arms. This isn't a triumphant moment, this is a tragedy that opens Dalen's eyes to the monster he truly is. Because he just killed his son.
Yes.
Who would have thought?
Act 3. As the captain of the Great Bastards, Dalen sets the people they've captured free and grants Cusack a boat to take them to a free port to be sent home. Lyra meets Arik and the two discuss Dalen. Lyra is not convinced of the Bringer's words. She, as an Arknight, doesn't trust him. Dalen tells her he can prove his identity to her by reclaiming Imperius. Dalen, Arik, and Lyra journey to the New Republic capital to make their way to where Imperius is housed, so Dalen can prove his identity to Lyra and Arik, and she can take their vengeance on. She can take her vengeance. That both of them can, whatever. Dalen takes this one last chance to ask Arik what he saw in Blackheart's heart in his final moments, to which Arik says that those moments were the brightest he'd ever seen it shine. With that, Dalen reclaims Imperius, and Lyra and Arik draw their swords. The end of the book.
Yeah.
Leaving it open to where that's going, and sort of a pseudo redemption of, in the final moments of this person, this bastard dying, that they were the brightest that they've been.
And then
fully
Yeah.
sell the tragedy.
and
And
then
like
the next
because
book
Thematic.
opens up. The next book opens up and is like, wait a minute, what are we doing here? There's an island imminently bearing down on us.
yeah, it's that thing of like this character we need to see what made them really change their ways, and you can't do this sort of redemption arc in one book.
No.
You have to explore this. You have to see the other angles, and like doing this through the children that he had, while yes, his his first family was killed in front of him, and that turned him evil. What would this guy think upon seeing what happened to this selfish man think upon seeing what happened to the people that share his blood, and then becoming responsible for, like, realizing, because
I
a
love
part
that.
of this, he can go, well, it's not my fault really that these guys, like, they're out here doing crime, like, this is the thing, like, even Lyra isn't going after as part of the Arknights because they're just the bastards they're going after. They have actually done dark deeds as pirates, and so there's a difference between the like other bastards of Dalen that have done nothing and just been scorned by society, and the ones that actually hurt it. And notably, like, she feels pity for them, but she also doesn't bring herself to do anything for them yet. There's that extra level of I don't see you, I don't blame you in this way, but I cannot accept you myself because of what happened.
Silver-haired freak says massive respect to Zero to taking some of the stupider, more confusing, inane parts of the story, original story, and actually making them work. Yeah, I thought
Oh, absolutely.
honestly,
Thank you.
it floors me how fucking awesome this is. You did
Yeah,
an amazing
like-
job, Zero. Like I am
He's
I am
good.
genuinely intimidated by your skill at making this.
Well,
work.
okay. This is an outline. I can fuck it up just as easily if I ever started writing this.
Oh, for sure. But just as the outline right now, I want Dalen to survive his encounter with Lyra and Auric, because, like, I would want him as a reader to redeem himself, first of all, by helping all of his children, by bringing them, like, bringing their hearts back to the light, one by one if he has to. Like, that would be one of his first deeds that he has to do as someone who is doing a second round of life, who is cursed to stay alive in order to right his wrongs and stuff like that. That would be something that I would love to see in a potential second book. And then, like, from there, who knows? Other things that he has done wrong that he has to try and alleviate, but maybe can't. And it just drives him more and more into the tragedy to show what kind of a person that he had allowed himself to become, and how he had destroyed the world in a way that they are still recovering from it. Not just his children, but his children is a start to that, and then outward to the rest of society. Like, that would be great.
I was gonna say, like, I can already imagine the start of book 2. You just go right into the fight between Dalen, Lyra, and Auric, and Dalen ends up losing, and Auric ends up sparing Dalen against Dalen. Like, Dalen is like, at this point, like, I want to die for what I've done wrong. Like, he still kind of got that in him, and it's like, you have every right to kill me, do so. And Auric is like, you are, like, either Auric or Lyra, whichever one starts to see that he is growing as a person, as like, you have work still yet to do. And so, like, then and the following plot would then be Dalen kind of begrudgingly being dragged along into trying to solve other problems in the world. Something
Can
like
I give an offering actually for this?
Sure.
Oh, go ahead.
It's yes, it's aping off something, but I believe the sentiment is still there. You'll like this, Zero. A bit of a get up moment from Night of the Seven Kingdoms, where they
A
just
little
say,
bit.
like, they say get up, and basically make yourself better. And then later in the series, you can basically have Dalen get the shit beaten out of him, and then he just remembers Arik's words right here, and that's what goes like, yeah, no, I'm not done yet.
Yeah.
That actually, like, legitimately, the only like main idea I have for how, because I honestly did not like go too far into what would happen afterwards, but the main thing is, like you said, a fight breaks out here. Notably, Dalen wouldn't actually fight. The two of them draw their swords. Arik is the one going, you still have to live. Lyra wants to kill him. So it is actually a battle between the two of them, while Dalen just kind of sits there like,
Because
whatever happens, I accept this.
Because they're the superhumans. He can't exactly fight them.
Well, like, I would
think
say
I
he
think they would
can.
be.
I'm perfectly fine with that being a part of it because, he could be as deadly. He has to build that back up. But at this point in the story, no, and he is just complete rock
That's what I
bottom.
mean.
I also think
actually,
that
yeah.
like in this kind of circumstance, I don't know if they would be using like if they use powers, it would only be to match like if Imperius had anything. I think it'd be a fair fight type deal.
Knowing
Well, not Lyra,
Zero,
not Lyra. Lyra.
well, knowing Zero, and I could be completely wrong about this, your view of Imperius in this entire rewrite would just be like, it's just a really good sword. There's nothing super special about it.
Yeah, like
Okay.
it would be a very, very well crafted sword that, like, think of it kind of like Valyrian steel compared to normal swords. Like it is a better quality of steel that could break
Sharper,
through other things.
lighter.
Yeah. Mithril, yeah, like that. It is a like the height of Dalen's genius at crafting is what it is. And so like it could tip the scales in either side, but I would have them be going all out against, or at least close to all out against each other in this fight, as the, like, this is the bringer versus the knight.
Archknight.
Like you're going through, and like I said, they're very different skills. She could be very, very fast, but at the same time, Arik is a very old bringer that has a lot of power to him, so he can actually make illusions to hide Dalen from Lyra within this fight, and change the battlefield as you're going. And so it's like just that first thing, and obviously I would have Arik win this battle and use, actually, because he still holds weight within the New Republic, use that weight when people eventually come through and go, hey, what the hell's going on? You guys got into the super secret thing that no one's supposed to know about outside of this. Who's this random guy? Because at the same time, like, the Sonical is still a thing, so only Dalen can really use this sword, and that's the proof he needs. And so they would get there after Arik has basically, like, he has won the fight, but Lyra gets her reinforcements, and before everything is going to go further, Arik, this is who I am, you know me. Dalen, get up. We are going to get you back with your kids.
We are leaving.
We're gonna deal with this. Yeah. Like, go pay your fucking child support, you dickhead.
Okay, well, as much as we could probably keep on gushing and talking over like how we could improve things, we have been going for this is one of our longest streams. We need to wind it down. And I fully recognize that, like, on one side, it is my fault for going into detail. On the other side, this book is just so fucking dense with things that we needed to touch on. So it's like, I kind of knew this was going to go
I was going to make
long.
soup tonight, man.
You and me both. I haven't had supper.
But thank you all so much for watching this. Does anyone have anything they want? Oh, I was gonna say thank you so much for writing this, Zero. Me and you are gonna have to work together in the future. I think me, you, and I Know Nothing, if we put our heads together, we could make something really fucking cool. I don't know what, but I think it would be a really cool collab.
I'd be down.
That would be quite fun.
I guess I'm just chopped liver.
Yeah, apparently. Bye.
You have enough. You have enough on your hands.
It's not his fault.
I have enough
He's
on
been
my
touched
hands.
by
we both are already struggling to get our own original works out.
Look, man, you cannot say that I have too much on my plate when you have all these huge ass fucking projects, and then proceed to talk to the remaining guests, leaving specifically me out.
Sorry, my brain is
Shad touch
fried right now.
Okay, so the Shad Tux is breaking up
Yeah.
Team Jack. Let's leave before anything bad happens.
Look.
It diluted Celtic's respect women juice.
Yeah, I used it all up to excoriate Shad.
You can make it up to me by looking in the general chat.
Wait, general chat of the Tundra or general chat of
The Jack general chat, of course.
Okay.
What the fuck is that fucking stance?
That's how I sleep.
What? That is fucking power right there. That's what that is.
Paste. There we go. Paste.
Because remember, you guys made that joke earlier about how they sleep.
Face down, ass up.
Okay.
I
Okay.
love dogs. They're so
am-
good.
I am
To
so
keep
fried
things
right now.
Simple. I have been crazed with work, and as much as I want to say, "Hey guys, book 2 for Caliburn is right around the corner," I unfortunately can no longer promise that. There's gotten several issues with it. My apologies for it,
Damn.
but it's just
It's
I-
okay.
I'm trying my hardest. I'm trying to get it out, but right now I'm unironically this close to a possible legal battle.
Whoa.
It's okay. It's okay. Take your time, man.
Yeah, so
Well,
I
shit.
enjoyed these
I guess
guys' work because they've got some good stuff coming up for everybody. I feel like a fraud next to these guys.
I'm 3 chapters done with my book. It's going. It's fun.
I'm starting chapter 23 of my book.
Yay.
Oh yay! I get more to read.
A little bit.
Yeah.
I have not touched any of my books, and I feel horrible about it. But I have been. I am 147 fucking pages into the Silent Hill F script.
That is
Finish
your
the review.
I wrote 10 pages just yesterday in a fucking haze. And
Was
I
that
wrote
part of the?
what?
Was that part of the 2 pictures you sent me asking to find differences between them?
Wait, what were I can't even remember what that fucking was right now.
Okay, we'll talk about it later then.
We'll figure it out.
Maybe. Oh God, what was? I'm just trying to remember now. God, fuck I can't unfocus on that. Anyway,
It's okay. Keep going. Keep going.
oh no, that was Resident Evil. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I now remember what it was. That was a while ago. Okay, so I am working on my Silent Hill F script. I am nearing the end. I'm in the character section. I'm finally at the character section. I've gotten through everything
Oh my
else.
god.
My God, man.
There's a lot to cover.
You know,
I'm
we
with
were
characters,
talking-
and then after that is the common criticisms and whether or not it's a Silent Hill game. I forgot about that section, so I need to actually put that back in. And then
So we
finally,
won't
it's
see you for next month.
yeah, I was gonna say, and then finally at the very end is the epilogue, which is just me gushing about the UFO ending. So, like, I'm looking forward to that final piece.
You know, we were talking about how Shad needs an editor. Do we need to give you
Yeah.
an editor?
At this
I
point,
need
yeah.
several editors. I just need help.
Just help.
What do you
Fucking
think I've been
script
trying
editor.
to do?
Oh, okay.
I was the one that kicked his ass and told him to get an editor.
And it
for
worked.
his
And
book.
I'm looking at you, right? It's like, what do you think I'm trying to?
Oh.
Yeah, your help. I have
Oh.
let you help.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that you haven't.
Why are you
but-
winging Celtic? It's because I am constantly looking left and right and just how the thing reads my tracking. Anyway, are we closing this book for good? Oh no, it's certainly
Yes.
coming back. It's like I guarantee we're gonna cover like Shad's responses at some point. Like I think
We can at another point cover the graphic novel, which I know has.
I mean, we have a couple of things. Like I have up here some of the things about his Kickstarter and such. Like we were going to cover, but we just can't tonight.
No, I that's my stuff as well. So
Mm.
but I'm just gonna step back and say we'll talk about that later, no doubt.
Yeah.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is
Yeah.
this is only our second step along the Shadow of the Conqueror line, and I'm sure there will be more to talk about in the future. So yes, Silent Hill F, working on that. Bad fan fiction night, Project Alpha, once more into the breach. Mahar Voln this weekend. I'm Is there anything else? Oh, yeah, that's right. Fixing Ruby's week of fan art week coming up. Please participate. There are the different themes posted on the channel and also on my Twitter. So I hope you guys look forward to that. It's I'm hoping to see a lot of fan art and such, and I'm hoping a lot of sketchies do that kind of stuff too. It's a little bit of a late announcement. I know. I'm sorry about that, but just it caught up on all of us, and I'm not very good at the whole like fan art week things. I've never heard you this tired before. Yeah.
Shadow of the Conqueror does this to
Have
him.
you
This
guys
is
read
what
Dustin
Shadow of the Conqueror
Echo's
does.
Halo Ruby crossover? Highly recommend it. I don't want to see those two
Wasn't that-
crossover.
Nah,
I thought
I'm
that was
good.
one of the questions.
It was one of the questions. No, it was been asked a couple of times. Also, Dustin
Oh, okay.
Echoes is the most famous Halo character. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you'll have a good time. I'm very tired. I'm going to go get a snack.
We're gonna die
you guys
now.
go eat. Yeah, I'm gonna go die.
I'm gonna get my soup, man.
See you all on Friday. Catch you all on the flip side.
Ciao, mate.